And once, all right. I'm going to go ahead and convene here in a minute or two, and hopefully everybody can join as we go. If you need additional links sent, I think you can chat with our IT department, Zoom Topeka, through the chat, and they should be able to send links to your folks.
Chair French, they can email me if they need as well and I can get them in touch with IT.
Very good. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, so I'll just watch out for any extras to admit, and I'll go ahead and let you guys get started then.
All right. Well, it looks like we are streaming live on YouTube and we have our recording started. So at this time, this is Chair French, and I am going to convene the evidentiary hearing in the matter of the application of Evergy Kansas Metro and Evergy Kansas Central Inc. in their application for approval of transportation electrification portfolio, docket number 21, EKME 320 TAR. As you all know, due to the ongoing pandemic, we are conducting this hearing via Zoom and broadcasting to the public on YouTube. Please bear with us if you have any technical difficulties. And in a moment, I'll run through a few reminders and procedures for our virtual hearings. So we will begin this proceeding, as we do all of our evidentiary hearings, with the entries of appearance. And if the parties are ready, I will start with Evergy.
Thank you, Chair French. Entering an appearance is Glenda Kafer and Kathy Dingus on behalf of the applicant, Evergy.
Thank you. AFPM. Do we have counsel for AFPM?
Yeah, Ms. Griffin needs to unmute.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Jennifer Griffin. I'm counsel for AFPM as well as Kansas Corn Growers Association, Fuel True Independent Energy and Convenience, and Renew Kansas Biofuels Association.
Morning, thank you. ChargePoint Inc.
If it please the commission, Ed Peterson on behalf of ChargePoint, and I would like to introduce Scott Dunbar, who will be our lead counsel, member of the State Bar of Colorado.
Thank you. Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board.
Yes, this is Todd Love from Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board, entering an appearance on behalf of myself, Todd Love, and David Nickel. I will be handling the hearing, though. I don't think David will be much involved.
Thank you, Mr. Love. And final party would be KCC staff.
Yep, this is Carly Massentine, and with me I have Michael Neely appearing on behalf of commission staff and the public generally.
Thank you, Carly. Does staff have a recommendation regarding notice of this hearing?
Yes, staff has examined notice and reports that on August 25th, 2021, the presiding officer in this matter released an order amending the procedural schedule, changing the date of the hearing due to a medical emergency of one of the party witnesses. The order set a hearing for September 20th and 21st, beginning at 9 a.m. to be conducted via Zoom. The order was properly served upon all parties to the docket 10 days prior to the proposed hearing date, consistent with the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act. Therefore, staff recommends a finding of proper notice for this hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Massentine. Are there any objections to notice of this hearing? Hearing none, I do find that notice is proper. The commission has jurisdiction over this proceeding at this time and place. We will now move to our preliminary matters. And before we get into preliminary matters, this is where I'm going to give you a few reminders of our procedures over Zoom. First, if any party encounters any technical issues, I would encourage you to just simply jump in and ask us to go off the record and let us resolve that technical issue while we are off the record. Second, witnesses participating via Zoom are asked to keep their microphones off when they're not scheduled to talk. I will probably give a firm reminder if folks do not mute their microphones and we're getting some background noise. So just expect that. Third, if there are any witnesses in the commission's hearing room, which I don't believe there are, but if there are, please use disinfectant to wipe down everything after testifying. Fourth, if the commission needs to deliberate or rule on an evidentiary question, we'll be going off the record and entering a Zoom breakout room where you cannot hear or see us, and then we'll be returning. Fifth, since we are participating at a distance, please be especially careful to identify exactly what you're referring to when discussing pre-filed testimony and exhibits. We do have copies of everything on hand, so we should be able to follow along pretty well as long as the identifications are specific. So we will now move to preliminary items. I believe there are several items from Evergy and perhaps some items from AFPM as well. At this time, I will turn over to Evergy's counsel, Ms. Kafer, if you'd like to identify the preliminary items you have for us.
Yes, thank you. First, Evergy filed a transportation electrification portfolio filing report that we refer to as a report for shorthand. It was dated May 5th, 2021 and filed in the docket on May 6, 2021. Appendix G to that report set out which witnesses were responsible for which sections. And I would just like to note that the section supported by Mr. Ed Hedges, which was the technology overview that's in Appendix D, it is being adopted by another witness in the case, Nick Voris. Mr. Hedges was fortunate enough to retire in the interim. So Mr. Voris will be responsible for Appendix D as well as the other ones that he is listed as a responsible witness. There is no modification that was made to the report, but I'd like to point out that there were some corrections that needed to be made to the report that were set out in staff witness Dr. Glass's direct testimony and discussed in the rebuttal testimony of Evergy's witness, Mr. Voris and Ms. Coletti. And those addressed some errors in the infrastructure projections in the model, but like I say, there were no actual corrections to the report itself made in any filings. There are hyperlinked documents in the report. Those were sent, copies of those PDF copies were sent to the hearing officer and the parties to be incorporated into the record. And so I think at this point, I'd like to ask the commissioners to enter that report with its hyperlinks into the record.
Are there any objections to admitting those items into the record of this proceeding? Hearing none, we will admit those documents into the official record.
Okay, and the second preliminary matter is that the parties had agreed that rather than taking time to put each witness up and go through, lay the foundation for their pre-filed testimony and then ask it to be admitted, that I would just go ahead and as a preliminary matter, ask the commissioners to admit the pre-filed testimony of all the witnesses. There were two corrections made to testimony of Evergy witnesses. We did file those in the docket, so they're already a matter of record, but one was for Ms. Winslow's testimony. There were two corrections filed on August 18th, and then there was one correction filed in Ms. Coletti's testimony on August 20th. Staff has asked me to represent that there are also a couple of corrections that they would like to make to their testimony before it's admitted as well. Mr. Grady's direct testimony on page 32, line 4. It states, it has the word stipulate, and that word should be simulate. And footnotes 7 and 38 in Mr. Grady's testimony. The date in those citations are incorrect. The date should be changed from February 10th, 2021 to March 15th, 2021. To my knowledge, there are no other corrections that any witness needed to make. Similar to the report, the hyperlinked documents in Evergy's testimony were also sent as PDFs to the hearing officer and the parties to be incorporated into the record. And so at this time, I'll move for the incorporation of all pre-filed testimony into the record with the corrections that I've indicated for Evergy's and staff's witnesses, and the inclusion of the hyperlinked documents which were submitted to the hearing officer.
Okay, it sounds like we have agreement from all the parties, but let me just ask whether there are any objections to admitting all of the pre-filed testimonies with the corrections as noted by Ms. Caper. Hearing no objections, we will admit all of those pre-filed testimonies with the listed corrections. And Ms. Caper, you may move to your next item.
Next item.
I'm sorry, Chair and Glenda. Just for clarification, we've also doing that, admitted all the hyperlinked documents then?
I believe AFPM, Ms. Griffin had submitted their hyperlinked documents as PDFs.
Sure.
So that they would be incorporated as
Sure,
well.
but so we're putting all those in the record. I just want to be sure that we're all on the same page. So, okay, thank you.
The next item, very quickly, I would just like to note that I have one witness availability issue, and that is Mr. Chuck Casely for tomorrow. I don't think that's a problem because he is my first witness today, so we should be through him. But if anyone has an issue with that, they need to let us know. He is available all day today.
Okay.
My next preliminary matter is to address the pending settlement agreement that is partial and non-unanimous that the commissioners have. It was filed July 29th, and there were two outstanding items there. One was on page 2 of the SNA under section 2, paragraph 4, the section commercial EV charger rebate. Subsection A, the signatories at that time of the settlement, we were trying to reach agreement on a definition of the word underserved. And we said if we did not reach that, if we reached a decision on that, we'd notify the commission. And if we didn't, we would let you know that it needed to be decided. However, that agreement was reached and it was filed in the docket on August 20th. So that condition that was still outstanding in the SNA has been resolved. There was a second item as well in the SNA on page 4 in section 4 under the customer education and program administration section. The signatories had agreed to a budget for that area, but it was contingent upon Evergy providing additional detail to the staff regarding the items, a breakdown of the items in that budget. That has been provided to staff, and staff's indicated that the information we provided is acceptable, and the information was then submitted to all parties as an update to staff DR response 46AS. So those two contingencies or conditions, whatever you might call them, outstanding items have been resolved, and the partial non-unanimous settlement agreement is completed for presentation.
All right. And that is, and I have to understand that's your final preliminary matter, Ms. Caper.
Yes, other than the request for administrative notice, and I don't, at whatever point you take that up.
We could go ahead and take that up now if you would like to.
Okay. Evergy is requesting the commission take administrative notice of 3 documents from a previous commission docket number 16, KCPE 160 MIS. Those 3 documents from that record are the direct testimony of Andrea Crane that was filed on June 6, 2016. Staff's brief that was filed on June 6th, 2016, and the order issued September 13th, 2016.
Are there any objections from any parties to taking administrative notice of those specific items at this time? Hearing none, we will take notice of those items.
And I have no further preliminary matters. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I do understand that AFPM may similarly have a request to take administrative notice of certain items from the 16160 docket. Ms. Griffin, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Actually, I had a request that the commission take notice of two items from the 2016 docket, which would be the direct testimony of Joshua France and the direct testimony of Robert Glass.
Do you have the dates of those testimonies?
I don't. Well, once we get going, I can pull that up for you.
Okay.
I apologize. And then the other item that I would request the commission take administrative notice of is in the 18 KCPE 490 RTS docket. And that would be the commission's order dated December 13th, 2018.
Is that actually the 18480 docket?
Yes, I'm sorry. I have a typo
That's
in my
fine.
notes.
No problem. Are there any objections by any of the parties to take administrative notice of those three specific items? Hearing none, we will also take administrative notice of the three documents described by Ms. Griffin. Thank you. Are there any other preliminary items from any of the parties? I am not hearing anything. So we are going to move forward toward the hearing. Moving to the procedure for this hearing, I do understand the parties wish to make opening statements. And we have discussed an order of these statements at the pre-hearing conference. According to that script, Evergy will go first, followed by AFPM, ChargePoint, Curb, and then staff. After opening statements, we will follow the order of the witnesses agreed to in the pre-hearing conference. And I understand that at the pre-hearing conference, the parties indicated they will not be planning to make closing statements, but we will have a procedural schedule that allows for post-hearing briefs. So with that, we will move to opening statements, beginning with Evergy, and Ms. Caper, you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair French. Good morning, commissioners. I want to start by thanking all the participants here for their consideration when we needed to postpone the hearing for a period of time, and especially their flexibility in getting this rescheduled as quickly as everybody did. I'm pleased to announce that although Mr. Ives had a short health scare, he is here and he is fine, and he is going to be testifying as we initially planned. And we're here today to present for your consideration Evergy's proposed portfolio of programs for their transportation electrification program, which we referred to in shorthand as TE. The portfolio presented by Evergy in its application proposed rebates for homeowners, renters, developers, and builders to promote the electrification of vehicles by upgrading and installing 240-volt service in residences. It included rebates for the development of third-party commercial charging infrastructure, new off-peak rates for time-of-use electric vehicle transit service rates and business electric vehicle charging service rates, and a budget for the rebate programs and the associated administrative and education efforts under the programs. It also requested the commission find that Evergy's proposed clean charge network expansion plans were prudent from a decisional perspective and policy basis. The application includes a cost-benefit analysis that shows that all Evergy's customers in Kansas experience a net benefit from implementation of the program. The application reflects the fact that transportation electrification is happening now, and it's going to increase dramatically in the next few years, and that the utility company needs to be involved in that process to best manage the grid and educate customers as that growth occurs. So Evergy staff, Curb, and the National Resource Defense Council have presented an SNA that addresses part of Evergy's proposal. It establishes a 5-year plan for TE portfolio in Kansas that includes the commercial EV charger rebate programs, the time of use rates, the residential outlet installation rebate program, an education program, and adds EM&B review and reporting requirements. Now, the fossil fuel companies that intervened in this docket that we for shorthand have referred to as AFPM, they object to the settlement in its totality. And another intervener, ChargePoint, who is a competitive charging station provider, does not object to the SNA, but wants the commission to add some additional terms to it. The signatories to the SNA are asking you to approve the settlement agreement as filed, which would approve an investment for commercial rebate, residential rebate, and education programs, and the EM&B and administrative expenses. In addition to the SNA, Evergy is asking you to approve its request to make an investment of up to $13.5 million over 5 years to install charging stations at locations in Kansas, only where competitive providers are not seeking to serve, and only when that's the case. This is called the Clean Charge Network, or what we refer to as the CCM. ChargePoint and the NRDC excuse me, support this CCN investment. Staff, CURB, and AFPM do not. And I'm not going to review everyone's positions or arguments concerning the SNA or CCN, but a reoccurring argument you're going to hear in this case concerns the 16 KCPE 160 MIS docket. In that case, in 2016, KCP&L, now Evergy, brought before the commission an electric vehicle application requesting approval of a proposal to build some charging stations in Kansas as part of its Clean Charge Network. The commission said no at that time, and based upon the data that was available then, the order made certain findings that are unsupportive of utility involvement in the emergence of the TE economy. We have more data now about TE and the future expectations and expansion of that industry. And there is a generous amount of evidence presented to you in the record in this docket supporting both the SNA and Evergy CCM proposal. How you view that evidence will be dictated by your perspective and overall approach to EV expansion in Kansas. If you believe that EV is just a passing fad, or that it's just a toy for the wealthy, or if you believe that only competitive forces should control or dictate how and when the EV market evolves in Kansas, and that regulated utility companies should not participate in supporting or managing that emerging market, or if you believe that when determining the need for EV rebates and charging stations, we should look only at where we are now and not where we are going or where we hope to go in the future, then it's very likely that you will not be persuaded by all of that evidence we've presented to you to support approval of Evergy's investment in charging stations in Kansas. You will very likely reach a similar decision as your predecessors reached in their 2016 order. But if you believe that we are headed into an economy where EVs are evolving to become a primary transportation mode in the future, and that is going to happen no matter what we do here today in this docket, then I think you have two questions that you need to answer. Do we take steps now to support the emergence of TE in Kansas? And how can we best manage the impact of TE growth on Evergy's grid so that it happens for us and not to us? Utility involvement means commission involvement. If the regulated utility is told to stay out of this, then the regulatory agency is out of it too. And although Evergy's plan is not to go into the charging station business in the long term, its participation during these early stages is important for removing obstacles faced by customers in underserved areas of Kansas and making EV ownership more accessible to everyone. Utility involvement equals regulatory control during these important early stages. You have inherited a policy structure from the 16160 docket that isn't serving Kansas well, one that is inconsistent with the better information we have now compared to what we had 6 years ago. This docket is the Commission's opportunity to modify its previous findings and take a very limited but positive step in a new direction that looks to the future of the electricity transportation needs of Kansas and Evergy's customers. Approving the SNA and Evergy CCN proposal is a small controlled step in the direction that we believe Kansas and Evergy needs to go. It's the next step in the journey. It is not the destination. And while it may not be perfect, it does result in progress. We're here today asking for your approval of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kafer. We now will move to Ms. Griffin for AFPM.
Thank you, Chair French. Good morning, Commissioners. Members of my clients produce and market traditional vehicle fuels. They are customers and competitors of Evergy. Evergy's TE represents a significant expansion of a program that the Commission rejected in the 16160 docket. There, Evergy asked the Commission to approve ratepayer funding for a $5.6 million investment in its CCN. Here, Evergy asked for approval of an expanded program that is nearly 6 times larger and that, if approved, would cost ratepayers nearly $33 million. Of this amount, approximately $19 million is in the SNA for commercial charger and residential rebates and customer education. The remaining $13.5 million is for further expansion of the CCN. As in 2016, Evergy's stated purpose of the TE is to stimulate demand for EVs in Kansas. Based on these representations, the Commission should deny approval of the SNA and CCN expansion as a matter of law. As the Commission found in 2016, while stimulating EV ownership and usage may be a laudable goal, it is not within the scope of Evergy providing sufficient and efficient service. Promoting ownership and usage is better left to the automobile industry. Stated differently, it is inappropriate and unlawful for the Commission to allow Evergy to stimulate demand for electricity at the expense of its ratepayers and competitors so that its shareholders can profit. As in 2016, Evergy fails to demonstrate that TE is necessary for the provision of sufficient and efficient service as required by statute. Evergy has not met its burden to produce evidence showing the legitimate need or demand for its TE. Only a small percentage of ratepayers in Evergy's Kansas service territories drive EVs, less than 0.5%. And Evergy's own data shows low usage of the chargers in the existing CCN. There also is no hard evidence that significant EV adoption will occur overnight or anytime soon. The private sector has demonstrated it will install charging stations to attract and retain customers, employees, and tenants. And the majority of the millions of dollars in the settlement for the commercial rebate program is targeted toward incenting third-party placement of charging stations in areas that are not considered underserved. Evergy's program also poses cross-subsidization concerns because it would force one class of customers, non-EV drivers, to subsidize costs created by another class, EV drivers. And it would give Evergy an unfair competitive advantage over competitors in the charging services and fuel space who lack the ability to force their customers to pay for their efforts to stimulate market demand for their products and increase their bottom line. Finally, the Commission should reject Evergy's TE as premature and contrary to the Commission's order in the 2018 480 docket, where the Commission precluded Evergy from seeking to recover TE costs until its next general rate case. For all these reasons, I request the Commission reject the settlement and the CCN expansion proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Next, I have Mr. Dunbar for ChargePoint.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to address you this morning. ChargePoint did not join the settlement, not because it opposes anything in the settlement agreement, but rather because it doesn't go far enough to resolve several concerns that we identified in this proceeding with respect to Evergy's transportation electrification portfolio. I should say that ChargePoint largely supports Evergy's application in this proceeding, and there's no provisions in the settlement agreement that we're opposed to, but we do think that the concerns we identified are important and warrant modification of the settlement agreement to improve the program, to make it more effective, and to ensure that the program supports the competitive market for EV charging services. So I'll list just 4 concerns and provide a bit more color as to the reasons for our recommendations. So first, we have 2 recommendations with respect to the residential rebate program. First, we recommend that the commission direct Evergy to allow customers that participate in that program to hardwire their home chargers and not to require the installation of NEMA outlets, that's NEMA outlets. So Evergy has designed this program where all you have to do to get the rebate is install a 240 volt outlet in your garage. But we think it's just common sense that Evergy should be requiring chargers to be installed in customers' homes, because that's what we're here for, is to talk about EV chargers, not plugs. Plus, it's important to remember that many EV chargers can be hardwired and so don't need a plug. They need a high voltage, or excuse me, a 240 volt circuit, but they don't need that plug. Second, we recommend that the commission direct Evergy to develop a list of qualified chargers that customers can install in order to receive a rebate. This is exactly what Evergy has proposed to do in the commercial program. Namely, it's proposed to develop a list of qualified chargers that, in the case of level 2 chargers, must be Energy Star certified, and they must have a safety certification from UL or another nationally recognized testing laboratory, and they must have managed charging capabilities. So Evergy in the commercial context clearly recognizes the value of requiring minimum functionality and safety. And we simply recommend that that same program design be applied to the residential context as well. Turning to the commercial rebate program, we likewise have 2 recommended improvements. First, we recommend that the commission direct Evergy to remove the requirement that site hosts who participate in the rebate program share their charger utilization data with Evergy. Evergy can get a lot of data from its own meters, so it's important to remember that it's not going to be flying blind out there. But it's also important to remember that many commercial site hosts see this data as being commercially sensitive. And that's especially true given that Evergy operates its own network of EV chargers. And so we're worried that this provision could discourage participation because site hosts might be reluctant to share data with an entity that's essentially their competitor. And then finally, we recommend that the commission direct Evergy to remove its requirement that customers who participate in the commercial rebate program agree upfront to participate in demand response events. ChargePoint supports using smart chargers for demand response events, but those types of demand response programs need to work for customers in order for customers to participate in the programs. And here Evergy just simply hasn't provided any details about how many events it might call, whether the events would be mandatory, and that sort of thing. And participating in the demand response event, again, depending on how many events, how long they last, and lots of other important details, might not be workable for a lot of site hosts. For a workplace charger, there's a lot more flexibility as opposed to, say, a public DC fast charging station where customers show up and expect to be able to charge. So we would support Evergy coming back in the future and proposing an optional demand response program, but we think it's going to discourage participation in this program to require customers to agree up front to participate in a program that they have no details about. So happy to answer any questions, and our witness, Mr. Justin Wilson, will be here today and would be happy to answer questions as well. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. We will now move to Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board and Mr. Todd Love.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Good morning to everyone there. Sorry we couldn't do this in person, but I guess this is the way things are at the moment. I will be very short and sweet on this. Basically, as we all know, there's a request in the CCN portion of the electrification program that they're requesting $13.5 million to expand the CCN network. CURB's position is, while we're generally supportive of efforts to promote cleaner transportation options, including electric vehicles, which is evidenced by our signing of the partial non-unanimous settlement agreement that took care of many of the issues in this docket, CURB is not supportive of the CCN portion of the program. We simply believe the company has not demonstrated need in Kansas for the CCN program. The company's proposed program is potentially anti-competitive. We feel the company's proposed program would result in cross-subsidization of EV owners by all Kansas customers, most of whom are not EV owners, and at least it is for the very near future and probably long term will not be EV owners. Then we also believe the utility should not be determining public policies. This should be left up to our duly elected representatives of the state. With that, CURB is simply asking the commission to deny the CCN portion of Evergy's request. And with that, I will end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Love. We will now move to KCC staff for our final opening statement, and I have Ms. Massentine.
Good morning. I seem to keep getting muted by the host. I'm not sure what's going on. Hopefully this one sticks, being unmuted. Good morning. For the reasons stated by Evergy and CURB and supplied by Justin Grady in his testimony in support of the non-unanimous stipulation and agreement filed July 30th, 2021, staff is supportive of the settlement agreement and believes that it represents a reasonable resolution of the issues in this docket. The remaining issue which staff cannot support is Evergy's request for decisional prudence regarding its expansion of the clean charge network. As Justin Grady testified in his direct testimony filed June 25th, 2021, staff has serious procedural concerns about this request, as it attempts to shortcut and circumvent the typical after-the-fact prudence review that occurs when a utility seeks to recover investments from ratepayers in a rate proceeding. Essentially, this shifts some of the risk that a public utility and its investors usually bear onto ratepayers. Staff also has general policy concerns regarding the level of expansion the CCN proposes. When staff has not been convinced there is an existing concrete demand for the expansion, a critical concern for the commission in its prior order denying the CCN request in docket number 16 KCPE 160 MIS. Nor does staff believe it is good policy to crowd out the competitive market at this time, when technology may become obsolete and when allowing the competitive market to fulfill EV charging demand will not require ratepayers to pay for the infrastructure. As an alternative, staff suggested that Evergy should first attempt to use its commercial rebate program to meet the needs of EV drivers for EV charging infrastructure. If the competitive market, supported by the new commercial charger rebate program, fails to meet this need, only then should Evergy begin implementation of its CCN expansion plans to account for existing EV drivers relative to the existing EV charging infrastructure in an area. Staff witness Justin Grady stands ready to discuss this alternative with the commission during this hearing. For all of these reasons, staff does not believe the commission should grant decisional prudence to Evergy on the CCN expansion. And with that, staff rests.
Thank you, Ms. Massenthien. At this point, we will move toward examination of witnesses, and I have Evergy first to present your case. And Ms. Kafer, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. My first witness I'd like to call is Charles A. Casely.
And Mr. Casely, could you just say something so that you will pop up on our screens here?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Okay, I understand that Mr. Casely's pre-filed testimonies have already been admitted into the record. Is that your understanding, Ms. Kafer?
Yes, it is. So I
Okay.
believe I can tender him for cross-examination at this point.
Very good. We do not have a court reporter this morning, so I will go ahead and swear Mr. Casely in. Mr. Casely, if you will raise your right hand and repeat after me, or agree with this statement. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Kafer, the witness is back to you. And you may tender him.
Okay. You state your name for the record, please.
I guess it's Charles A. Casely, although the last time I heard that used instead of Chuck was when my mother was yelling at me.
Okay, so we'll call you Chuck until we need to yell. We've already put your testimony into the record, so I don't believe there's really anything additional I need to do.
Very good. I have a list of cross-examination in front of me, and the order I have lists Charge Point to cross-examine Mr. Casely first. Charge Point, do you have any questions for Mr. Casely?
Mr. Chair, I do not. We have waived cross for everyone except for Mr. Boris, Evergy's witness, Mr. Boris.
Very good. Thank you. AFPM.
Yes, thank you, Chair French. I do have some cross for Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, do you agree that electricity service is the product that is regulated by this commission?
Yeah, sorry, I was sitting there thinking about electricity service. Yes, I mean, the KCC regulates us as a regulated utility.
And would you agree that EV commercial charging stations are not necessarily regulated by the commission?
Well, I think anything that touches our grid should be, acknowledged and regulated by this commission. And I think that's one of the issues that we're talking about here today.
Well, certainly Evergy's commercial charging stations are part of Evergy's service as a utility, right?
Yeah, I would say that, again, both our clean charge network that's installed as well as how consumers interact with, impact, cause cost, or make asset utilization of the existing grid more efficient. All of those things are both part of utility service as well as part of the purview of this commission.
So is it also your position that privately owned commercial charging stations outside of the clean charge network are regulated by this commission?
I think that anytime a entity that connects with the grid, whether it's private or the utility, impacts the electrical grid, transmission or distribution, I do think that there is a regulatory role. Yes.
And what would that regulatory role be for a privately owned charging station?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you say it again? I didn't hear you.
I said, what would that role be for a privately owned charging station?
Well, again, I think there's a multitude of things that the commission could have impact over. One, and probably the clearest, is the rates that would be charged, the structure of the rates, as well as if there are any interconnection requirements. So things of that nature, I think, are very clearly within the purview of the commission.
Okay. And would you agree that to charge a battery in an EV, a customer would need to use equipment like a cord and a vehicle connector?
I think in the current state of technology, that's the way it's done most of the time. I think there is coming inductive and other technology that might not require that.
Okay. But for the present, it would be required. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's usually the case. There is inductive charging today that would not require that, but it is usually the case at this point. Just like, my cell phone here is charging through a cord, but I can also inductively charge it. Most cell phones today are still charged through a cord, but a growing percentage are inductively charged. And I think that other technology will continue to evolve in this area.
Okay. And would you agree that an EV cannot operate without a battery?
I'm not aware of an EV that's able to operate without a battery.
Okay. Would you agree there's a distinction between electricity used to provide battery charging and the charging station, outlet, or equipment through which the electricity is conveyed?
Not sure I completely understand your question, but I'm not sure I understand the distinction you're trying to make.
Well, on the one hand, there's electricity that actually provides the battery charging, okay? The actual electricity flowing to your phone or flowing to the EV battery. On the other hand, there is the actual equipment, which would be the charging station and the outlet through which the electricity is conveyed. That's what I'm trying to get at. Do you agree there's a distinction between the actual electricity and the equipment that's used to transmit it into a battery?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, yes, there's electricity, and then there's the cords, the transmission, distribution, the generation that makes it. And yeah, there's a difference between electricity and the equipment used to provide it.
Okay. And that's because Evergy can provide electricity without providing a charging station or an outlet, right?
So is your question whether Evergy can supply electricity to a electric vehicle without an outlet or without a charging station?
Without Evergy providing the charging station or the outlet, Evergy could still provide electricity to a charging station or an outlet owned by a third.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Okay. But the reverse isn't true. Battery charging cannot be performed without electricity from Evergy, right?
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think particularly there are some places like, for example, Tesla in their superchargers are increasingly starting to mate those installations with solar and backup, which then would be, electricity they generate and put into battery storage on property. Typically, it's not enough without the incumbent utility supplying electricity as well. But I think we can envision a world in the next probably 5 to 10 years where pairing distributed solar and battery technology, as that continues to decrease, can reduce and or in some cases perhaps eliminate the need for an incumbent utility to provide electricity. But I would say that that's the exception, not the rule right now.
Okay, and I appreciate your explanation. I was just really trying to get at was there must be a source of electricity to charge the battery, regardless of whether it comes from the utility.
Yep, that's true.
And I think this was in your testimony. Does Evergy acknowledge there are private businesses that own and operate charging stations within its Kansas service territory?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And do you know offhand how many privately owned and operated charging stations are currently within Evergy's Kansas service territories?
I don't know offhand. I'm sure there are other witnesses who could address that. I do know over the life of the Clean Charge Network, we have seen more expansion of private investment for third-party electric vehicle charging and charging stations in the parts of our service territory where we've had the Clean Charge Network, and it's been rather dramatic. And again, the specifics of that, future witnesses can get into. But I think that's a really good question you bring up, because our experience has been, and the data shows, that where we have helped supply a basic network, a minimum needs network, for example, private investment and third-party charging has been a lot more robust.
Okay. And we touched on this a little bit earlier. I don't think I asked the question quite in this way. Is Evergy suggesting in its TE application that this commission needs to regulate EV charging stations owned by third parties in order to protect the public?
No, not at all. I think our point here from a policy and a regulatory perspective is really that anything that impacts the grid, and this is going to be probably the biggest impact that has occurred to the transmission and distribution, principally distribution grid, that's happened in 100 years as electric vehicle charging scales. There's either going to be cost causation, or there's going to be cost decreases and better asset utilization. And we think as regulators that how this occurs and how this huge shift in energy consumption and usage impacts both EV drivers and non-EV drivers is absolutely a policy consideration for the commission.
You mentioned House Bill 2145 in your rebuttal testimony. What is your understanding of what that law provides?
My perspective is that it enables more people to get in, third parties essentially to get in and to charge by the kilowatt hour for electric vehicle charging. As it was, or as it existed, electric third-party, non-utility electric vehicle charging could not be done on a kilowatt hour basis, only on some other increment. It wasn't particularly effective, and it's very difficult for folks to make a business model work that way. And it also ends up in conflict in terms of whether it's violative of regulatory rules and our service territory. And so our perspective is, in order to make sure that there's an equal playing field and to encourage this, we have been supportive of essentially allowing third parties to do that ever since 2015. And in fact, that was one of our original conversations with ChargePoint. When we first conceived of the Clean Charge Network, we supported it then and we supported it now. We believe more electric vehicle charging is good for Kansas. It's good for our customers, and to allow and to enable third parties to get into to more effectively be able to deploy electric vehicle charging is important. And that's why we were instrumental in supporting, instrumental in drafting this, not just in Kansas, but in Missouri as well.
Okay, thank you. In your rebuttal testimony, you said that if the commission doesn't approve Evergy's TE substantially as proposed, that Evergy plans to sell the CCN and remove itself from the EV market. Does that remain Evergy's position today?
Yeah, I think, this is so much of this conversation, Counselor, is a chicken and the egg kind of thing. I think as a result of 16160, essentially that created a situation where the commission at the time told us they did not want us in the charging business. Now, we went ahead and at shareholder expense deployed that charging station. We've got 6 years of data that informs this filing. And really, absent the 16160 ruling, I think we would be content to do what we've always done in situations like this, which is deploy the capital, make the investment, and then allow a commission in a rate case to determine prudency. But with that 16-160 ruling that sits out there right now saying that the commission at the time did not believe it was appropriate for utilities to be in this business, we think we need to come in not for executional prudence. That of course has to be adjudicated in a rate case, but specifically with respect to the 16-160 policy and understand whether that's still the policy of the state. If the commission were to tell us, given the data that's presented and the testimony in this case, that they still do not want us owning and operating electric vehicle charging under almost any kind of conceivable circumstance, then yes, I think that it would be foolish of us to continue to go down that path and try and operate these systems. So it would be our intent. And we don't have any specifics of how we would do it, but they cost dollars on an annual basis to maintain. There is increased, it takes people to operate it, and we have to staff folks to interact with the drivers. And so, yeah, if at the end of the day, the commission said, look, it's the policy of this, as the policy of the state, we don't want utilities in this business, then we take the hint and we get out of the business.
So, and when I'm just trying to understand your comment. By getting out of the business, you mean you would also, Evergy would also abandon the portions of the TE that are in the proposed settlement, the rebates, et cetera, or would the plan just be to sell off the CCN?
Look, I cannot stress how what a great conversation this has been around electric vehicle charging, and something that we believe is going to significantly impact the grid, not over the coming decade or 2 decades, but literally in the next 5 years. From where we were in 2016 to where we are today with a partial agreement. I mean, our conversations with staff, with CURB, with ChargePoint, with NRDC, and crafting the partial stipulation and agreement that we have here today is tremendous progress. And if the commission approves that, we are going to go forward with that. That said, we've got about 1,100 charging stations that are out there right now in Kansas and in Missouri. It is still the bulk of we're the McDonald's, so to speak, of electric vehicle charging right now. And it's been a big part of why, in particular, the Kansas City Metro has seen significant growth outpacing other parts of the United States in electric vehicle charging. It's also starting to see increased investment from dealerships bringing in electric vehicles. It's also starting to see, we've seen significant investment in this area and third parties to complement and to build out that basic network that we put there. If the commission says, we do not want you to continue this as part of what it is you do as a utility, then yeah, we'll take a step back and probably unwind our position with those charging stations. Again, there's a number of ways we could go, but in almost every case, we have third-party hosts that wanted them and have seen benefit to them. So I think that's the first place we would go. And then we would follow what our regulators say and step back from that particular part. But we would continue on and work in whatever the commission does approve.
Okay. And so with that position that Evergy would remove itself from ownership and operation of the Clean Charge Network if this expansion is not approved, doesn't Evergy acknowledge that it is capable of providing electric service that's reliable to its customers without a CCN expansion, or for that matter, any of these other programs that are in this settlement?
So I think that's a great question. And what I would tell you is sufficient and efficient and reliable service is a term of art, and that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. There are plenty of things now that are deemed sufficient and efficient from a utility perspective that 100 years ago weren't even contemplated. And so our position in looking at this is we know that right now, approximately 20 to 25%, depending on the year and depending on whether we're in a pandemic or not, of the energy consumed in the United States goes to surface transportation. We know for sure that all of the big OEMs or auto manufacturers are investing hundreds of billions of dollars in electric vehicle platforms. And from Ford to GM, we hear that between 40% on Ford in the next 5 or 6 years to 8 years to 100% as the aspirational goal for GM in 2035 are looking to convert to this electric platform. As we take a look at that, we know that there are going to be significant policy issues. We know that there are going to be significant impacts. And our position is that given that at scale, there's an opportunity for either cost causation or for better asset utilization. And that is our true goal in this. And that, yes, when you have an event like this, that's going to happen over a 5, 10, 15-year period, we think that utilities being involved helps on a couple of perspectives. First of all, we're the only actor in this that is rather agnostic in terms of business model. Now, we really do think that ChargePoint's a good actor. They have been great. They have been great partners throughout our deployment of the Clean Charge Network. And I'll even go so far as to say, going back to 2014 and 2015, when we first started talking to them about a network, a lot of our knowledge was gained through interactions with ChargePoint. However, they have a particular business model that is reflected in deployment of and recovery of and earning on charging stations and building a network. Other folks that are in this have another, have different motives and different perspectives on charging stations. If you put a charging station in an Evergy service territory, we're going to sell the electricity until such of a time as it's solar or battery. So we're rather agnostic at the end of the day to the sale of electricity. Again, that's why we supported and helped write House Bill 2145. But at the end of the day, we do know that if this increases peak consumption, if there are, depending on how we deal with demand charges and multi-tier charging, depending on what the standards are for the deployment of technology and a whole host of other things, this can either be a cost causer or it can be a cost saver. And we think with the last part of the world economy starting to electrify, the last opportunity, we would rather see this done with real data and with regulatory input, both from regulators and stakeholders the entire way. And so again, this is, I think we're about 33 million if the commission were to grant all of this. All of our request is about $33 million. There is a heck of a lot easier way, less work and less effort if we were just to say, you know what, we're going to go out and harden our system against tornadoes and spend $33 million there. That would be a lot easier than this. And at the end of the day, $33 million is a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what it is that we're going to deploy on the grid. So at the end of the day, we see this as a small but meaningful investment to get data, to continue a regulatory conversation, and to put ourselves in the very best position to save money and increase asset utilization rather than have what's happened, say, in other areas like solar, where we were not as proactive on a policy perspective. We had a lot of different folks protecting their particular business model, and we're in somewhat of a mess right now as that starts to scale. So I think, yes, it's both a role of the regulator to make sure that as we see this develop, it's developed in a way that helps customers. And I think that the size of our investment is absolutely minuscule in terms of its scope, to achieve some really positive potential outcomes.
Okay, well, I don't think you answered my question, though. At the end of the day, my question is at the end of the day, whether the commission approves some or all of this TE that's in front of it, Evergy will continue to provide reliable, sufficient, and efficient electric service to its customers, right?
At the end of the day, we will absolutely continue to provide electrical service. That's never been in question. The question here really is electric vehicle charging going to increase the cost of that service for everyone, or is it going to decrease the cost of that service for everyone?
Do you know, and jumping back to something you said a few minutes ago, you mentioned the EV growth in Kansas. Do you know what the percentage of growth was during the time frame you were referencing?
You know, I'm gonna let a future witness handle that specifically. What I can tell you is that within the Clean Charge Network, where we deployed that from 2015 through today, I believe 2016, 17, 18, and 19, maybe that metropolitan area, being the Kansas City metropolitan area, experienced the most rapid per capita growth in the United States. Now that's tapered off some as incentives in other states have developed more robustly than they have in Kansas and Missouri. It's also tapered off some due to the fact that in 30 other states other than Kansas right now, there's utility involvement in building out this charging infrastructure, making it more available and meeting minimum use for EV drivers. Having said that, what I can tell you is that the growth was significant as compared to the years prior when there was no Clean Charge Network in our service territory.
Okay. Evergy acknowledges there currently is low EV penetration in Kansas, though, right? I mean, you said in your testimony that the impact of TE proliferation, quote, can be mitigated by a proactive approach before there is significant penetration of EVs in Kansas, end quote. So isn't that
Yes,
an acknowledgement by Evergy that the penetration level is low at this time?
Absolutely, the penetration level is low at this time.
And isn't it true that a primary objective of Evergy's entire TE, including the CCN expansion, is to stimulate EV demand and adoption?
Yeah, we absolutely have said unabashedly in our filing that early adoption and incentivizing folks to adopt an electric vehicle platform is something that is part of this filing. And the reason for that is we believe the more people, first of all, we believe it's coming, but the earlier we can get it means more growth. And that means in kilowatt hour usage, which means downward pressure on rates, so long as it's done the right way.
Doesn't that also mean more profits for Evergy?
Well, I'm sure you know that we don't make money by the kilowatt hour, right? That is the recovery mechanism on how we get back our rates. And so at the end of the day, what we earn money on is what we invest and the return on equity in our investment. That's recovered through kilowatt hours. And so, yes, at the end of the day, if we are selling more kilowatt hours, there may be some interim increase in the amount of revenue we make. But over the long term, and I mean literally, when we come in for rate cases, which have been averaging until we had a stipulation in Kansas that kept us out 5 years, every 18 to 24 months, what really happens is that more kilowatt hours consumed means lower rates for Kansas because it's higher asset utilization, higher grid utilization for things that for a very large fixed cost industry. You don't have to look any further than states like Colorado, Texas, Iowa, Oklahoma, all of which border Kansas, and then go down to Florida and see the exponential growth that they have had in demand over the last 5 to 10 years, and understand the competitive advantage it gives those states in terms of keeping their rates low.
Okay.
So yes, if you
answered
ask
my
us whether
question.
well, I believe I am. If you're asking us whether we want more kilowatt hour usage on our grid and whether we believe that pulling that forward some in an appropriate manner would help customers, the answer is yes. Is that the only reason that we're interested
wasn't
in
my
this?
question.
Absolutely not.
You mentioned you've mentioned cost several times. Absent all or nearly all of the proposed TE, how much does Evergy estimate the cost to be for new distribution and generation assets necessary to serve increased peak load attributable to EV adoption?
So I think I understand the question there. And if you're asking me to predict out over the next 5 to 10 years what the range of impacts could be, I'm not prepared to talk to that this morning. There may be other witnesses from Evergy that can address that directionally and maybe have even more information on that. But what I will tell you is from the Clean Charge Network, we have data over the last 6 years that shows very clearly what kinds of things and what types of charging either help in terms of filling times where we have plenty of access to renewable energy and plenty of access to grid capacity to deliver it versus what happens in places where there's charging at different times. And all of that information has been garnered because we have a charging station network of about 1,100 stations out there, and we can see different use patterns, we can see different use cases, and we can use that information. In fact, we are using that information to drive the programs that we filed here in this application.
You testified that Evergy's TE does not present any issues of cross-subsidization. However, at the same time, Evergy is asking to recover all costs of the TE from its ratepayers, not just its EV customers. So how is that not cross-subsidization?
Well, I'll give you two very direct answers. So first of all, we did do a cost benefit analysis as part of this filing. And it had a positive benefit outcome with an estimated NPV of about $72 million of overall benefit for all, not just EV drivers, but all Evergy Metro, Kansas Metro customers, and about 47 million positive NPV for central customers. So by definition, when you're doing a cost benefit analysis, if the benefits outweigh the costs and the net present value is positive, which it is here, that means there's no cross subsidization. That means that all customers actually benefit from these programs.
But that study did not actually undertake to evaluate the benefits of the effectiveness of the programs and those costs, did it? It was predicated on EPRI projections about vehicle adoption rates and pricing of EVs and a whole host of projections. Basically, it's predicated on a lot of assumptions, and it did not consider every single factor that would go into an actual cost benefit analysis.
Well, I would fundamentally disagree that this was not a quality cost benefit analysis. And if AFPM or anybody else has a cost benefit analysis that they'd like to dispute this, then I think that's evidence that the commission should consider. What I will tell you is it's impossible to look at every single solitary variable in a cost benefit analysis, but this was done consistently with a cost benefit analysis typical of what's presented to the commission. And I also say a couple of other things to your specific points. One, this was using a medium vehicle adoption. So that means we're not looking at the best case scenario, and we see vehicle adoption increasing past what we think will be a medium pace because of all the investments and incentives that are out there, both from the federal government and auto manufacturers now. And then secondly, It is not, this didn't take into account anything like the grid benefits that would, exist, higher asset utilization. It didn't take into account any environmental benefits there could be. So at the end of the day, we're not counting as benefits all the potential externalities, and we're using a medium vehicle adoption curve. So I think this is a very reasonable estimate. I might add that in 2015, we did a similar estimate for vehicle adoptions, and it ended up being just about exactly where we ended up. We're off a little bit, but it was a pretty good adoption. It matched up pretty well with where Evergy said it would be at the time.
But Evergy does acknowledge that the non-EV customers will be paying for the TE that is for which approval is being sought today, correct?
This would go into and affect everybody's rates, and also everybody would get the net present value positive benefit from this. You're correct.
And it would specifically for some non-EV customers who are competitors of Evergy in the vehicle fuel market, like AFPM, their clients, to pay costs incurred for Evergy's EV drivers, correct?
So I would just say we don't see AFPM as competitors. We see them as partners. And we have existing gas stations and convenience stores that have partnered with us with the current Clean Charge network. And we're in conversations with multiple, small and larger chains that would like to see these put at their establishments today. So we don't see them as competitors, but yes, members of AFPM in Evergy, Kansas Central and Evergy, Kansas Metro would pay the very small amount of money that this $33 million represents. They would be part of that equation as well.
Would you agree that Evergy's EV driving customers are generally higher income earners because of the relative cost of EVs and replacement batteries at this point?
So I'd say a couple of things. First of all, most early adopters of any technology, whether that's telephones, cell phones, electricity, whale oil lamps, most early adopters are almost always higher income and higher asset folks because they have the fungible income to take a look and to get in early. No, I would not say that is the case now. I would say increasingly that it is middle class folks where the biggest expansion is going. And we're also seeing as the used vehicle environment becomes for electric vehicles becomes more prevalent, we're seeing it start to hit lower income echelons as well. I will tell you one of the reasons that lower income individuals in rural Kansas, as well as underserved areas of urban Kansas, is because they don't have access to electric vehicle charging. And many times they live in the urban environment and multifamily homes where it's very difficult to get that kind of thing installed. And in rural Kansas, you could go miles and miles and miles without seeing an electric vehicle charging station. And so the lack of that is effectively what keeps our customers from being able to enjoy the same lower total cost of ownership of electric vehicles. That's exactly why, and I'm glad you brought it up, that's exactly why we want to be involved in this, is because if we can put electric vehicle charging stations in those areas, it will help make the entire ecosystem for electric vehicle charging more equitable for typically underserved areas.
Well, two things. One, isn't it true that the research that's out there, the vast majority of it shows 80% of charging is done at home?
Yeah, I think it's actually about 84% in aggregate right now is done in the home. Yeah, that's the last number I saw.
And you mentioned middle class individuals increasingly adopting or buying EVs. What is Evergy's source of information for that?
Pardon?
What is Evergy's source of data to support your testimony that middle class drivers are increasingly adopting EVs?
Well, there's a lot of data out there on that, but I would say what I'm talking about today, I can see with my own eyes, and it's readily apparent when it used to be $100,000 Tesla was your only option, and now there's $35,000 Teslas, or Leafs that you can get down to about $21,000, and then the used vehicle market from that, it's purely an access thing. It used to be a very expensive proposition. It is not that way anymore, and they're becoming a lot more mainstream. And I'm sure as you drive around, it used to be, I can remember 20 years ago when if you saw a Prius, it was an interesting novel sight, and you turned to your wife or your partner and you said, look at that, there goes a hybrid. Well, 5 years ago, that's exactly what it was for electric vehicles, and it's just commonplace now. You see them every time you go out and drive.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that you believe more middle class people are purchasing EVs because the price is lower, not because you have any actual data that shows how many are being purchased by persons in certain financial classes. Is that?
I'm saying that I believe the data bears that out, and my own personal observations confirm that. But if you're looking to talk about specific data around that, that's probably something best held for another person who's delved deep into that data. I'm just saying that availability, price point, number of models, and my own observation, as well as the increased charging on the Clean Charge network and where it's being done, all point to that from my perspective.
But based on your personal observations, are you talking about the number of vehicles you've seen? I mean, you wouldn't have any way to know the income of the person driving a Leaf that you saw on any given day, would you?
No, but if I see somebody driving a $100,000 to $125,000 Tesla, that creates a different impression than a Leaf that's 5 years old, and I think I can probably make some assumptions based on that.
Okay.
But again, I've said my own personal observations, partnered with the data from the Clean Charge network, where it's occurring, what kind of vehicles are charging, vehicle availability and their price points, and a host of other data that we can speak to with other witnesses.
Okay, so is it fair to say you don't know how many Kansans are driving Leafs?
I don't, but I am sure somebody that's going to testify after me can probably speak to that.
And in the cost benefit analysis that you referenced earlier, isn't it true that the benefits are dependent upon EV prices continuing to decrease and become lower so that they're more affordable?
I do believe that there was an assumption of declining costs overall in the cost benefit analysis. But again, I think probably Nick Voris can speak a little more to that in specifics. But yes, I do believe that there is an assumption that overall electric vehicle prices will continue to decline.
Okay. And does Evergy have any involvement or control over EV prices?
No, we don't.
Okay. And Evergy doesn't know, as we're sitting here today, what the rate of EV adoption will be in Kansas over the next year, the next 5 years, or the next 10 years, does it?
No, I am not the great Karnak from Johnny Carson. But what I can tell you is with respect to cost, batteries, which is the main driver, continue to go down and have a 10-year track record of going down between 4% and 6% a year. And their density and overall scale production is a lot greater. And so we see that going down as a cost driver. And from an adoption perspective, there is so much testimony in what we have filed with respect to the hundreds of billions of dollars that the big auto manufacturers are committing to these platforms, as well as the total cost of ownership that makes these electric vehicles something that is very compelling from a cost of operation perspective. We have no doubt that electric vehicle adoption is going to continue and to accelerate.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any more further questions for this witness at this time.
you, Ms. Griffin. Looks like I have the Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board next on my list for cross. Mr. Love, do you have questions for this witness?
I'm sorry, I had to unmute and get my picture up. So I apologize. I'm trying to get everything on. Yeah, yes, I do have a few questions. They should not be lengthy. I know Mr. Casey's been on there for a while, but if you are ready to proceed, I do have a few.
Please move forward.
Mr. Casey, I know the electrification program had multiple parts to it, but let's just concentrate on the CCN, which we're here for today. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
All right. And just to clarify, the company is seeking a finding of decisional prudence for the KCC. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the company is asking the KCC to find that Evergy's decision to spend the requested about 13.5 million on additional charging stations is prudent as long as the actual underlying costs are deemed reasonable in a future rate case. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I mean, the way I would say it is we're not losing any of our execution prudence, that we do a good job on it and it's done, it's done well and it operates. But from a policy perspective, given 16-160, we would like some guidance from the commission. And we see that very similar to predetermination for generation resources, for example.
Thank you. Let me just ask some specific questions. The proposed CCN program includes approximately 102 new CCN sites. I believe there are 3 in Evergy Metro and about 99 in Evergy Central. Is that pretty much the correct numbers?
I believe that's correct. I know that there's a lot more in the central area just relative to what it's, what the network looks like now relative to what is in the closer Kansas City metropolitan area.
Thank you. Now I'm going to take you back a couple of years, if I may. I believe Ms. Kafer has already entered the information about the 160 docket into the record, but you were involved in the 16-160 docket, were you not?
I was, yes.
And in that case, or in that docket, it was involved the request by KCP&L at that time for KCC approval of a CCN of about 1,000 charging stations in its service territory. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that would be 1,000 in Missouri and Kansas, such as it existed then.
Total jurisdictional area.
Yeah, correct.
And in that case, the company was seeking authorization to include the costs of those charging stations in its regulated rate base and recover from ratepayers, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And that case got fully litigated. I think we all acknowledge that. And ultimately, the KCC denied that request. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, after that denial, KCP&L at that time and later Evergy went ahead with the project at its own expense. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to take it, I'm sure you probably have it there. According to footnote 7 on page 5 of the Evergy transportation portfolio filing, excuse me, as of February 2021, Evergy had about 904 charging stations in Missouri and Kansas, and about, 904 stations in Missouri and Kansas Metro service territories, and about 30 in Kansas Central. Would that be about the right numbers?
I'm gonna say if it's in our application, it probably is. I couldn't just read it, but I'm gonna trust you on that one.
Okay, yeah, it is footnote 7 of the docket. Okay. Now, those particular charging stations that are currently up and running, how are they being traded for rate making purposes currently?
Well, they are not in our rates, and so. That was a shareholder investment, and the operations and maintenance on it is something that shareholders are paying right now as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, under the current CCM program proposal that we're talking about today, Evergy could go ahead and expand the CCN proposal without KCC approval under the same conditions. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Excuse me. Let's assume the KCC approves the company's request for prudence in this case. Do you have any idea of what period of time the company would be looking to depreciate these particular charging stations?
That's always a good conversation to have when we get to a rate case. But in general, I think we have held, and maybe that's what we have right now for our existing CCN stations, that it's a 10-year depreciable life, I believe is what we've had. They're not software and they're not grid. They're kind of a happy medium between the two.
Okay, thank you. If the KCC authorized the company to proceed with the expansion on the current CCN proposal, and you're allowed to recover the costs from ratepayers on the current items, in the future, would Evergy be seeking to recover the additional unrecovered investment of those 900 plus stations that are already in existence, or at least the ones that are within the Kansas jurisdiction?
I think we got an ask and answered on that one. So no, I don't think we're coming back and asking for the undepreciated life of those to be put into rates. That was a decision that was made at the time. But if we're going to expand it, then we would like to have clarification on the policy on a go forward basis.
Thank you. If the commission declines to approve the CCN, does Evergy plan to continue to fund the provisions that were agreed to in the partial non-unanimous settlement agreement? I think you kind of started to answer that for the last person who's asking you questions, but I didn't know if I got a specific answer.
Yeah, we were thrilled with the conversation and the collaboration that occurred in this process. We think most parties came to have a real honest and sincere conversation. And so, yes, we would honor the stipulation and agree to continue forward with that, notwithstanding a denial of the Clean Charge Network portion of our application.
Now, you indicated when you were answering the last questions that you're aware of the compromise infrastructure bill that's currently pending before Congress, are you not?
Yes, I am.
And that bill contains many, many billions of dollars for electrical vehicle charging stations and assorted other things. Is that correct as well?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to take you, if I may, I don't know if you have a copy of the 160 order in front of you, but I'll tell you, let me just run through it here. On page 7 of the KCC found that while stimulating EV ownership and usage may be a laudable goal, it is not within the scope of KCP&L at that time, providing sufficient and efficient service. Promoting EV ownership and usage is better left to the automobile industry. Am I correct that since that order, the automobile industry has made significant, substantial investment in electric vehicles and related infrastructure?
Well, I don't know that I'd say in related infrastructure. They're certainly pinning the next 5 to 10 years on a significant advancement in the electric vehicle platform relative to their internal combustion engines. I would agree with that. And I would also say, sir, that this gets really to the heart of the issue, which is if the commission believes still 16160, then it really, and that this is not necessary for the provision of electrical service, then they should deny this application. And we would be absolutely willing to live with that. That's the whole reason we're having this conversation, is a determination.
Thank you. On pages 5 and 6 of your rebuttal testimony, I believe in this docket, you stated that the train is leaving the station. And you discuss various investments plans by Ford, GM, Chrysler to promote electric vehicles. And you also state on that same page, page 7, that if the utility is involved in electrification efforts, it can implement charging standards and protocols that will help manage this expansion and control the usage of the grid. In what way is Evergy seeking to control usage of the grid?
Well, so I think there's a number of things that we can do. So first of all, to speak to the auto manufacturers, yes, they're putting billions of dollars into these electric vehicle platforms. What they're not really doing right now, though, is working on charging, at least insofar as as the interaction would exist today. I think longer term, they're thinking about that in terms of the technology they put into their actual vehicles. But as it exists today, most of the investment and the promotion is to retool, is an R&D to retool their existing manufacturing lines and then to put this in front of consumers as an option. Where we see our role, and this is verified by all of the work that we have done on the Clean Charge Network so far, is to educate consumers on the value proposition of electric vehicle charging, how to access different incentives to lower their overall cost of purchasing, to work with folks to educate them on how it would be most economic and beneficial to them and to the grid in order, when they are charging, to come up with different rate structures based on use cases and the knowledge we have developed from the Clean Charge Network as it exists today. And then in working with entities like ChargePoint and other charging station manufacturers and networks to think about if we're going to incentivize the installation of this equipment through rebates or other things, what are the standards that we would like to see available to enable things like vehicle to grid discharging at some point, to enable higher utilization of renewable generation, and to make sure that from a peak perspective, we're doing as much as we can to make sure that incremental electric vehicle load doesn't exacerbate existing peaks.
All right. The last question, hopefully we can move on at that point. On page 17 of the 160 docket, I know, again, you may not have it right here in front of you. There's a quote that says, the commission denies KCP&L's request to have ratepayers finance the CCN. The evidence demonstrates that CCN is not necessary. To the contrary, private businesses are already installing stations to incentivize customers, employees, and guests. Since that order, would you agree that these privately funded efforts have expanded?
I would absolutely agree that there is more third-party investment now than there was in 2015, just like there's significant more investment and deployment of electric vehicles by auto manufacturers. I think the thing that is most compelling to me, though, is that if you take a look at where that investment has occurred disproportionately, it has been where the Clean Charge Network has laid down a base network that eliminates range anxiety for consumers, and you see higher adoption of electric vehicle rates, which then makes somebody coming in and investing in charging stations a more compelling business model for a third party, or something that's more compelling for a retail or workplace in that area. And that's why I think you've seen greater expansion within the footprint of the original Clean Charge Network of third-party investment than you've seen elsewhere.
Thank you. Commission, I have no further questions for Mr. Casely.
Thank you, Mr. Love. We will now move to commission staff for any cross-examination you may have.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Michael Neely on behalf of staff.
Morning, Mr.
Morning, Mr. Casely.
Good morning.
This first line of questioning is just more of clarification on Evergy's understanding of staff's position. If I could direct you to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony. And this is beginning on line 9.
Okay.
You state that staff and CURB seem to believe that the best course of action is to allow TE to advance pursuant to market forces, but they don't address what happens if that approach falls way short for Kansas. Is that correct as to your statement?
That is what I wrote, and that's what's in my testimony.
Is it your understanding that staff would be against letting Evergy step in and build charging stations if there's a legitimate demand for charging and the free market won't build it?
Mr. Neely, I think actually, as I read that, no, I think, look, staff has been wonderful to work with in this, and so is CURB. And I think where we sit today is just a disagreement really on timing and amount, is my perception. Staff has been very clear to us as we've gone through this, and as we wrapped up the SNA, that and has even mentioned perhaps a way to pursue this would be to allow the expansion of the clean charge network if something, if the rest didn't work, so to speak. The problem with that from our perspective is really just one of timing and data gathering and helping to get the minimum network necessary to really help catalyze third party and private investment and to build out particularly less served areas. And again, I would point to more rural parts of Kansas, as well as more urban areas where you have a lot of multifamily housing specifically. But if that language was too caustic or misrepresented our perspective, I apologize, because again, the stakeholder collaboration on this has been just wonderful to be a part of.
As far as a data point, as you mentioned, wouldn't you agree that the commercial rebate program can sort of act as a gauge to determine if the market is interested in building some of the charging infrastructure?
I think it is a gauge for sure, because anytime you're approaching retailers and private business owners, whether they adopt something or not is a gauge. The problem I think you have, and again, particularly in rural and underserved urban areas, is if there's not enough infrastructure out there in the beginning to incentivize or to eliminate range anxiety and to make people understand that this is a viable option, then you're not going to have a lot of people, a lot of third-party entities, commercial entities interested in it. Whereas if they start to see a larger amount of electric vehicles and have a demand for that, it's going to be infrastructure that they're interested in. And again, I think this is a little bit of a chicken and the egg thing and a little bit of just a different opinion on timing relative to how this is going to develop. We see a great amount of value in maintaining the current clean charge network, expanding it minimally, particularly in Kansas Central, so that we continue to get data, so that we eliminate range anxiety, so that it is an equal playing field for our customers, and so that we can use all of that information for $13.5 million essentially to inform programs and adoption in the future.
These next questions, they kind of tie into what Ms. Griffin was asking about. It's on page 17 of your rebuttal, and you state that, let's see, I think it's lines 22 and 23, that essentially if the transportation electrification proposal is rejected or limited in such a way that it makes Evergy's efforts ineffective, it would not be practical to move forward. And then later on page 18, you say Evergy would sell its clean charging network stations. I just wanted to ask some clarification on that aspect. Certainly. If the commission were to approve the settlement in this case, but reject a predetermination on the CCN decisional prudence, would Evergy sell its clean charge network assets?
So I don't want to make a hard and fast decision without reading what I think will be very important for all stakeholders, which is what the order actually says. If the order comes out and says, we affirm 16160, this is not a place for utilities to be, and we don't believe this is necessary for the sufficient efficient service of electricity, that would be one thing, right? If the commission came out and said something more like, we're not going to give you decisional prudence, but we're very interested in this, and here's how we would look at something in a rate case. If you meet these kinds, if you can show these kinds of things, then it might be something that, or simply say 16160 isn't controlling. It can't be used as something as precedent to eliminate this from consideration. All of those are like gradations that I think we would have to consider in, considering the order. That said, if they come out and the commission rules that this is not the place for utilities, well, I'm gonna quote Forrest Gump, stupid is as stupid does. And having heard twice, if we continue to go down that path, I don't think it'd be very smart. And so really the answer is it all depends. We don't want to, but we want to be very clear in what we're asking and why we're asking. And again, from a conversation with staff perspective, I think this is not, I don't think we have a huge disagreement here. I think this is a principal difference over very small things. And that's the exact reason to have these kind of conversations.
The final questions I have are also in response to Ms. Griffin. I believe you mentioned the medium run EPRI projections and their accuracy.
Yep.
Do you recall back in 2015, 2016, in the 16160 case, what EPRI projected the EV adoption rate would be for 2020?
I don't, but other witnesses absolutely would. Maybe other commissioners do too. They probably have that in front of them, and we've taken notice of that docket. But I know that there's at least one and maybe two other folks that can speak very specifically to that. I think we're running about 1 year behind that projection. What I would say to that, though, Mr. Neely, is that remember, that was at the very, very nascent beginning of EVs in the United States. The dominant player was still just Tesla. There were a dozen models that were available out there. Now it's a fundamentally different ecosystem with huge commitments from the OEMs to these platforms, huge government incentives behind it, and potentially some restrictions from CAFE standards and other things. And so I think as we go forward, we actually think that the medium adoption case is probably conservative. And at some point here, you're going to reach a tipping point where you're going to see kind of a hockey stick kind of adoption for a period of time around electric vehicles. It would have to be that way for the big auto manufacturers to meet the goals that they're putting out there publicly currently.
Do you happen to know which witness would probably have those answers?
I would talk to Mr. Ives and Mr. Voris would be the two people that I would make sure to have answer those questions.
I think that's all I have for staff. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. We have reached commission questions, but I'm going to note we are nearly 2 hours in and we've got another maybe hour and a half until lunch. So I think this may be a good time for a coffee and restroom break for folks. Mr. Casely, are you all right with taking just a 5-minute recess? And then we will pick back up with you in 5 minutes?
Absolutely, that'd be great.
Okay, we are now off the record and we will begin again at 10:55. All right, I have 10:55, so we will end the recess and we are now back on the record for the evidentiary hearing. And we will return to our witness, Mr. Casely. And at this time, we will move to questions from the commissioners for this witness. And I will begin with Commissioner Keen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Mr. Casely.
Good morning, Commissioner Keen.
What I would appreciate is if you could put perhaps a bit of a finer point on a line of inquiry that was first directed to you by Ms. Griffin, and then subsequently by analogous questions by Mr. Love and Mr. Neely. I'm going to state this question in two different ways to try to cut to the chase. For Evergy to participate prospectively in the EV charging station market, is it necessary for the for the CCN to be approved in the exact form that it is being requested? Otherwise asked, are there no other alternative or fallback positions short of all aspects of the proposed CNN that would encourage Evergy to participate as one of several competitors in the EV charging station market?
So I want to answer this as clearly as I can. We are willing to look at any option that the commission is willing to put forward. So is the CCN as it is proposed a take it or leave it option? No, it absolutely isn't. We would be happy to entertain less of an investment. We could talk about timing. We would be willing to talk about more if the commission was interested in more investment being made, for example, to ensure that rural areas had minimum needs for charging met, and urban areas in particular as well. So no, it's not a take it or leave it offer. What I would say, and I'll tell you the way we'll evaluate it, is that we have collected a lot of information since 2015 about where people charge, when people charge, what is concerning to them, what are the barriers to entry, what helps with and what does not help with range anxiety. And so if we were given permission to go forward with something that we thought isn't enough to be successful, for example, we might say it's not worth building the bridge. So just to use an analogy, if we're talking about building a bridge and the commission approved half a bridge, well, we don't want people to drive over the bridge, get halfway across and fall off. That we would see as a waste of money. But if the commission were to approve something that we thought could be helpful and would advance the purposes of electric vehicle charging, we would be all in. And furthermore, I would say we think that this is a journey. This is not the destination. In other words, what is good today is not necessarily what's going to be good 5 years from now. And what will be needed 5 years from now as this evolves. So we would be active participants in trying to understand the direction the commission was giving, but wouldn't just say no if the Clean Charge Network as put forth isn't approved.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. I appreciate your response. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keen. Commissioner Duffy, do you have any questions for Mr. Casely?
Good morning, Chair French. Yes, I do. Good morning, Mr. Casely.
Good morning, Commissioner Duffy.
Okay, I've got several questions. Some of them have already been asked and answered, so thank you. But concerning the Clean Charge Network, the existing network, you state that if the commission does not approve a future, then you'll probably sell the existing. So can you discuss in the 6 years you've operated the Clean Charge Network, the costs that the shareholders have incurred as a result of the network in terms of installation, and then also the ongoing maintenance?
Absolutely, and thanks for the question. So I think a couple of things. First, there is the cost of the charging stations themselves, which are not in rates. And I would, as for amounts, I would ask that can probably be given. It's A, it's probably in the testimony, but B, another witness probably can give you that answer. So that's a first cost. That would be capital. Then on an annual basis, there is a licensing fee for the network that operates this and clears payments and bills and all that kind of thing. And that is a per unit annual cost. And again, the exact amount of that, I think a future witness could talk to, but it is considerable. And then I would say in the vicinity of around $250,000 to $300,000 a year is spent on maintenance and upkeep of the charging stations. And then a final component is, if you look online, you can see a Clean Charge Network site. You've got Clean Charge Network partnered with ChargePoint, RFID cards, and outreach to auto dealerships and education that we do. And again, I think a future witness can probably talk about the annual costs on that. But there's really four big buckets: the investment cost, the licensing, the maintenance, and then just administering the program and communicating with customers.
Okay, so another witness, and would you identify who that other witness would be that could give me a total?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably Voris or Winslow would be best to address those. And my first choice would probably be Nick Voris.
Good. That way, Mr. Voris can have those numbers right at hand.
I suspect he's writing them down right now to have them available.
I'm sure he is. Thank you. So in terms of any profit that the shareholders received as a result of this project, is there an estimate? I mean, actually electricity was sold. So did that all turn out gravy or burnt?
No, I would, when you take into consideration the annual costs of running these, as well as the capital that's been laid out, they have not, as you would say, turned a profit yet. So no, at this point, this is something that shareholders have subsidized. And again, that's why if the commission were to say, this is not a business we want you in on a long-term perspective, we would have to figure out a way to extricate ourselves from providing this service. Again, principally, probably the largest two costs are the licensing and the maintenance. And again, those are things that we wouldn't want to continue if this was something that the commission said is not a place for a utility to be.
Okay, and if the commission would approve the new request, your existing network would continue to be operated and the responsibility of the shareholders of Evergy, is that correct?
Yeah, so I want to make an important distinction there. So the capital investment that we made in installing the charging stations, no, that is not something we would come back and ask to put into rates retroactively. And there's probably 40 to 50% of the depreciable life of those assets left anyway. However, to operate them on an ongoing basis, meaning the licensing and to maintain them, that is something that we would likely, as part of operating the network, is something that we would likely ask, to be contemplated in something, in a future rate case. And again,
So,
that's
okay.
No, sorry, go ahead.
So the future costs of that existing network, you would probably come back to us and ask us to review them for inclusion at some point in time in a rate base.
Yeah, we look at the cost to putting them in as something that has come and gone, and we asked for in a rate case and didn't get. But maintaining them and keeping them going into the future, those are future costs that could be contemplated in a test year, and something that we would probably come in and ask for, notwithstanding the decision in this docket. But having said that, If the commission were to say in this docket, we don't like you in this business, that would be a pretty good indication for us on what the decision would be in a future rate case, and we probably take that advice.
Or a pretty good education or a pretty good assumption that perhaps the shareholders are saying, move it down the road.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Could you explain to me very quickly in a couple of sentences your role at Evergy?
All things customer and all things policy. Ultimately, if you've got a customer complaint, it rolls up to me, and ultimately working with Darren and some other folks, from a policy perspective, our team looks at the policies that the company wants to pursue.
Don't you also spend a considerable amount of time at the legislature, Kansas legislature?
Absolutely. We see that as working with Kansas legislature on policy issues. Yep.
Okay. So you had discussed briefly that Evergy had a role in the development of House Bill 2145.
Mm-hmm.
So was that did you ask for it to be introduced, or did you help write it before it got introduced?
It's been long enough ago now, Commissioner, I can't remember the exact sequence, but I can't remember the exact sequence of what happened with securitization last session. So what I would tell you is it's something that we agreed with ChargePoint as early as 2015 that we would support, that we helped craft the language in a way we thought was supportive. And I think as late as the last couple of sessions, you can go back and see that despite sometimes significant questioning in particular in the Senate Utilities Committee, this was something that we stood by and supported as good public policy.
Okay. Did you introduce any other legislation that would encourage EV adoption in Kansas? For example, did you talk to legislators about perhaps a income tax rebate? Did you talk to them about a grant that they might develop for entities, communities wanting to implement, put in place charging stations? Was there any other legislation that you've tried to introduce or visit with legislators related to EV adoption?
I will be honest, Commissioner, I can't remember all the things that we've supported over at the legislature with respect to this. We've been involved in multiple different grants to the federal government from several different communities and several different transportation organizations over the years. And we also have been generally supportive of anything that democratizes electric vehicles and encourages that up into including tax incentives and other things at a state level. Now, having said that, anything that deals with tax incentives for electric vehicles finds itself with a lot of challenges with the current makeup of the legislature in Kansas, but nonetheless, it's something that we would support.
But I guess your answer then is no, you did not work with any other entities or just yourself to introduce legislation that would, other than 2145, that would support the adoption of EV in the state of Kansas. Like, you didn't work with the tax committee.
Honestly, I don't recall. I couldn't say that we didn't, but I don't have a specific recollection. But generally, if asked, we're supportive of all those things. But I apologize. I just can't remember, given everything that's gone on in the last couple of years. It certainly wouldn't have been the larger of the priorities relative to some of the other things that we were pursuing that I could remember. And 2145 would be that one of those.
Okay. As it relates to policy at the national level, do you visit with our congressional delegation from time to time have you visited with them about EV adoption in Kansas? And that's one question. And in particular, about the IIJA or the Biden bill, and how, what your feelings were about that bill as it was proposed.
Absolutely. So with respect to, do we talk to our federal delegation with respect to electric vehicle and electric vehicle charging? Yes, we have multiple times over multiple years, principally because and started in 2015 and 2016 when we introduced the Clean Charge Network, because there was a lot of pushback from some interest groups representing petroleum inside of Kansas. And so we had a lot of interest from our federal delegation starting as early as 2015 and 2016 on that. With respect to the current infrastructure bill and the Biden administration's proposal on electric vehicle charging and the investments that they want the federal government to make there, to the extent that we have details or to the extent that there's federal dollars to support that, it is something we would support, and it is something that we have told our federal delegation.
Have you, has your company thoroughly analyzed the 3,000 plus page document? And I know there are other facets of the bill that may relate to the company, but in particular, the EV adoption.
No, we haven't. We're relying on summaries that get put out by various organizations. We haven't read the actual bill yet and the committee reports as they exist, principally because of the volume of pages, but also because we think it's very much a moving target at this point. It's my belief personally that once the Senate, and in particular Senators Sinema and Manchin, kind of make their viewpoints known, we'll have something that approximates what the bill may actually look like. So when we interact with our federal delegation at this point, we are echoing and saying the things in it that we like, which are things that encourage renewable investment. In particular, we like direct pay and tax normalization things, as well as transmission and electric vehicle charging, support. We think all of those things would be beneficial. But from what we can tell, there are about 3 or 4 different versions of possibilities around that right now, and so we think it's very much a moving target.
Okay, so I agree, 3 or 4 possibilities with differing dollar amounts seem to be an issue, but ultimately it appears that EV figures in at least the versions I have seen. So let me ask you, Mr. Casely, do you think it's premature that we're even having this discussion when the federal government, when Congress may pass a bill that contains substantial, and I think one version, there's $5 billion for EV. Surely out of the 50 states, Kansas will receive a pretty credible amount. So do you think it's premature we're having this discussion on a proposal by Evergy that perhaps we should wait till after a bill is passed and we understand the implications for the state of Kansas, and in particular, your territory that your company covers?
Well, Commissioner, I think that is certainly a position that could be a result of this, and it would not be a position that would be without logic or merit. From my perspective, I would prefer to continue on the path and expand the Clean Charge Network, as well as agree the stipulation and agreement in this case for a couple of reasons. One, notwithstanding whatever happens at the federal level, I think that settling some of these issues as a policy perspective is valuable and proactive in Kansas. And it is my belief and will remain my belief that if utilities are involved, that implies a greater level of regulator and regulatory stakeholder involvement in a process that's absolutely going to impact the grid over the next 5 to 10 years. So I think that's one thing. The second thing is $5 billion sounds like a lot, but I am really nervous about how that actually gets rolled out and the amount of good it would do for Kansas for a couple of reasons. I can see the federal government and the agencies setting that up and tipping that towards jurisdictions that they view at a state level are more prepared for and have a greater need or are more friendly to electric vehicles. And if that were the case, then probably Kansas, as it stands right now, would be in the bottom quartile. So if they look at things like vehicle demand, vehicle infrastructure, state incentives, the posture of the legislature from a policy perspective on electric vehicles, and if any of those things play into the balance of who gets that $5 billion, then I would think that Kansas probably wouldn't pay very well. The third thing I would say is that I think regardless what happens with this, and I think the amount and the timing is very much in question at this point, I think if we get going on this right now, we can do some real good in terms of positioning Kansas with what is a very small program and with what is a relatively small amount of money if you're talking about the Clean Charge Network at $13.5 million to make ourselves ready to and complementary to something that might come down the pike. And then finally, I would say if for some reason this gets passed, there's $5 billion in the next year or two, it's clear that Kansas is going to get a big share of this, and we could utilize federal funds rather than ratepayer dollars and be involved in the deployment of electric vehicle charging, then perhaps we wouldn't need to execute on this kind of thing. And then finally, I just mentioned, there's still a lot of money out there from the VW settlement that hasn't been spent, which speaks to the amount of time that it takes for a lot of these programs to get going, where this is something that if the commission approves, we can start addressing and building, particularly again in urban and rural Kansas, where there's not very much charging infrastructure present, literally the day after the order.
So you brought up the VW settlement. Have you been in conversations with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment and the individual who's responsible for that program?
I know our company has. I am not familiar with what the status of that is. I just know that we still have a lot of dollars out there that have not been deployed. And
when you say a lot of dollars, how much are we talking about?
I don't know. I would address that to a future witness. I just, again, from a policy perspective and at an overall level, I know that we still have dollars that have not been spent from that. And I'm really not speaking towards amounts as much as I have the time it takes from a governmental process to get through these things once a program is developed to its actual impact to the ecosystem.
Okay, so you don't know that what specific conversations your company has had with KDHE to talk about shifting some money or taking new applications in particular, perhaps your program?
No, I don't have the specifics, but I know there's
Mr. Voris might.
Mr. Voris or Ms. Winslow.
Okay, all right, very good. I was looking at the Edison Electric Institute report on electric transportation biannual state regulatory update from February of 21. And it does show that 31 states have approved ET filings. What was surprising was most of them were approved, it appears, in the 18-19 timeframe. And then as you go further through the report, a lot less in the current year or even last year in 20. So has your company gone through the 31 states or the 20 some states that implemented programs in the 18-19 timeframe to analyze their data, as a lot of them were rebate programs, to see, to mine for information about how well their programs, their rebate programs, their pilot programs worked or didn't work? Were you in conversation with the utilities that actually implemented the programs?
So Commissioner, I know, and again, I would, for specifics on this, the real heart and soul of this analysis would be Nick Voris. But yes, we did go through the report and we did look at the types of programs, and that's a big reason why rebates were included in this as another prong and not just the network itself. And then the other thing that I would say is, where there are results that are ascertainable or we could share. Yes, we did look at some of those things. Again, the details of that Mr. Voris could speak to. And we also worked with Evergy for, to get their perspective, because they do try and aggregate all of that information, and they've been part of us constructing this filing. And so yes, I would say largely we're trying to be consistent with those filings, and where there's information available, it's something that we have used as well as our own clean charge network and experience.
Okay, thank you. If I could turn your attention to your testimony, your rebuttal testimony, page 3 of 23, lines 18, 19, you talk about the growth of EVs is inevitable. It's a tidal wave already heading our way. Then if I go to page 5 of 23, and I'm looking at line 20, you state TE is inevitable. And then again, I believe it was the curb that mentioned your comment that the TE train is leaving the station. Okay, so I'm feeling the force. It's coming. It's the train is on the track. It's a tsunami. So if that's occurring and it's coming our way, you talk about your little program, small, but you believe effective, is going to be a major force. And as you refer to the management, the EV load must be managed effectively. And so you're gonna manage this tsunami. And I'm on page 7 of your testimony, that line 14 through 16, the EV load must be managed effectively. Otherwise, all ratepayers will share in the expensive costs of upgrading and maintaining the distribution system to accommodate increased load on the system. So we know it's coming, and the concern is it's going to be unmanaged. So we have this quaint program that's not very expensive, and that's going to help us control this tsunami wave coming through. I'm sorry, the two ends don't meet for me. You have a small little, just quaint program. I mean, seriously, you characterize it in dollars as small, and but it's going to help control this tsunami that's coming. And I just don't see how that happens.
Is it okay to respond?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
So first of all, if we could make the program bigger, or if the commission was interested in the program being larger, we definitely think there is room to do more. This is a small program. The reason that we sized it this way, there's really 2 or 3 things that we thought about. First of all, we know that stakeholders have concerns about this, whether it's AFPM, who has competition concerns, whether it is some of the other stakeholders who don't know if it's the right timing or if it will be impactful. And we felt very strongly, in order to have a conversation that focused more on policy and incremental steps forward, that's if you could take the cost impact out of it, that it would be a better conversation centering around policy and focusing on incremental steps forward. If you were to tell me, however, that you were interested in more, that is something we would love to do, not just from a clean charge network perspective, but from a, anything at all that the commission would think would help make better access and better implementation of electric vehicles, interaction with the grid generally. We would be very open to that conversation. Having said that, the reason that we're at 13.5 million and the reason that there's $19 million in rebates is because we think this is the minimum amount necessary to start moving the needle and to start getting data that can help inform this conversation. It's data that through a regulatory process would be shared and could influence future decisions. But if the commission were to say, well, let's take this step, but let's look at what more we can do, that is something we would absolutely be interested in doing. We just didn't want, in an era of where there's significant rate sensitivity and in an era where there is a lot of questions about what will happen ultimately with the federal government and incentives from that perspective, we thought this was enough to move the needle, enough to advance the policy conversation without drawing a significant amount of fire for the size of the program. I would tell you that, in states, and I think of California in particular, because we've had a lot of conversations with utilities in California. They used to have a state law that says utilities out. 10 years ago, that's what they said. And then about 5 years into this revolution of EVs in California, they figured out very quickly that it was a very important player to have. And now they've got some of the largest utility investments in the United States. So there's definitely room to do more, and that's definitely something we would be interested in. But I think if we can get what we have here today, it's positive policy and positive, forward progress. And if the commission wanted us to do more, it is certainly something we would be willing to entertain.
Okay, so you've mentioned the word policy several times, and yet you didn't go to our governor or to our legislature and say, hey, let's talk about this issue. Let's convene a work group this summer. Isn't that maybe the place to start with policy, is with those who actually make it for a living? And if this tsunami is coming and we need to be prepared for it, don't you believe that in our system of individuals would come in right behind and like they did, build gas stations on every corner when the highway system was put into place? Overnight, gas stations sprung up. And since then, we went from quick shops to whatever, to marts, everywhere. Don't you think private enterprise will step in and even in areas where maybe it's not the most high traffic areas? And I'm assuming that your initial footprint, you said others followed you. It was because you were in key good locations. So wouldn't private investors already, like ChargePoint, Evgo, all of them, just be waiting to come in? And literally, I watched a lot of webinars on how quickly it takes a charging station to go up. It depends on the local government. Yes, working with utility, but they've got the infrastructure there in 3 to 9 months to be able to get that in place. And yet, most of the charging right now is done at home. And I believe you even said, 85% is done at home. So it's kind of like, I feel these are dysfunctional conversations because they bypass each other. And there really isn't, we're not connecting the dots in a realistic way on this particular issue, which I'm surprised for Evergy is such a hot button, when I think there are other conversations we should be having on other issues that perhaps are a little bit more important. Okay, so on page 17 of 23. Okay, you've answered that for me. Thank you. But yes, let me ask you this. You mentioned solar. So in this proposal, is there room right now for solar entities to establish public charging stations?
In what respect? Can they do it?
Would that be part of any of your build out of your next phase, that any of them be solar with battery backup?
So it's not contemplated in the current filing that we have, but the way we construct the charging stations are not behind the meter, so to speak, but are as grid equipment. And so it would make it very easy to connect battery and to connect solar in the future, should that be something the commission or other parties wanted to do. And it's something we certainly would be interested in looking at over the coming years, for sure.
Okay, and is House Bill 2145 written so that solar entities can be a part of this as well?
Yes.
Okay. I would say that your concern about the unmanaged activity that will occur, that's how you phrase it. But my concern is the distribution that will be necessary and how the impact in a neighborhood. For example, let's take a Johnson County neighborhood. How is, and let's say everybody on the block bought an EV and they've got charging, a level 2 charging, or the 240. So are you all contemplating, even under the medium adoption, what that is going to mean for your infrastructure?
So the short answer to that is that's one of the reasons that we're so interested in continuing these programs, is to get the data necessary and to have greater visibility into, so that we can have more efficient planning. And so from the very beginning, the very beginning of electric vehicle ownership, we can interact with customers and educate them, whether it's large commercial fleet operators or residential customers. It can incentivize them to charge at times where we won't have to, or we can minimize incremental investment. We also want to understand a lot more about how this managed charging will work at scale. And again, this will help us do those very things.
Okay. Let me look here, since you're not going to be here tomorrow. So you talk about how on page 21 and 22, all customers will receive a benefit as a result of the program. Wouldn't all customers receive a benefit anyway with the, even if you don't have a program, wouldn't there be a benefit? Because they're still going to buy the car, they're still going to buy the charging the implement for their garage? And plus, I'm assuming that garage door that they have goes up and down, and there's already electricity in their garage, and that doesn't have to be installed. It's already there. And I mean, we've looked at EVs at our family, and it would be a no-brainer to go to the higher level and not a level 1. It just makes sense. I come home at night, I set it to start charging at 10 o'clock and be done by 2. And so I guess my point is, so isn't this all going to occur without a $250 or $500 rebate? I mean, am I really gonna decide not to buy an EV because the KCC did not approve the rebate program?
I absolutely do think that there is a barrier to entry on a couple of different fronts that you just mentioned. First of all, just the installation of a 240 circuit in the garage. So we just bought an EV, and we're looking to buy another EV. That one that President Biden drove, that Jeep. I have my heart set on. But I can't get one. I'm going to have to wait forever. So we just put in a 240 circuit in our garage, all in, because we didn't have it in there. It was about $1,200. So that's just to get a plug. And that is absolutely cost prohibitive. So if we can give rebates to help reduce that, particularly as you know, in the earlier years of this, yes, I think that's important. The second thing is, if it helps incentivize getting you know, a kind of charge, a kind of charger that will help give better data to us, I think that's helpful as well. Maybe a smart charger. And then, you know, the other thing that I will tell you is that, you know, we have our electric vehicle, even on level 2, can take as much as not just an hour, but can take 4 or 5 or 6 hours to charge. And so it very much can impact the tail of a peak, depending on when it goes on, or can go into the morning if we don't do it, you know, if we don't hit the sweet spot. And so again, it doesn't make any difference right now in our neighborhood, because so far as I can tell, on our block, there's only 3 electric vehicles. But again, once this starts to scale and you're talking about 1 in every house, you're talking about maybe multiple vehicles in houses, I think you're talking about a cost issue, you're talking about a knowledge gap, and you're also talking about understanding usage, patterns of usage outside of when you charge at home, which isn't the majority of time, but it is impactful. And that is something that this enables us to study, just like we have with the Clean Charge Network. And there is evidence, and I think Mr. Voris can talk to maybe Kim Winslow as well, about the differences between retail charging, work charging, and charging at home, all of that data, not projected based off of what happened in California, but real data from Kansas is stuff that we have because of the Clean Charge Network and the utility involvement. Yes, there will be a benefit of kilowatt hours consumed, but whether that is mostly kilowatt hours consumed that doesn't drive incremental investment in transmission and distribution, or at least minimizes it, is a big part of the value proposition here.
Well, maybe that would be part of the solar rooftop discussion, is that those that actually have the rooftop solar then have some sort of battery that can charge the car battery by putting rooftop solar on garages. And maybe that would have some benefit as well.
100% agree.
Yeah, well, maybe those more discussion on rooftop solar as how does that shave off the peak versus this discussion. But I would also add that I believe it's the federal program, the rebate on your taxes, where, oops, they've sold 20,000 of the car I want, and now I'm not going to be able to get that $12,000 rebate or credit I think that is more of the disincentive to purchase a vehicle than a $250 or $500 rebate on a charger for my garage. Just my thoughts. In my life, I'm sorry, I've only bought 3 brand new cars. I figure we're kind of middle class, upper middle class maybe, but with 3 kids and 3 colleges and not knowing if they're going to be able to, if they were going to be able to get any sort of, if their smarts were enough that they're going to be able to get into college free, which none of them did completely, but 3 new cars over my whole lifetime. And I believe that as some folks buy EVs, there'll be a better class of cars on the used car market. And so I believe the adoption in at least the state of Kansas will be more towards the adoption of a better second vehicle or used vehicle. Then I just don't see folks running out and buying that EV, even if they have a garage and have electricity, and we would offer a $500 rebate. I'm sorry. I just don't see that happening in great droves at some point in time, but I think it'll be a long time getting there. Thank you, Mr. Casely, for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we've got 20 minutes and I have a feeling I'm going to be a little longer, but with your help, Mr. Casely, we will plow forward and we will get people to lunch as quickly as possible, leaving a little bit of time for redirect if necessary. And I'm going to apologize. I wrote down a lot of notes during your cross-examination with some themes, but it's probably not going to be in great order. And you may also, unfortunately, get a lot of questions that I would be more than happy for you to defer to other people. You just happen to be the first witness and the policy witness, and so you get everything. But hopefully that means things move quickly later. So I thought that was a really interesting discussion that you just had with Commissioner Duffy. I totally agree. This is not about whether a transition occurs here. It is about how fast the transition occurs. And what we do is absolutely about making sure that that occurs for customers instead of to customers. And I know Commissioner Duffy had some questions there about, is this program, which is relatively small in size, actually going to be impactful enough to handle the tsunami transition that we are looking at? At the very bottom of page 11, you talk about the scope of your proposal. I think starting at say line 15, you say Evergy is proposing an impactful but very small dollar investment in relation to our system that will allow us to capture benefits from the inevitable growth of TE, turning it into an opportunity for our customers and reducing their costs. Our proposed budget is the minimum needed to capture these benefits. Reducing it as staff has done will negate our ability to achieve meaningful results. Is essentially what you are saying here. If there's no cost, there's no benefit. Or if we don't at least put forth a critical mass of investment that we can't achieve any benefits. Is that what you're saying here?
Yeah, I think that I think a lot of times what happens in programs like this is the desire to make it small, to make it very pilot-esque, can obscure the overall benefits. In other words, if there's not enough here to actually move the needle, then we're not going to be able to. Then it's not going to provide us the data, and it's not going to eliminate range anxiety. It's not going to be catalytic to helping people you make the decision to buy an electric vehicle. Look, as Commissioner Duffy said, buying a car is a big investment. And so left to our own devices, anything that creates friction there is a considerable disincentive. And so I today know where to gas my vehicle. I don't worry about that. If I live in rural Kansas, that's a huge consideration. And in fact, it's a conversation that my wife and I had when we bought the electric vehicle that we just bought, which is, we've got a small farm where we hunt and fish just north of Lawrence. And to get out there from our house and then to just have level 1 charging, which is all that would be there at the house, with nothing for 20 miles to charge is prohibitive for us to use an electric vehicle to get there. So we'll be using my internal combustion engine Jeep to drive out to the farm. But then imagine if that is at your only permanent residence, then that's a huge barrier. So we know from the history of deploying almost every significant technology, whether it's electricity, where the federal government came in and helped with co-ops, whether it's telecommunication, whether it's broadband that continues to be an issue today in the state of Kansas. Infrastructure like this gets built out where there is high density and higher incomes. And so we do believe there is a role to play for utilities. But if we're just going to put out 5, 6, 7 charging stations, that's not enough mass. We actually have to supplement and get enough out there that it makes a meaningful difference. Is 13.5 million and 100 stations enough? We think it probably is to take the next step. But as I also, in responding to Commissioner Duffy said, one of the reasons that it is the size it is because we did feel that there was going to be a lot of folks that had concerns about this, and we wanted to mitigate that. But we want to get to a point that there's at least enough that it eliminates range anxiety and fills in the holes that exist today.
So I think you may have answered my question here, but really what I'm driving at is, in your testimony, you're talking about the application that Evergy initially put forward being sort of the minimum that was needed to start managing. We obviously have a settlement here, which changes the proposal slightly. Do you still have comfort that settlement meets the bare minimum to be able to make a material movement, even if there's clearly more that could be done? Is the settlement still meet that minimum?
I think that for understanding charging patterns, for helping to overcome some of the initial upfront costs, the settlement does. It will give us valuable data. What I don't think it will do is adequately address the equity issues in the underserved areas, because I think there's where there is underserved infrastructure, it's significant enough that it probably needs more than rebates and third-party participants.
Okay, that's a fair point. Let's move to a little different line of questioning, and I'm going to try to skip through these pretty quick. There was some discussion of, if you all didn't receive enough regulatory support of efforts in this area, that Evergy might just get out of the business. I'm looking at your application. I'm looking at staff's testimony, both of which show that these activities are a cost benefit to customers, meaning that compared to the level of investment, you would actually lower costs for customers. You would reduce electric rates. Now, not necessarily speaking to the commission's decision, but is it your opinion that it would be prudent and efficient to get out of this business or to not move forward with these proposals if it could actually reduce electric rates?
Well, so I think couple things. One, hopefully the stipulation and agreement, which has most parties signed on, will be approved by the commission. And I do think that is that will help and is sufficient and efficient and will help lower rates. My specific comments are tied simply to the 16-160 docket and the precedent that it laid out, which is the commission saying we don't want utilities in this business. If that was reaffirmed, then I think if we hear from the commission 2 times, we don't want you in this business, we don't believe it's a prudent policy, then we should probably take that as policy guidance. And I do believe frankly, getting back to something Commissioner Duffy said, which I think was very apt and on point. There's two different places in this state where, maybe three, where you can go from a policy perspective. One is the executive branch. One is the legislature in concert with the executive branch, and one is its administrative agencies. I think the commission is both a trier of fact and a determiner. So there you have a quasi judicial role, but you also have a huge policy role in interpreting the current laws of the state. And so we have not gone to the legislature yet, really for two reasons. One, we think it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and given the current consistency of the legislature, perhaps not the easiest path to incentivize electric vehicles in the state. But secondly, we think the state laws on the books exist is enough for the commission to interpret and say the relevant policy here. And if the commission does that, then we have the ability to go out the next day and start implementing. And so again, just on the $13.5 million here, if the commission were to say, we believe that for mobile customers, for electric vehicle charging, there is a role here, then we would go out and we wouldn't necessarily eliminate, take out of consideration this for rate-based treatment. Then we would go out, we would take the execution risk, we would take all the risk that we normally would and look to put this into base rates in the future. That said, if the commission came back and said, look, this is not a place utilities should be, then we have to think about the ongoing operations of our existing network and what our role should be and a way to get to get out of that business, essentially. Do I think that means we just shut them off and throw away the keys? No, of course not. But we've got a lot of third parties out there who we've partnered with, who we could talk to and say, listen, we're going to start to move away from this business. Let's talk about how, what your role might be in maintaining these stations.
Thanks. I got two more lines of questioning, both of which feel free to tell me that these are better for Mr. Ives because they relate a little more to rate making and the settlement, but
he's smarter than me on both of those counts, but I'll do my best.
They are, as all these things are, they have policy implications as well. And so I guess I want to get your viewpoint. The first theme I want to talk about is I have noticed in some of the testimony and some of the questioning, there is clearly a viewpoint that folks question Evergy's motives in this case. I think there seems to be a view that this is a profit maker for investors, and that perhaps this application is being undertaken to drive earnings for shareholders. And I want to get your perspective on that a little bit because it's helpful in how I think about this. First of all, the level of capital investment, which is the investment that your investors earn a profit on or a return on, is it fair to say that it's pretty small compared to your annual capital investment?
It's extremely small. It's a rounding error on a rounding error.
Okay. The other area that you could potentially make money on or a profit on, if I understood your conversation correct, is increased sales in between rate cases, correct? That could increase earnings before customers could realize that benefit?
That is correct.
Yeah. But ultimately, once we have a rate case, the way that works is increase sales, increase the volume over which you spread costs, and it just pushes rates down, correct?
That is correct.
Is it fair to say that in this particular application, the company's motivations are primarily to drive down electric rates to customers?
Yes.
Okay. All right, next theme, hopefully the last theme. I thought you and Commissioner Keene had a particularly interesting exchange about the CCN. This is the one area that is not covered by the settlement. And I think Commissioner Keene asked you, if we said the CCN isn't all bad, but we've got to put some more brackets and restrictions around this. Does that just end it for you all? And I believe your answer was that you would be willing to look at some other options or brackets around that proposal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I want to ask you, I've given a lot of thought to this because I frankly was surprised that the parties were not able to reach some sort of consensus or settlement on this particular issue. Because as staff mentioned in their opening, they had thrown some things out there. And I guess I wanted to get your opinion on some potential conditions around the CCN. I mean, I think right now you're talking about spending $13.5 million to expand your charging network. There are some conditions that have been tossed around. I know I'll refer to it as the Grady test because it was in Mr. Grady's testimony. I think he suggested that perhaps Evergy should have to make a showing that they, before they built a commercial charging station, that they presented that opportunity to the competitive market and maybe even offered participation in your commercial rebate program before before Evergy built it themselves. You'd have to make a showing that others chose not to build in that location. That seems to be one condition that could be placed on this. I think we also now have a definition of underserved. To me, that strikes me as a bracket. Perhaps Evergy could be allowed to build in underserved areas under its CCN. If it's not an underserved area, perhaps then it is subject to the Grady test. The other bracket I could see is that at least for decisional prudence, that there be some sort of cap on the budget, like what you've proposed. That if you all were to go over the budget, that's not covered by decisional prudence. I guess these all seem like reasonable limitations to me, and I would just open up for any response on how Evergy would view it if those sorts of brackets were placed around the CCN program.
Well, so first, I clearly need to put a test in my testimony next time because I really want a Casely test, in the future. I'm very jealous of the Grady test, but henceforth it shall be known as the Grady test, and we really do appreciate staff and other parties coming to the table and really having a thoughtful conversation about this. So the three things you talked about: the Grady test, underserved, and cap on budget. I think those are all reasonable, and just a few words on each. So a cap on a budget, I think we could absolutely accept. The great thing about a cap on the budget is the commission could set that wherever they wanted to set it for decisional prudence. It could be 5 million, it could be 13.5, or it could be 100 million, addressing the concern that this isn't enough. So that's the first thing. The second thing is limiting it to underserved areas, and the definition that we have would be absolutely acceptable to us, or having to make a showing of passing the Grady test. I'm absolutely okay with that. The only thing I would say with respect to the commission's decision that we would really like to understand and have some clarity on is the commission's view as to whether 16160 is still the law of the land, so to speak, and provides an exclusionary basis for parties to argue in an upcoming rate case that we shouldn't have been able to invest in this. That's probably the most important thing from our perspective in this. We can't invest again until we have clarity, because as many folks have pointed out in their pleadings, that is many folks' prevailing view on what the policy of the state is at this point. However, if that was to be addressed, and then there was a Grady rule or a Grady test or a limitation to underserved unless we satisfied the Grady test, all of those things are things that we could live with, and could provide a framework to go forward. And the only other thing I'd say is, look, the only reason that we didn't settle, I think, or the parties didn't settle, and I want to make sure we don't break any rules here by talking about settlement negotiations, but from our perspective, we would like, and we see a value in this, to hitting those underserved areas and to advancing right away instead of waiting 2 or 3 years to see if something works. So if we could get to a point where the policy of the state was clear, we could work in underserved areas, or we have to show that there's not investment, in other areas, we would be perfectly happy with that, as a settlement or as a go forward policy in this case.
Thank you. That brings me to the end of my questions. Before I turn back to redirect, I just want to make sure neither of the other commissioners have something else that popped up that they want to ask before we turn you loose. I'm not seeing anything.
Just real quick on underserved areas. So I went to our map to really look at your territory. And then I compared it to the maps online where it shows like EVGO and ChargePoint, where their stations are and where the stations are in Kansas. I just Googled it. It's so much of the other part of the state that's not covered. So I don't know, while you may have a little situation in Lawrence at your, I'd call it a suburban farm, but it's the western part of the state seems to be without coverage, and unless you're along I-70 and so, but that's not in your territory. So, to use the word underserved, again, I believe that all these companies that operate and sell and establish charging stations and communities, they're going to be working with them once folks start buying chargers. And again, it's not like you're just, 20 miles and that's all you're going to get. I think the range anxiety comes more from the gentleman I talked to who was going from St. Louis to Denver with his Tesla. And he said, actually, it's been great. We're gassing up here and we think we can almost get to Denver. So maybe it's more for the travelers, but I still have a quandary about underserved. And of course, you would still be able to build it. And then at some point, is your plan, my question is your plan then to sell it to a third party eventually on even the new CCN network you're proposing?
So ultimately, I think if you got to a point, let's say that a station has a 10-year depreciable life and we installed it. At the end of 10 years, certainly we would make the decision whether, and it would depend on the policy of the state at that time, obviously, but whether we replaced it, whether there was a third party willing to come in and take it over. What we would do at that time would depend on the status at that time. But no, we would intend to operate any charging stations we installed for their depreciable life. With respect to the range anxiety, Commissioner, first of all, we're outside Oskaloosa, and there are no charging stations that I am aware of in Oskaloosa. And if I only have a level 1 service, then, I have to get to a very small number relative to population size in Lawrence to charge. And so, whereas there are about 4 gas stations in and around Oskaloosa, in Winchester, and in, some of the other places. And so there definitely is a range anxiety that comes with that. You're right. The highways, particularly for Tesla, are very, very good. We did see a need within Interstate 70 and partnered with the governor to install at the tollways fast charging to make sure that non-Tesla customers could charge at some of the oases along the tollway. And so I agree, there is better charging build out for interstate travelers for sure. With respect to the western part of the state, I wish that was part of our service territory, but not something that we can contemplate at this point. But between Hutch and Wichita and Manhattan and Oskaloosa, Winchester, Atchison, there are a ton of places that are underserved right now. And I do think we can certainly make the argument, what comes first, the chicken or the egg, the EV vehicles and the charging stations, or the charging stations enable EV vehicles. Where we have put them in our service territory so far, it has correspondingly increased on a per capita basis the amount of electric vehicles that are being purchased.
Thank you for bringing up the toll roads. My personal opinion is the KTA, who charges us every time we go up and down the toll roads and has a pretty healthy budget. I don't know that they needed any help in getting their infrastructure paid for. And I do believe that's part of their responsibility in operating a toll road from Oklahoma to up north to Missouri. And so it's like partnerships like that, I just don't understand, because there's an entity that has their own stream of revenue. And that really is, I would rather see them pay for it than us to use potential ratepayer dollars for something like that. Just that's one I didn't understand. Thank you.
Well, fortunately, those I believe were put in via shareholder dollars, and I don't know why the KTA didn't put those in previously, but we did see a need and thought that fast charging and some level 2 charging would help from a corridor perspective. So,
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, at this time, I will turn back to Ms. Kafer if you have any redirect.
Yes, thank you. You were asked about by Commissioner Duffy about whether all customers are going to receive these benefits that we've identified, whether we have these programs or not, whether we give them a rebate. Do you remember those questions?
I do, yes.
If a residential customer puts an upgraded charger outlet in their garage without our rebate, would we know they've done that or that they've purchased an EV?
No.
Do we get that kind of information if they go through our rebate program?
Yes.
You were also asked, I believe, by the Petroleum Companies Council about the commission's regulation of our electric service as a product. Do you recall responding to her that the commission does regulate our electric service as a product?
I do.
And do they also regulate the facilities that we use to deliver that service?
They do.
And are you aware whether or not there are some entities the commission doesn't regulate, like an independent power producer or something that has similar facilities to us, but do not fall under the commission's regulatory authority?
Yes, there are plenty of examples of folks that do not fall under the commission's authority.
And these competitive or free market companies that go in and build these charging stations, you have indicated in your testimony that it's not your intent to crowd them out of the market or take that over. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, quite the contrary. We'd like to see as much of it as possible.
And has Evergy done things to promote those third parties in doing that on their own so that you don't have to step in and do that?
Absolutely.
what kind of things have you done?
Well, the first and the easiest is that we, supported and helped craft and pass House Bill 2145, which was again, I refer to that as the democratization of electric vehicle charging. In addition to that, we've advocated for incentives. We have relationships with almost every major charging manufacturer and network, and want to see what we can do with them, what we can do to make, expansion for them easier. And we also support financial incentives at a federal and a state level for electric vehicle charging.
You were also asked about whether or not you would still be providing efficient and sufficient service even if the commission doesn't approve this application. Do you remember those questions?
Yep.
You provide, Evergy offers programs for energy efficiency and demand side management, correct?
That is correct.
And if the commission were to prohibit you from doing that or not allow that, would you still be providing efficient and sufficient service even if you no longer offered those programs?
I think at a core level, yes, we probably would provide sufficient and efficient service. I think that our service is better, more sufficient, more efficient if we partner with customers to reduce peak demand, if we partner with customers to help enable environmental and ESG goals. And I think that different kinds of customers are what is sufficient and efficient, and what is most the best way to serve them is different. So for example, I think a mobile customer, which has a large mobile battery, or is going to bring on significant load, the likes of which we haven't seen at a house, in a long time, or even a solar customer, is different than just a typical residential customer. Same can be said for commercial customers that provide charging. This is a shift in utilization of the grid. And so I think the differences between a mobile and a stationary customer, large batteries that are mobile, big uptick in demand, I think those are all speak to different use cases in a different era, and what is good may not be one size fits all.
So the proposal in this case would be in the public interest, similar to the commission has found EE and DSM programs to be in the public interest.
I mean, it has a net present value that's positive. There's more benefits per dollar spent than there is cost. And so under reasonable assumptions. And so I think that it does make sense, and there is a benefit for all customers to pursue this. And again, we tried to size the programs at a level that achieves a purpose, allows us to access data, but isn't something that is going to be a huge impact on rates. In fact, it's a very minuscule impact on rates.
And you were asked about the federal money that might be coming, and how that might, this program you're proposing might be premature as a result of that money on the horizon. My first question about that is that the $13.5 million, is that something you're going to spend immediately as soon as the programs are approved, or the CCN is approved? If it's
no,
approved?
I mean, it's not going to, it won't start the very next day, but we will start to look at underserved areas. We would start to look at where there's a need, and we would implement the program over the coming 3 years. I think the difference between us and the government in this capacity is once we had, a policy that was ascertainable, then we have the ability to deploy as needed immediately if needed. But the notion wouldn't be just to run out and spend $13.5 million in the first 3 months. I do want to speak to the fact that, government programs take a long time to set up. They take a long time to get rolling. And then I think the other thing about government programs is we see time and time again, that these dollars frequently go to states that are ready to utilize them. So I think that being ready to utilize them is also something that we should consider in this process.
Okay.
Should something get passed.
And would Evergy, if you get the 13.5 million approved, does that guarantee that full amount would be spent?
No.
Can that be something is that something that you would be flexible on, and as conditions change, which would include the federal grants, your plans for what you would do that would change as well ongoing?
Yeah, I mean, put succinctly, if there was another way to do it, absolutely. And if there was not a need, if we didn't ascertain a need, then we wouldn't spend it. And all of that, whether there was a need and whether we did it well and prudently, would be part of any rate case discussion that we would have.
You were asked about whether you're trying to stimulate EV adoption and increase electricity sales in your territory as a result of that. And you did explain already sufficiently about how that benefits ratepayers, and moving that up in the process causes that benefit to accrue earlier. But if you don't get some of that moved up a little bit earlier in the process, is there a problem if it hits later all at the same time?
Not quite sure I understand your redirect. What I would just say is that we see value and need to start on this, currently. That's why we've made the application. And I do think that you want to avoid, getting in a situation where you're behind what the needs are as electric vehicle adoption continues to accelerate.
Okay, I apologize for the inartful question, but
well, that's all right. I'm also tired. We've been having a dialogue a long time now.
But my question was more about if the benefit of pushing some of this adoption of EV up a little earlier with the programs you're proposing, if that doesn't happen, and it's going to happen anyway, but it all happens later or at the same time, do you get like the hockey stick approach impact that you're trying to avoid, that these programs help you avoid?
Yeah, we definitely want to make sure that there is enough infrastructure for EV charging prior to getting to a place where there's not. So yes, I mean, that's the whole point of electrical service, right? Is we build in front of demand to make sure that demand is always met.
Let me check here. Do you know whether or not other states are holding back and waiting to see what happens with the federal government or private industry investment and doing nothing in the interim?
I know we've got 31 states that have programs, and we'd like to see Kansas, have programs as well.
Okay, well, I have. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I believe the parties have agreed to just one round of questioning and redirect. So we have now reached the conclusion of Mr. Casely's questioning, and Mr. Casely, you may step down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This seems like a good time for a lunch break. Because our first witness did take the entire morning and we have a lot more witnesses, absent any objection, I am going to ask the parties to just take a 30-minute lunch. Hopefully, because we are all remote, that will be possible. So at this time, we will recess and we will reconvene at 12:50. We are off the record. All right, I have 1250. Is Topeka IT with us? All right, looks like we are back. I'm gonna wait. It does look like we are recording now. All right, well, we are reconvening the evidentiary hearing for this docket 21-320. And we are back on the record. And at this time, I will turn it to Ms. Caper. You may call your next witness.
Thank you. Evergy calls Kimberly H. Winslow.
All right. At this time, I will swear in the witness. Ms. Winslow, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Caper, the witness is back to you.
All right. Will you state your name for the record, please?
Kimberly H. Winslow.
Okay, and Ms. Winslow, you filed rebuttal and corrections to your rebuttal testimony in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we've already admitted into the record, so I will now tender Ms. Winslow for cross-examination.
All right. On my list, I have ChargePoint, but I believe they have said their only questions would be for Nick Boris. So unless I hear a disagreement, I will move to AFPM for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Winslow.
Hi, good afternoon.
Would you agree that Evergy's application relies heavily upon the ICF report?
Yes, we engaged with ICF to perform our benefit cost modeling. And so a portion, I'm not sure if I would say heavily, but yes, there is a certain aspect of our filing that does rely on ICF's benefit cost modeling.
And were you one of the Evergy employees that worked with ICF?
Yes, I was on my team. Nick Boris, who is a witness in this case, he worked most closely with ICF on that modeling.
Okay. Well, I have some questions that relate to ICF. So if any of them are more appropriately by Mr. Boris, please let me know.
Okay.
So I think you indicated that Evergy compensated ICF for preparing the report.
We contracted with ICF. We did an RFP for that work, and ICF was the ultimate consultant that we chose to perform that work.
And how much did Evergy pay ICF?
I would have to defer that to Mr. Voris.
Okay. And do you know if it is Evergy's plan to recover the expense of the ICF report from the ratepayers at some point?
I do not think so. I think that it would be in between rate cases. So no, I do not think that we'll be asking for recovery of that report.
Okay. The ICF report that Evergy commissioned considers several identified costs and benefits to society, EV drivers, Evergy and Evergy customers, including vehicle costs, energy costs, and charging infrastructure costs. My question is, did Evergy approve ICF's use of this list and benefits?
Yes, we would have approved that list in coordination with each other. We work with both with ICF, and my team would have worked collaboratively with ICF to develop that list.
Okay. So did Evergy also approve ICF's general methodology for its cost benefit analysis?
Yes, again, I mean, as we retain a consultant, we work through the methodology that they are proposing and discuss, different approaches. And then, yes, then we move forward with that.
And I noted when I was going through the application that the ICF study identified the federal tax credit as a benefit for EV drivers in society, but it doesn't identify that credit as a cost to anyone. And I guess my question is isn't that federal tax credit cost to Evergy's customers who pay the federal taxes that are used to fund that credit?
That would probably be a good question for Mr. Voris.
Okay. Do you know if ICF considered any other costs associated with EVs other than the ones that are specifically mentioned in the report?
I would also refer that to Mr. Voris. I would assume that if they did not include those additional costs, if it was not included within the report.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that you believe all costs that were considered would have been noted in the ICF report?
I would ask that Mr. Voris, determine that.
Okay, so if I have other questions about what was or wasn't considered in the report, should I direct those to Mr. Voris as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Evergy's application relies on EV penetration data from EPRI?
Yes, we utilize EPRI's both low, mid, and high forecast.
And that is that an acronym for the Electric Power Research Institute?
Yes, it is. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Well, no, that's my bad because I used
that's okay.
without defining it. And what is EPRI? How would you describe that organization?
Yeah, so EPRI is an international research company that works with electric and electric utilities. And they do a lot of different types of research. Mostly their research is focused on the newer technologies. I know I have been engaged with EPRI most directly on what they call electrification or beneficial electrification, as well as distributed energy resources. So those are kind of the two areas that my team has been involved with EPRI on.
Okay. So is it a fair characterization to say that EPRI does research for electric companies to support ways to increase electricity usage?
No, not necessarily. No. I mean, EPRI it's very broad. I mean, there's many different areas that they focus on. I mean, from a technological aspect and perform research on. I mean, they do environmental type research. They do transmission, distribution planning research, IT, how, IT impacts to a utility. I mean, it's very broad. So no, I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Okay. But would it be fair to say that at least a certain percentage of the research that is done by EPRI is to support ways to increase electricity usage?
There's a particular program that is the beneficial electrification. And so in that particular program, they do look at not to increase electrification, to make sure that also utilities are prepared for the result of that electrification.
And do you know how much money per year EPRI spends doing this research for electric companies?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know how EPRI is funded?
I believe that they're mostly funded by the utilities, but I don't know that specifically.
Okay. Do you know if Evergy contributes any funding to EPRI?
Yes, we do.
Do you have any idea how much on an annual basis?
I don't know anymore. No.
Okay. Do you know if any of the other witnesses in the docket would have that information?
Mr. Ives may possibly have that information.
Okay. And do you know whether EPRI charges non-electric companies for the data it produces to electric companies, or if it makes that data available just to everyone?
I don't know.
Do you know if the EPRI 2025 and 2030 projections for EV penetration in Kansas differentiate between states with mandates requiring EV adoption and states without EV mandates?
Can you repeat that question one more time? I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you know if the EPRI projections for EV penetration in Kansas for the years 2025 and 2030 differentiate between states with mandates requiring EV adoption and states without mandates requiring EV adoption?
I would not know what other states that EPRI performs these forecasts for. I know that Kansas does not have that that mandate, so they did not develop that forecast based on that mandate.
And I guess maybe what I'm trying to get at is, do you know if EPRI has different projections for states with or without EV mandates?
I mean, again, I can only assume. I'm not an EPRI witness, and so therefore I can't answer a lot of the specific questions that you're asking.
Okay. Would Mr. Ives be the appropriate witness?
No, not for those questions. I think maybe an EPRI witness might be best to answer those.
Okay. And I believe on page 10 of your testimony, it was 10 of 13, you testified that Evergy's customers want the proposed TE, and you referenced a 2019 survey that showed half of the EV customers were using level 1 charging at home.
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, does Evergy have any evidence that the large majority of its non-EV driving customers support the TE?
Yes, I mean, we've done, different surveys over the years, and especially with respect to this survey, is that, I mean, we ask questions as well as what prevents a customer from adopting an EV or owning an EV.
But how would that suggest that the survey responder is even interested in potentially purchasing an EV?
Well, we can specifically ask that question if they are in the market for an EV in the future.
And have you included any data like that in the application that's before the commission?
I know that I referred to this within my testimony. And if we had not provided that survey, then we probably need to do that. And we can make sure that we still do that.
And with respect to the survey that you're referencing, do you know how many customers were surveyed?
I believe, I mean, for my recollection, I think that was around 1,200 customers roughly. We have a customer panel, a customer advisory panel that we typically ask questions to, and that's around 1,200 customers or so.
And what is your total customer base in Kansas?
In Kansas, I believe it's around 400,000.
Okay. And on page 10 and 11 of your testimony, you testified that Evergy, of course, then it was KCP&L, and EPRI's 2018 analysis predicted that by the year 2025, an extra 0.03% of residential transformers would need to be changed due to overload conditions if the TE was not adopted. And is that analysis predicated on the assumption that the medium EV adoption scenario is correct?
Did you say 0.03%? I'm sorry, could you reference what line you're on?
Yeah, what I have in my notes. Looking at page 10 to 11. At the bottom of page 10, it says in 2018, EPRI and then KCP&L completed an analysis and valuation of plug-in EVs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? I think I have a typo. It says the analysis predicted that by 2025, under the medium adoption scenario, approximately 0.08% of residential transformers would need to be changed due to overload conditions. under managed charging conditions, this projection decreased to 0.05%. So that's where I got the 3% was the difference.
Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha.
But that was predicated on the medium EV adoption.
That's correct. Uh-huh.
Okay. And has Evergy made any attempt to determine what the associated cost would be if that to address overload conditions to occur?
No, at this point, I think, again, that's a 2025 number with roughly 25,000 customers that are EV owners. So at this point, I mean, we have not developed that analysis. I would say, I mean, the real advantage of the filing that we currently have in place, and especially within the stipulation and agreement that the majority of the parties agree to, is the ability for us to be able to measure the impact, continue to measure that impact of the EV charging, both managed and unmanaged. And that's what I mean, I think all parties are really wanting to understand for the future what this impact would be so that we could measure this. I think that, again, under this scenario, just the fact that this is a very, very small percent, less than obviously, 0.05%. And we had not taken the time yet to determine what that actual cost is.
And you mentioned, kind of leads into my next question,
Mm-hmm.
that there's information that Evergy will learn through the TE programs. Is Evergy planning on sharing that information with the ratepayers who ultimately will be funding the programs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly. I mean, if you were to refer to the stipulation and agreement, we have noted and pointed out that we would share this information. I mean, it will be public information that we will be sharing with, especially even with the commissioners, to talk to them about the progress that we're making. And as long as there's no confidential information there, that we would definitely not take it back. We would have more of an anonymous, a gross level, but we would be filing that with the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. I think that's all the questions I had for you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, on my list, I next have Curb. If you have any questions, Mr. Love.
We do not.
All right, I will turn to KCC staff next.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We will then move to commissioner questions. Commissioner Keen, do you have any questions for Ms. Winslow?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Duffy.
Good afternoon. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Good
Hi.
afternoon, Ms. Winslow.
Hello.
Ms. Griffin just asked you related to page 11, if you knew what the impact was going to be. And you said, no, we really hadn't ascertained that.
Mm-hmm.
But if I look at page 10, line 16, and we're talking about the long-term, the integrated resource plan,
Mm-hmm.
you state, by so doing, Evergy incorporates how ET impacts overall customer demand and our associated supply needs.
Mm-hmm.
Evergy most recently filed its IRP with the commission and docket number,
Mm-hmm.
So I think you need to know what those supply needs are going to be, that distribution impact as it relates to the IRP. I mean, the two would be connected. So
Right. Yeah. And I'm sorry, I probably misspoke. When I was referring to on the IRP, that is related to our generation resources and needs. And then on the next page, on page 11, I was referring to the distribution impact and the additional investment that may or may not be needed as a result of the EV charging.
okay, but again, as I talked with Mr. Casely, I think these are the issues that concern me most as a commissioner, not a $250 rebate, but the distribution impacts that are going to be realized throughout the Evergy territory. And with this study that was done, the conclusions that you're drawing, whether it's a medium adoption rate or whatever, that as you talk about managed and unmanaged growth. And so let me take you to page 11. We're there, okay. You discuss on line 12, under managed charging conditions, this projection decreases. Okay, and managed means you guys have your connection there and you're receiving the data, is that correct?
No, so managed means that the customer is able to, first of all, they can either choose, they would manage, like they can manage their charging, which they could move it using the car, using the car system. They can tell the car telematics that they can program it such they are managing it off peak, so that they can time, you know, they can time it or program it so that it's programmed during those off peak hours. And it, yes.
Okay.
And so, yeah, and so the ability to do that is with that 240 volt outlet that we have talked about, is that a 240 volt outlet allows for that managed charging, for better managed charging.
And that's if you have an agreement with the customer, right, to get that information?
Well, yes. I mean, so the customer, I mean, a customer that takes advantage of that rebate, they will have an EV, and therefore we will know 100% that that customer is charging. When they're charging, we know that we will be able to look at that AMI data and determine whether or not, I mean, how they are charging and what is the impact to the system. So that gives us 100% of certainty that we know that that customer owns an EV, and we know that they are charging their EV likely at home, or maybe they're perhaps charging in our clean charge on our clean charge network. But it does give us more, I guess, more ability to look at their AMI metering data and be able to understand the modeling and develop those algorithms to be able to evaluate the impact that they are having to our system.
So right now, your AMI meters, how much information are you getting from them now?
Yeah, so I mean, with our AMI meters, I mean, I don't know the quite the interval basis that we're getting, but we're getting that data now. But if you can imagine, when a customer charges, they're also using other appliances, right? Their air conditioner is going, their dishwasher is going, there's different appliances that sometimes, I mean, you can't necessarily see it on that AMI data. So being able to know that when they're I mean, first of all, knowing that they are an EV charged, or they're an EV driver, enables us to look at that data in a more granular fashion, if you will, to be able to evaluate that and look at those algorithms.
But that would require the customer to allow you to do that look-see, correct?
Well, I mean, actually, I mean, the data is, you know, that's the data that Evergy has and gets. And so we have been using that data, the AMI data, for many different things. You know, that was one advantage of the AMI metering systems, is that we're using that for revenue protection. We're able to go in and look at that data, get more granular with that data. Right now, there's different types of, again, companies that develop the algorithms to disaggregate. That's called disaggregating data, to be able to tell how the customer, what's happening behind the meter, for example. What are the appliances that they're running? When are they running those appliances? So that data is something that we are currently using even within Evergy, but we do know that you know, some customers, I mean, definitely have sensitivity to how that data is being used. So as one of the, you know, within the stipulation agreement, we have agreed with parties that we will let customers know that we will be looking at their data from this charging aspect.
Okay, and let me, maybe you can clarify something for
Mhm.
me. ChargePoint was very
Okay.
specific about they believe you should amend your program to, that folks could just hardwire in and not, and you should be measuring whether they have a charger, not if they have an outlet. And so they're concerned, and I'm paraphrasing all of this, is that they can hardwire in, and it ought to really be based on a charger. And so why didn't you state that in order to get a rebate, you needed to have this level of charger?
Yeah, we feel like the charger is just an incremental cost for our customers. We do believe that the customer they can plug their car into the 240 volt outlet, and they're able to, again, use the telematics within the car with the manufacturer, and they're able to do that EV charging without having the additional cost of a charger. So, and we believe that, we simply did not want to ask or believe that there was a necessary reason for the customer to incur that additional charging cost.
Even though I think ChargePoint talks about how the charger is superior, and you've just spent 30 to 50,000 for a vehicle, and you're gonna make a decision based on the quality of the charger and the fact that you could just set it by your device, your handheld device, and change it and look at how much how much electricity it took.
No, agree, and you can still do that with your phone and your car. You don't need the charger as part of that. And Commissioner Duffy, I think our witness, Nick Voris, he can probably answer those questions a little bit more in detail for you around our position on why we did not include that charger as recommended by ChargePoint.
Okay, so let me just, and I appreciate that. And so Mr. Forrest is going to be up for a while. Okay, so looking at page 11 of 13, lines 14 through 16,
yes,
you're stating that because of, alongside our modest proposal, one may conclude that there would be minimal to no distribution impact attributable from Evergy's proposed programs. So that 0.03 that Ms. Griffin referenced, that is the tipping point, so to speak, between a cost, distribution impact, and no distribution impact. Is that correct? 0.03?
That's correct. Again, this is and again, this is why I say, I think that while this study, I know you talked with, Mr. Casely quite a bit on this, and this is a modest proposal. This proposal really gives us the opportunity to understand how customers are charging. If they're taking the benefit, we've talked about within the stipulation agreement, I know you have reviewed it. There's also a time of use rate. The customer receives a lesser rebate for they receive a higher rebate if they assume the TOU rate, the time of use rate, or they receive a lower rebate if they do not. We have proposed to also do an evaluation, measurement, and verification. That will help us and you, the commissioners, as well as staff and other parties, to really start to understand what is the impact of the charging on the home, on the system. And that will help us to take these results that EPRI has estimated and really put those more towards our system. So I'm really looking forward to the ability to be able to put that plan into place because it's important. I think was a lot of questions as we went through our filing, just making sure that folks were concerned. This is coming. We've talked about the fact that EV adoption, EV charging will have an impact on the distribution system. How much? We want to understand that. We want to understand how time of use rates also play into this. Rate design, for example. And so this, this plan that we have put forth and agreed to with the other stakeholders really gives us the opportunity to look at, to talk with our customers, to do additional customer research, really look at the data so that we can provide you and others with a more informed opinion than what we come here today with you.
Okay, I have 2 more questions. One is I'm really surprised that that Evergy even proposed a level 1 charger. In that means a long period of charging. And if we're really looking at time of use and off-peak time, a level 1 seems to me to, you may be charging for 8 to 10 hours.
Yeah.
Does that really make sense? And won't most people be unhappy with that cheap charger and then have to go out and say, wow, why didn't we buy this level 2 to begin with? And then they're not eligible for a rebate and blah, blah, blah. But I was surprised by that based on the data that I read in all the testimony. Secondly, let's talk about time of use.
Commissioner Duffy, I'm sorry, can I make sure that I understand what you're saying? What was the level 1 charging that we were agreeing to?
That you would give a rebate for a level 1 charger. Is that correct?
No.
It's
I'm
just
sorry.
the level 2. That's right.
Yeah, we are only providing a rebate for level 2.
Right.
Period.
Okay.
Yes,
that's
the
right.
240 outlet.
I apologize,
Yes.
but okay, my fault. Okay, so let me talk about time of use. So in your position, you deal with the different programs we have related to time of use, correct?
That's correct.
So explain to me how many people are on time, how many of your customers are on time of use plans?
Yeah, in Kansas, in the metro area, the Kansas metro area, we have around 1,200 customers currently on the time of use rate. And I would say less than 100 customers, 50 to 100 customers in the Kansas Central Territory.
Less than 100?
Yes, yeah. I don't have that number specifically, but I do know about 1,200 in Kansas Metro, which that was the time of use rate that we launched about 2 years ago.
And what do you attribute it to why there's just 100 in your other territory?
Yeah, well, I can more specifically talk about probably why. I mean, we have the 1,200 customers in the Kansas metro area. I was very intimately involved with that rate whenever we developed that that was our pre-merger time. And that was it was a very well thought through rate, not that the other one wasn't, but this one, I do know that we thought through that one. We actually offered kind of two different rates there, and a demand rate as well as a 3-period rate. And we have marketed that rate and to those Kansas Metro customers.
And is there a limit to the number of customers that can be on this time of use?
There had previously been a cap of 1,000 customers. However, we worked with both with the commission as well as commission staff to lift that cap. I think about 8 months ago, we lifted that cap of 1,000 customers.
And is that across all your territories or just Kansas City Metro? That there is no cap?
We actually, in Missouri, we did not have a cap. It was just in Kansas Metro that we had that cap.
So the cap in Kansas Metro is gone?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And have you been advertising to try and get more folks to enroll in the program?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have. Yes.
And how do you advertise?
Yeah, so we have different channels that we utilize. We use social media. We use our website. We've done, I'm trying to think, we do it on, well, like I said, on the website. We just do different ways of channels of reaching out to our customers to be able to recruit those customers, or at least have them go out and investigate, go out on our website to determine if it's the right, the right rate for them, where they can actually use a tool where they can compare the different rates.
So would you believe your program in your non-Kansas City metro area is successful when you have 100?
Well, I mean, I would say it needs to be reviewed, right? I mean, certainly I would say the next time that we come in for a rate case, we will be definitely looking at those rates and determine whether or not those are rates that we would like to continue with, or perhaps they need to be changed to be more aligned with what we're offering in our other service territories.
So what is the differential between KC Metro and your Evergy Central?
I do not have those in front of me. I'm sorry, I cannot answer that.
Okay.
Mr. Ives may be able to answer that.
Okay, but you think folks who buy a car are going to gravitate towards a time of use? Is that your opinion that they will?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, we have not seen as much participation from our EV drivers in the time of use rate. When we developed our time of use rate, we call it a whole house rate. So it wasn't specifically developed just for an EV driver, but there is an off-peak rate between midnight to 6 a.m. that the customer could determine whether or not that they wanted to shift that usage to charge during those hours. However, I mean, it also has different rates between 8 and midnight. So we're also asking for customers to shift some of their usage. Maybe it's cooking, maybe it's drying their clothes, those types of changes that may not appeal to them as much. But there is a possibility, that some EV drivers may find that time of use rate to be more appealing to them to continue to save money and shift that off peak.
So the way it's set up in your proposal for EV is that the time of use would be for EV only. Is that correct? That would be a separate time of use compared to another, or whatever you're doing between midnight and 8 will all fall under that?
That's correct. It's the latter, right?
Okay.
So we do not have an additional rate that we are proposing for residential customers for EV drivers only.
Okay, so it'd be everything, for example, after midnight to
6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Mhm.
And it doesn't matter whether it's the air conditioner or the car or you're doing laundry.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Let me look here. So the incentivization that you talk about on page 13, lines 6 through 9.
Yes.
So if you're unable to incent customers to install level 2 charging after purchasing an EV, our job becomes even more difficult. Okay, so I would agree with you on that. So I guess, and I mixed my thought process. That's why I'm wondering, why even, how do I say this? How can you ensure that folks don't do a level 1 charger? I mean, what are you gonna do to ensure that people look at level 2? I mean, what education are you gonna provide out there?
Okay, so maybe it's a point of clarification. So a 110 or level 1 charging is a 110 volt outlet.
Right.
Okay, so it's just probably what you have that you might plug your trimmer in or something like that. That's called level 1 or 110. But we are incenting a 240 volt outlet. So like your dryer outlet, for example. So yes, so we're not incenting, we would not incent customers at all for a level 1 charger. However, the 240 volt, what we are incenting, either 250 if they don't go on the TOU or 500 if they do go on the TOU rate. We will continue to educate with those customers once they install that 240 volt. If it's a TOU customer, they will receive information from us that lets them know what is, what are they saving under that rate. But however, we will continue to also educate them on just the value of that managed off-peak charging, which could have the grid impacts, which may have a cost impact as well. But we want to be able to, talk to our customers. We think that's very important. I mean, if we're going to have, in 5 years, we're going to have roughly 25,000, at least, from the EPRI estimate mid forecast. In 5 years, we'll have 25,000 customers as EV drivers. And by 2030, 70,000 customers, according to that forecast. It's going to be very, very important for us to educate our customers holistically around how they should be charging. What is the benefits of using a 240 volt plug to use that managed off-peak charging? So we're going to take advantage of, talking to them and helping them to understand what is the impact on the grid, how it could cause more increased investment if they're not using that off-peak charging. So that's why, we really do feel like it's important for us to have that role with our customers, to be able to talk to them about the benefits of EV. There's benefits of EV driving, certainly, from the economics aspect of driving an EV, the lower cost, the environmental aspect of it. However, there's other impacts that we also want to be able to talk to them about as it relates to us as the utility.
Well, and so that's why I asked you about your time of use and how many customers you had on those, and the fact that you're talking to them. I get my bill in the mail and I look at your inserts. And no, I don't really go out there and Google you guys a lot and see what's on your front page. But I really don't see time of use as a discussion issue that's raised in your inserts or whatever. And furthermore, I think if I'm buying a EV, I'm going to be talking to the dealer, and maybe the dealer is going to throw in a charger for free. So I think I'm going to get my information from the dealer. And before I just don't know how you really are going to be the connector to get everybody to be visiting with you about the wherewithal for charging. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, yeah, Commissioner Duffy, I know that you were involved also in the presentation by, I'm thinking about the RAP presentation that they did on electrification, as well as, I was involved in the study that Wichita State University did with the commission staff around energy efficiency. And it's apparent from that, even our customers look to us for that information, right? When they're using electricity, they're flipping on that light switch, they think about Evergy. When they get their bill, they're thinking about Evergy. They know that we are a resource. And I believe that even that Wichita State University research showed that customers are looking to their utility for information. We love to hear that, right? We want to be able to teach and educate our customers about their usage. And we do feel like we are the prime person for that. And we recognize certainly that dealerships are another place where customers get information. In fact, since we launched our Clean Charge Network, we started working with those dealerships. We provided them with information around charging, about our Clean Charge Network, and it was very well received. We will continue that process of working with the dealerships because we do see what an important channel. The dealerships are just one channel of that information, but customers go out, when a customer is looking to buy an EV, they're talking to their friends, they're talking to the dealers, they are going out on the website and Googling information. But we do believe, with the, what we have agreed to with staff regarding that education budget, we plan on working with our customers, sharing more information about the different resources that they may have, whether it be time of use rates, whether it be our website or Clean Charge Network. that information will be for them, to go out and find. And plus we'll be pushing information to them so that they can see that.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms.
Yeah.
Winslow. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
All right, I think that comes to me. I just have a couple really quick questions. That was a really good conversation, and frankly, I just want to make sure I have some of this right. So the idea of managed charging, just to kind of get back to basics, as I understand it, the whole idea of managed charging is for the utility to increase sales as much as possible while minimizing the new investment that would be necessary to serve that increased usage. Is that kind of what we're talking about? Is that the overarching goal of managing charging?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I think it was your first part that I'm having a little bit of an issue with.
I guess to meet or to serve increased demand for additional electricity, but to do that with the minimal amount of new investment necessary to meet that new demand. Is that's kind of the goal of what we're trying to get at with managing charging?
Yeah, I mean, managed charging to me is, again, helping, the customer is most efficiently they're using the most efficient way of charging. And so, in this particular case, managed charging is around this 240 volt, which does require less energy than a 110 volt outlet, as well as secondary. It does allow for the customer to be able to, again, manage their charging and to use their car telematics and move that charging off until after midnight.
So to rephrase that just a little bit, the key ways we get to manage charging, or our tools in the toolbox of managing charging, the biggest two are to use level 2 charging and to do it at the right, and to charge at the right time, potentially through time of use rates, but not necessarily, but to make sure that we're charging at the right times.
Right. And I would say to me, the third one is that third leg of the stool is education, like we have put forth within this filing.
So, and this is, I'm just trying to sum in my head. We talked a lot about the residential program here, and I'm trying to just connect the dots of how it gets us to those goals. It seems to me that there's a few ways. First, it obviously, by providing a financial incentive, it does nudge people toward level 2 charging because one, it makes it more available, but also it helps them charge within the off-peak time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think you also mentioned that once, by giving that incentive, and hopefully people will participate, that you will then be able to understand which customers actually do have an EV. And does that, is that part of the benefit with that, is that it enables you to more directly connect with those customers and allows us to educate them about how they should be managing, or is there no connection there? Do we use that data or not?
Yeah, no, we use that data. I think another real advantage of it, Chairman French, is that also when we work with even, other third parties that do the modeling for the AMI disaggregation, one of the first questions that they ask is, do you know which customers are EV drivers? So being able to provide them with that information, a known, I guess, qualifier that within this AMI data, this customer is an EV driver. They are able to then, again, I'm certainly not a data scientist and I wouldn't claim to be, but from my understanding, they're able to kind of match those two things together, as well as, do they own what kind of, do they have an air conditioner? What level of air conditioner? What SEER do they have? Do they own a heat pump? What kind of, do they have a swimming pool? Do they have solar on their home? So they're able to take all the kinds of different information for us and to be able to disaggregate that so that we are able to better talk to the customer so that we can meet the customer where they're at. We know what type of, not exactly what type of appliances they're using, but we're able to talk to them and provide them with more information around if it's energy efficiency rebates, it's rebates for these vehicles, it's managed charging, it's TOU. We're able to talk to them better than what we have in the past.
So, and this is just the last piece here to connect up because Commissioner Duffy talked about bill inserts. And so I guess I'm curious, I see a lot of Facebook ads from you all, but what are the methods that Evergy would plan to utilize to engage with customers? And once you find out somebody has an EV and you want to inform them, look, you could have a cost savings if you want to charge at night, how do you get that message to them? What are your marketing methods? Is there somebody else I should talk to about that? Or is that something you'd like to comment on?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, if you don't mind, I think it was actually within one of our data requests, number 26, which talked a lot more about the education and outreach plan that the two, between staff and parties and Evergy, that more distinctly outlined what our customer or education and outreach plan is. I'm sorry, data request number 46. And so through that, I mean, one of the very first steps, and no, I mean, just to make as a qualifier is that under Chuck's organization or Chuck's division, I'm in charge of products and services. And then we have another individual that is responsible for our marketing, communications, and customer experience. As you can imagine, both of our teams work very, very closely together to enable to make sure that we are fully promoting our programs for enrollment and making sure that we're messaging right to the customers. So we developed in collaboration with the marketing communications team what that education and outreach plan would be. So within that, we talk about, just the campaign strategy that would ultimately be developed initially and how we would identify customers and develop both website outreach and education, and what are the different tactics or channels that we would use. And so some of those, again, different tactics include website content, digital advertising. We want to train our employees. We have found that to be very, very helpful so that our employees know about our programs as well, so they can go out and talk to their customers, or when they're out, in the community, they can also talk about our programs. We'll do case studies, perhaps we'll do direct mail, and maybe just some one-on-one outreach. But, I think even, Commissioner Duffy brought up a good point about the dealerships. We will make sure that the dealerships are another channel that we are focusing on as well to be able to talk to the customers.
Maybe this is a question for council, actually. Is that DR 46 in the record anywhere or attached to any testimonies?
It is not, and what I was doing here was putting it together so that I could get it admitted as an exhibit on redirect.
That would be fine, or just filing the response as a late filed exhibit, however you'd prefer to approach that. I think I'm in line with Commissioner Duffy that these communication efforts and education seem to be absolutely vital, maybe even more important than some of the investments. And so as much information as we could have on that plan would be really helpful.
Yeah. And I would offer, Chairman French, is that even within the EM&V that we have proposed within the stipulation agreement, it also includes a process and impact evaluation. So impact, looking at the demand, the savings impact, as well as it includes a process. So the process really looks at some of the education type materials and how effective those education materials are.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. All right. Okay, let me go ahead and pause for additional commissioner questions before we go to redirect. And Commissioner Duffy, did you have?
Yeah, I just want to, you did say the adoption so far by EV customers in terms of time of use has not been good. So have you asked them why they are not moving to that schema?
Yeah, so that was within our first, so we performed an evaluation, measurement, and verification in Missouri on our time of use programs. And so that was some of the research or evaluation that they were able to determine that we did not have as high a percent of EV drivers on that TOU rate. So since then, I mean, that has been an additional marketing campaign that we are working with our marketing team, and to really focus on more of a direct marketing campaign to those EV drivers. So that's one aspect, making sure that we are marketing directly to them and messaging to them. A second piece that I talked about earlier was the fact that that rate was developed as a whole house. So, so it may not appeal to all EV drivers, right? If you have a family of 4 and you drive an electric van, an EV van, sure, that's great. But I mean, if you got a family of 4 that you're trying to get all this stuff done before 8 o'clock, or that you don't want to wait till after 8, then you can see where that rate might not be as appealing to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Keen, did you have anything further, or did we spark any questions for you?
The ones you sparked, you answered. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Very good. We will move to Ms. Kaver if you have any redirect.
The only redirect I would have would be to put Evergy Exhibit 1 into the record, which is the updated response that we were talking about to staff DR 46AS. I provided that on September 16th to the parties and to Mr. Fedotin, marked as our Exhibit 1. So it would already be with the commission. I can either present it now and move it into the record, or if you prefer, I can wait and I can just file it in the record.
Well, it sounds like Ms. Winslow has laid some foundation. Unless you believe any more needs to be laid, I would ask at this time whether there are any objections to admitting Exhibit 1 into the record. Evergy Exhibit 1 into the record. I am not hearing any objections, so that document will be admitted as Evergy Exhibit 1.
All right, thank you. I have nothing more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Winslow, you may step down.
All right, thank you.
We will now turn to Evergy's next witness. Ms. Caper, you may call your next witness.
Okay. Call to the stand now on behalf of Evergy, Mr. Nick Boris.
Mr. Boris, I will swear you in at this time. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Will you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Nick Boris. Last name is V as in Victor, O-R-I-S.
And Mr. Boris, you the same Nick Boris that filed rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'll tender the witness for cross-examination since his testimony has already been admitted into the record.
Thank you. And I have charge point as the first to examine Mr. Boris.
Thank you, Chair French. Good afternoon, Mr. Boris.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Boris, would you please turn to your rebuttal testimony and turn to pages 13 and 14? And let me know when you're there.
Gotcha.
So there on pages 13 and 14, you're responding to ChargePoint's recommendations for the residential rebate program, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And Evergy opposes ChargePoint's recommendation to establish a list of qualified chargers that are network capable, have managed charging capabilities, a safety certification, and are Energy Star certified. Is that correct?
It is, well, I mean, not as you stated. We oppose requiring the procurement and use of such a charger as a requirement to obtain the rebate. We don't necessarily we aren't necessarily opposed to posting, a list of, qualified chargers on our website. It's the requiring those as an eligibility, as a facet of eligibility that we oppose.
Okay, I think that's a helpful clarification, but and thank you for mentioning that you'd be open to posting a list on your website. I don't remember seeing any discussion of that before, but I believe you did use the word qualified as far as a list. What would that mean if chargers were qualified, if they were appearing on that list, but you're not actually imposing any requirements that customers install specific chargers?
Yeah, I mean, I guess was I parroting your use of the word qualified?
Perhaps. So maybe I'll just back up. So
yeah,
I think you clarified my question, which is that Evergy does not support requiring customers as a condition of participating in the residential rebate program to install a charger that meets certain qualifications, right?
Right.
Okay. And you mentioned something about posting a list on your website. And since I think that's kind of new, could you just explain for a moment what you were describing?
Scott, we're off to a rough start because I thought that's where you were going with your original question, is that you characterized our position as being opposed to basically putting that information on our website. Was that not, did I totally mishear your question?
So it's my ChargePoint's recommendation is that instead of providing customers a rebate for installing a 240 volt outlet, that Evergy should require customers to install actual EV chargers,
right?
And that those EV chargers be pre-qualified and meet the criteria that I just listed. Is that your understanding of our recommendation?
Right. And we oppose that recommendation.
Okay. I think we're where we need to be.
Are we level set now?
I think we're level set. Thank you. I was
just
trying to lay some foundation here.
Yeah.
So, but that's helpful. So Evergy has developed, or excuse me, I should say Evergy proposes to develop a list of qualified chargers for the commercial rebate program, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And some of those qualifications that you propose or criteria that you propose chargers meet in order to be on the list of qualified chargers for the commercial program are that level 2 chargers be Energy Star certified, that they have a safety certification, and that they have managed charging capabilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so just to, again, level set a bit, ChargePoint essentially recommends that a program design feature that Evergy itself proposed for the commercial program be applied to the residential program. Is that your understanding?
Right. That's ChargePoint's position. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. The residential rebate program would provide up to $500 to cover 50% of the installation costs, correct?
It's tiered in our settlement, depending on whether the recipient is a TOU enrollee as well.
Oh, that's right. I apologize, and I neglected to pull that up before hearing here. So can you remind me the $500 is if you do agree to participate in time of use, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So thinking about those customers, so Evergy is incentivizing installation costs. So if Evergy were to simply require that customers install chargers, since you're only covering up to 50% of the installation costs, ChargePoint's recommendation wouldn't increase the budget for this program, right?
Right. I guess it would effectively increase the out of pocket for the customers.
Okay, and when you say that it would effectively increase the out of pocket for customers, that would be based on an assumption that customers, well, excuse me, that would be based on an assumption that chargers meeting the criteria that we just discussed a moment ago are more expensive than chargers that don't meet those criteria. Is that right?
Now, the alternative is no charger at all.
No charger at all.
Right. This is about, plugging the car directly into the NEMA outlet with no charger as an intermediary. So that's what we're comparing this to. So it's, $500 smart charger versus $0.
And I certainly don't have any 240 volt extension cords laying around my house. Are you assuming that customers would have those?
Yeah, there are, cars that, increasingly there are cars that are being shipped with that 240 volt cord set. We know that from speaking with Tesla drivers in our service territory, we know that that is a common way that they charge, is to plug directly into a NEMA 1450 outlet, just as our rebate program prescribes.
But you're not sure if all vehicles are capable of doing that, or if they come with the right
Sure.
cord to do that.
No, that's fair. There may be some vehicles where they need to, buy a cord.
Okay. On page 14 of your rebuttal testimony, there at line 11, you mentioned disaggregation algorithms, and
yeah,
I'll just read quote a phrase here. You say, quote, disaggregation algorithms to identify EV charging from AMI interval usage data, end quote. Is this disaggregation algorithms, is it fair that that's a type of artificial intelligence?
Yes, they use, let's see here, what's the other one? Artificial intelligence, machine learning, both of those kind of very numerically intensive, computationally intensive tools are employed for AMI disaggregation.
Okay. Does Evergy have experience using disaggregation algorithms to run demand response programs or manage charging programs?
I am unaware of if and where we use those outside of the EV space. I can tell you that we are standing up a project in the EV space, like many of our peers, to increase and develop our AMI disaggregation capabilities with respect to residential EV charging in particular. And our proposed program is pretty central to that effort.
By proposed program, you mean the program at issue in this case?
Yeah, the program we've been talking about, yeah. Okay.
Does Evergy have any experience using smart and networked EV chargers?
Oh, we certainly do in the in the CCN space.
Right. So if it turns out, so it sounds like the disaggregation technology is a little new to Evergy from your response a moment ago. So if it turns out that Evergy is unable to use disaggregation algorithms for demand response or managed charging programs, and down the road it decides it wants to use smart chargers to run these types of programs, because Evergy has lots of experience using smart chargers. Mm-hmm. Any residential customer that participates in this program but did not install a smart charger, mm-hmm, would not be able to participate in a smart charger based managed charging program, right?
Well, I don't know why not. They could just buy one at that time.
Well,
They got to buy it either way, right?
It would be an additional investment for them at that time to.
Well, I mean, it's an additional investment for them now.
There's been some discussion, Mr. Voris, today. Would you agree that managed charging and demand response programs are particularly effective in the residential context due to the fact that vehicles are typically typically parked for long periods of time?
Yeah, I would definitely agree that they are a focal point when you think about the future of managing EVs and the impact on the grid. You're going to see, Evergy and all of the peer utilities are going to be, approaching the same goal from maybe a variety of vectors, that goal being to minimize the impact of EV charging on the grid.
Great. Let's turn to the commercial rebate program, please. If you look back at your rebuttal testimony, pages 21 and 22. Just let me know when you're there.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's level set again for a moment. Here in the middle of the page, you're responding to ChargePoint's recommendation, which was to not require commercial rebate recipients to agree up front to participate in demand response events. Is that an accurate characterization of your understanding of our position?
Right. That you thought that was an onerous requirement to make folks agree a priori to participate in demand response events.
Right. Thank you. And so there in the middle of the page, you acknowledge that demand response events could be difficult for DC fast chargers. And then you state, quote, Evergy is amenable to a plan modification that would add the requirement for rebate participants to agree to participate in future demand response events for level 2 chargers only, end quote. So is that what I just read, is that still Evergy's position under the settlement agreement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so under the settlement agreement, any participant that receives rebates for DC fast chargers would not be required to participate in demand response events for those chargers, correct?
That's our understanding. I don't know that that's written into the settlement, so I would certainly want to make sure that the other signatories were cool with that, but that would be our intention.
Okay, I don't think it is addressed by the settlement agreement. I just want to make sure that that was still your position. Okay. And then next, just read one more quote here. You state, quote, Evergy does not anticipate regular demand response events, but when one is called, we envision load control by throttling back the charging speed by 50% versus shutting down the capability to charge completely, end quote. Do you see that there?
Yeah.
So you use the term envision. With this statement, is Evergy committing to implementing its demand response events through throttling as you've described?
Yeah, I would say that the future demand response event for public charging infrastructure is going to employ throttling of level 2 stations. Does that answer your question?
I think so. And I guess I'm just asking if this is a vision or if this is a commitment.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a fully baked program right now, so it's hard for me to call it a commitment, but that's certainly our intent, is that we would not shut these on and off, that we would just be able to, dial them down, not unlike a thermostat.
Okay. And when you say you don't have a fully baked program, do you plan to come back to the commission for with a fully baked program and request approval for the demand response program that would apply to chargers?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an exact timeline, but that I would expect that to happen in the future. At some point in our TE journey, we're going to be crossing that bridge.
Okay, so is it correct then that you won't be calling any demand response events in which commercial customers would be required to participate until you have commission approval for a demand response program?
Correct.
Okay, that's great to hear, Mr. Voris. I was not clear on that. And that allows me to skip many of my questions, so that's great. Just couple more questions on this demand response issue. Does Evergy plan to throttle the charging speed at its clean charge network chargers when demand response events are called?
Absolutely.
Okay. That is all I have. Thank you so much, Mr. Voris, and
you're welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry about the rough start.
All good.
All right. We will now move to Ms. Griffin with AFPM if you have questions for witness Voris.
Thank you, Chairman French. Good afternoon, Mr. Voris.
Good afternoon.
I assume you were on earlier when I had some questions about the ICF report for Ms. Winslow, and she kind of deferred to you. So, I mean, you can let me know whether you're able to answer them.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Trying to parse through, what is mine and what was Ms. Coletti's in ICF's filed testimony.
Okay. Do you know how much roughly Evergy paid for the ICF report?
For the report itself, I'm going to estimate it was on the order of $10,000 to $12,000, and that's and I say that based on the original scope of work with them, and which was split among half a dozen tasks or more, and we trying to parse through that and figure out what sliver of that is that report. So that's a pretty good number.
And was there other work associated with the report that was performed that's not included in that number?
Well, I mean, I would frame it like this: there was work performed that served multiple purposes, that being to feed into the cost effectiveness evaluation, but also feed into the budget making process as well.
Okay. And do you know approximately how much Evergy paid for that work?
No. I mean, I know that our original scope of work with them was on the order of $88,000, and that included a number of tasks that took us from kind of initial vision of a filing up through the filing.
Okay. And I asked this of Ms. Winslow, but I didn't get the sense that she was firm in her answer. Do you know if Evergy expects to recover the expenses paid to ICF from its ratepayers in the future?
Yeah, I think that I'll stick with her answer, not just because she's my boss, but because she's a better source for that.
Okay. And she indicated that Evergy approved the methodology that was used for the cost benefit analysis, but she kind of deferred to you on some other questions.
Okay.
One of which I had was, it's noted in the ICF report. Well, I guess it's not, this isn't in the ICF report. It's in table 4 on page 20 of Evergy's application. There's a chart that talks about customer, participant, societal benefits and costs.
Yeah.
And it in the middle of the chart, it mentions the federal vehicle tax credit, and it's noted to be a benefit. but it doesn't show that it's a cost to anyone. And my question is, isn't that element or factor really a cost to Evergy's customers who are paying federal taxes that are used to fund that credit?
Yeah, I think that tax was viewed as an allocation of across the federal tax base, right? An allocation of that larger tax base specifically to Evergy's customers.
Okay, but those customers would be paying the money that created that tax base, right?
As would all other Americans, yes.
Right. And Ms. Winslow indicated that she didn't believe that ICF considered any other costs of EVs other than those that would have been stated in its report. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, speaking about well, I think that the table that you referenced, I'm sorry, I didn't turn to it. Was that on page 15? I think that does a pretty good job of.
On page 20.
I'm sorry, page 20. Yeah, it does a pretty good job.
Okay, so
I would say there's probably an expanded version of that table actually in their report, which is included as an appendix, specifically Appendix C of our application. That would be table 1.
right on page 2 of.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that table 1 on page 2 of the ICF report, it does not mention that there was any consideration made of the income of Evergy's EV driving customers or the location where those EV driving customers reside. So is it fair to say that those items were not factored into the analysis?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that the income of our customers was not factored into the analysis.
How about their location?
That's fair as well. Yeah, that wasn't factored in as well.
Do you know if ICF or Evergy, for that matter, considered the potential impact of Tesla's recent announcement that it will be opening up its superchargers to non-Tesla EV drivers?
I don't know that has an impact on the cost effectiveness evaluation.
Okay. But so you're saying it wouldn't have been considered?
Right. It would have made the results more favorable because those are existing chargers that would be available to all customers. So it would have made it better. So maybe we should have put it in there.
Do you know if ICF considered the infrastructure bill that Congress is currently considering?
Did not. No, this was done several months before that.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to what I have marked as AFPM 60, but it's staff interrogatory 29. I think I can put it up on the screen if that is helpful to you.
Might be if I don't have it here. I got a big stack of paper. Let's see.
IT, does council have the ability to share her screen?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Very good.
All right, well, there we go. Can everybody see it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, I can see it.
good. I don't have a lot of experience sharing my screen, so I was a little shaky on that one.
Looks
Okay.
great.
So, and my question is in this staff interrogatory 29, have you seen this before, Mr. Voris?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you look at the bottom of page 1, it indicates that as of September 2020, the estimated number of EVs in Kansas Metro is 3,030. And then it also provides the number of total light duty vehicles in Kansas Metro, 623,656. And then it contains information, the same information for Kansas Central for the same time period, 1,997, EVs, total light duty vehicles, 1,216,233. Is that, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the source of the data in this interrogatory response?
The source of that data, we get that data from Evergy on a periodic basis.
Okay.
They provide us with the current vehicles in operation in our service territories.
Okay. And so that number, is that an actual figures, or are those estimates, do you know?
Yeah, no, those are actual figures, based on their their methodology, which includes, registrations and movement of used cars and things of that nature.
Okay. And so if I took the total number of EVs in both Kansas territories and added them together, that would give me the total number of EVs in Kansas Metro and Central, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And if I added the total number of light duty vehicles, that would give me the total number of light duty vehicles in both of Evergy's Kansas territories, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if I did the math and I took the total number of EVs and divided it by the total number of light duty vehicles, that would give me the percentage of customers in those territories that own an EV, correct?
Yes, that would give you the penetration.
Right. So assuming I did the math right, I got 5,007 total vehicles divided by 1,839,889, which gives me a product of 0.00272%. So that would be less than 1/3 of 1% of all light duty vehicles or EVs in Evergy's Kansas territories, at least as of the September 2020 date. Is that correct?
Give me 1 second, please, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I think it's around 0.3%.
Okay. What decimal did you get when you did the math?
Well, the decimal is 0.003, which of course expressed as a percent is 0.3%.
Okay. Well, you're supposed to round it up. Okay. Wouldn't that be 1% would be 0.01? We're at 0.003. Isn't that 1/3 of 1%?
Yeah. So if I do 5,000 and I divide that by 1.8 million, I better do it better than that. 1.8.
I'm doing it again on my phone too while we're sitting here.
I get 0.0027.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah. So as a percent, that's move to over. That's 0.28%.
Which is a pretty small percentage. So the U.S. Census Bureau indicated when I checked it that there were 1,288,401 housing units in Kansas. Do you know if Evergy took into consideration how many housing units were in its Kansas territory? How many of those have an EV?
took that into consideration for what precisely?
Well, for determining whether there was a current demand or need for the TE programs that were designed to stimulate EV adoption.
Yeah, no, we did not look at that specific data. You know, I think what we did look at, which is lost in this point analysis that we've just walked through, is the fact that you know, it's growing 40%. The compound annual growth rate of EVs is growing 40% historically and from a forward-looking basis. And you know, we know by our rule of 72, that means that the EV population is doubling every 2 years. So that you know, sure, it's 0.28%, you know, as of September of 21. It's probably going to be about double of that 2 years, and then it's going to be double that 2 years later. So, you know, that is the kind of thinking that went into our program design.
Okay. And I'd asked this question earlier, and I think Mr. Casely indicated you were the appropriate person to direct it to. How many public charging ports are in Evergy's Kansas service territory?
How many public charging ports are in Evergy's Kansas service territory? Okay, so you're looking at approximately between 850 and 900 ports in Kansas.
Okay.
That's probably, I can't remember exactly how you framed the question, but that's probably in our service territory and not statewide. I should be clear about that.
Okay. Well, let me direct you. I found the page. Page 6 of your testimony, I think, is you indicated what the number was in Evergy's Kansas service territory. It looks like in your rebuttal testimony, you indicated it was 820.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound right? And
yeah.
How many of those are non-utility owned?
Those were, I want to make sure that maybe 200 and 253.
Would that be the current number? You're on page 6 of your testimony. It indicates 250.
There you go.
Okay. And so that's the actual number of ports versus the number of charging stations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so if we did the math to figure out how many public charging ports there are for each of the EVs within Evergy service territory, at least as of September 2020, which is the numbers that were reflected in AFPM 60, which is staff answer to staff interrogatory 29. Mm-hmm. We would take the 5,007 total EVs divided by 820 public charging ports, correct?
Yes, I'm following you.
Yeah, and so that would show if you did
probably the other way around though.
We've got which way are you doing the calculation?
Would be the 800 some odd divided by the 5,000 some odd.
And so that would show 0.163 ports per EV.
Yeah, that'd be ports per EV number.
If you did it the other way around, it'd be EVs per port. It would be 6.1. 5,007 divided by 8.
The inverse of that, sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Has Evergy considered data regarding the ratio of public charging ports in Kansas compared to other states?
No, we have considered the anticipated rate of growth of EVs vis-a-vis the charging infrastructure required to support that population for our budget making.
So then Evergy wouldn't be in a position to disagree with Mr. Thoren's testimony that Kansas has the second highest rate of EV charging connections to EVs in the United States?
Well, I mean, we ran the numbers and we think we're ninth, but we think that the key issue is that this is a forward-looking filing, and we can calculate where we are in space. We can take snapshots, to our heart's content, but as a utility, we are charged with, pardon the pun, with doing a forward-looking analysis and planning for the future, which is what we've done in this filing.
In Evergy's application, I'm specifically looking at page 12, indicates that EPRI projects that under a medium adoption scenario, the total number of EVs in Kansas Central will be 11,967 by 2025 and 40,123 by 2030, correct?
Correct.
And then that same page of the application indicates that EPRI projects under a medium adoption scenario, the total number of EVs in Kansas Metro will be 14,471 by 2025 and 37,246 by 2030, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So would you agree that if we use these projections and the September 2020 figure for total light duty vehicles in Kansas that we just looked at, to determine the percentage of EV penetration in Kansas, it would show that if the medium adoption scenario actually occurs, EVs would comprise about 1.4% of total vehicles in 2025, 4.2% in 2030. I mean, what I've done is take those projections for both Kansas territories for 2025, which is the 11,967, added it to the 14,471, and then divided that by the total number of light duty vehicles.
So did you say 6% in, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I had.
Wait. No, I'm sorry. I used the wrong number. My bad. I think you said 4.3% in 2030 ish.
I had, well, I'm looking at, I had 4.2%, 4.3, I had 1.4% in 2025 and 4.2% in 2030.
Yeah, I ran the 2030 and I got the same number.
Okay. And so in those percentages, since the number that we've used for total light duty vehicles is the as of September 2020. So those percentages we just ran wouldn't account for actual growth in the number of total light duty vehicles and what that number would be in 2025 and 2030.
That's fair, yeah. It's relatively small growth. I mean, in particular as a percentage compared to the EVs, but yeah, what you said is true.
And in both 2019 and 2020, the demonstrated rate of EV adoption in the Evergy territories is less than the medium adoption scenario, isn't it?
In 2019, I show 4333. Okay, what you looking at? Let's make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. My note's a little cryptic here. I had KCC 36. I'm wondering if that was, where did I get that from? It's gotta be one of these interrogatory answers. Oh, let me skip that one for right now. It's the bottom line though, is Evergy doesn't really have any way to know what the EV adoption rate is going to be. It's relying on EPRI estimates, correct?
Yeah, I would say this, that we first started receiving EPRI estimates in 2015, laying the groundwork for the Clean Charge Network. And in 2015, they projected EV adoption in our service territory through in our service territory, which at the time was the legacy KCP&L territory, right? And they projected it through 2030. And they have, over time, they've recalibrated those trajectories, if you will, based on, the latest conditions and expectations. And when you compare the 2015 set of data to the data that we received last year, they're tracking about a year off, which frankly I think is phenomenal, given the fact that our original forecast came out in the early. I mean, we're in the early days now. We're back in the 2015. We were in the early days. So we have, concrete reasons to have confidence in these trajectories. We think that the past 6 years has given us reason to be confident.
But they are projections.
I don't know how to try to figure out the future without one. Yeah.
And I know that one of the documents that we've taken administrative notice of for purposes of this hearing is the Commission's September 13, 2016 order. And that document actually reflects that then at that time, EPRI's most optimistic estimate of the number of EVs in the then KCP&L's Kansas service territories by 2020 would be around 12,000 EVs. And we're not anywhere close to that right now, are we? We just kind of walked through that as of September 2020, we were at 5,007 EVs.
Well, we're not comparing apples to apples there either, though, because our territories back then was what is now Missouri Metro, Missouri West, and Kansas Metro. So we would need to compare kind of how those three are tracking to, and you said that's the high projection, right? So we haven't really been comparing things to high in this filing. We've been talking exclusively in terms of medium, right?
Well, in the intermediate, which I think would be the medium you're referencing, the intermediate estimate by 2020 was 8,245 per that 2016 order.
Okay.
And so what portions of the territory were included in that number for purposes of the 2016 docket that aren't included in this docket?
The Missouri territories.
So the can't.
So you would drop Kansas Central and you would pick up Missouri Metro and Missouri West.
Okay.
What was that number again? 8,000 something?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we're at 7,500 in those three territories through mid-year. So.
Okay. So it's somewhat lower.
We're not to the end of the year. We're picking up, you know, we're picking up 700 vehicles a quarter.
And I've marked the response to Bob Glass interrogatory number 5 as AFPM 66. And my question, and I can throw it up on the screen if we need to, but my question is, ICF's cost benefit analysis does not seek to model the potential impacts of any program in Evergy's TE, does it?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, Evergy indicated in that response, let me go ahead and see if I can get it up on the screen.
Yeah, please.
Ms. Griffin, while you're doing that, just a question. You've referenced KCC 29, KCC 36, and now I believe KCC 5, AFPM 66. Is it your intention to offer these interrogatory responses as exhibits, or are they merely being used for examination?
No, I'd like to offer them as exhibits.
Thank you.
Would you prefer that I do that as I go along? Is that easier?
You may either do it as you go along or at the end. I just was wanting to know how much I should be keeping track.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and move for the admission of AFPM 60. We looked at that one.
And for our purposes, I don't have your list of exhibits in front of me. Can you identify what that document is?
Certainly. It is response to Leo Haynes question 29.
Okay. Is there any objection to the admission of AFPM 60, which is the response to staff data request 29? Hearing no objection, it will be admitted.
Thank you.
Just for the record, are we admitting it as AFPM 60 as opposed to number 1 or something?
I think if it's pre-marked, let's go ahead and call it AFPM 60. Is that my understanding? Is that they have been pre-marked?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and admit it that way.
Okay. So I'm putting up what's been marked as AFPM 66, which is response to Bob Glass interrogatory number 5. And what I'm interested in is, we just talked about that the analysis does not seek to model the potential impacts of a single program. But Mr. Vorst, this also states it is very difficult to attribute direct program impacts on the EV market, as there are numerous complex factors that go into car buying and charging decisions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and is that still the case as you're sitting here today?
That is correct. Mm-hmm.
And did that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the answer to interrogatory number 5?
Yes.
Okay, and move for the admission of AFPM 66.
Is there any objection to admission of AFPM 66? Hearing none, it will be admitted.
Thank you. And Mr. Vorst, would you agree that EVs are more costly than non-EVs?
I would agree that, again, taken as a snapshot in time, they are more costly on the average.
Okay. And would you also agree that historically Evergy's more affluent customers would have comprised the majority of its EV driving customers?
I would expect that to be a pretty safe bet.
Does Evergy have any data on the makes and models of EVs that are driven by within its territories?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Sure. Does Evergy have any data on the specific makes and models of EVs and how many of each are driven by Kansans within its territories?
I don't know. I'll tell you what I'm struggling with. I get some pretty hefty spreadsheets from Evergy, and I'm struggling with whether, you know, in the bowels of those spreadsheets, there's you know, a line item row that would give me that. I haven't laid eyes on it. How about that, Ms. Griffin?
Okay. Is it fair to say that that information is not included anywhere in Evergy's application?
That's fair.
Okay. So, for purposes of the application that's in front of the commission, how many customers are driving in the Kansas territories are driving Teslas versus Chevy Bolts versus Nissan Leafs, correct?
Yeah, for the purposes of the application, we didn't dig into that.
And when I was speaking with Mr. Casely earlier, I believe that he testified that about 84% of charging was done at home. Would you agree with that?
I would say that is you know, our best numbers are it's you know, in the range of 80. So, you know, I would include 84 in that range.
Okay. And you also testified in your rebuttal testimony that level 2 charging adds approximately 25 miles of range per hour, while level 1 charging adds about 4 miles per hour. Does that sound right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Does Evergy currently know how many of its EV driving customers have a residence with a 240 volt outlet that's capable of level 2 charging right now?
I would say that the answer is no, and we intend to use this residential program to help us sleuth that out. I mean, that's the exact type of capability that you know, we endeavor to build up as a consequence of this program, the residential program.
Okay, I'm gonna put up on my screen what I have marked as AFPM 35, and it is the answer to Bob Glass interrogatory 4. And in this particular interrogatory, staff was asking some questions about what assumptions were used by Evergy to estimate the number of residential retrofit customer rebates, and that's for the 240 volt outlets, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there was assumption made by Evergy that 20% of its EV driving customers will upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
And what can you explain to us how Evergy got to the number of 20% versus some other percentage?
Yeah, so you know, it might be useful to, you know, just when we think about sizing the residential rebate program, you had to come up with a size, and we had a couple of different ways we could go. We could either make a series of assumptions and come up and employ this route, or we could have said, you know what, we think that 2,000, 2,500 participants in each service territory would achieve our goal of giving us a nice population of folks to work with and to analyze going forward, to glean the lessons learned that we want to from these programs. So, you know, rather than just saying, hey, we think 2,500 is a nice number, or 3,000 or whatever, we decided to, you know, make a couple of assumptions and try to drill down to a number that has, you know, some amount of intelligence behind it.
Okay. But this is just, that 20% is an estimation.
Sure.
So, okay. And can the same be said for the conclusion that is reflected in AFPM 35, that upgrading to level 2 charging isn't feasible for 35% of Evergy's EV driving customers?
Right.
Okay. Does this appear to you to be an accurate copy of the answer to question 40?
It does.
Okay. I'd move for the admission of AFPM 35.
Is there any objection to admission of this exhibit? Hearing none, it will be admitted.
Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to throw up what I've marked as AFPM 37. Let's see. And I believe this is the interrogatory answer. It's the answer to question 45. In this answer, Evergy, this is where Evergy indicated that it was not aware of a source to identify the number of EV charging ports in single family homes that you testified about. Is that correct? Okay. And by the same token, in this answer, and does Evergy also indicate that it does not know for certain the number of private commercial EV charging structure available because the Department of Energy's alternate fuels data centers database may not provide a complete view of this infrastructure at multifamily dwellings, workplace, and fleet?
Right. Yeah, we have reason to, you know, believe that it catches most of it, but, you know, is it accurate within a percent? You know, we can't attest to that.
Okay. And does this appear to be an accurate copy of this interrogatory answer?
Yes.
I move for the admission of AFPM 37.
Any objection to admission of this exhibit? Hearing none, it will be admitted.
I'm going to put AFPM 62 up. And this is a response to Leo Hanos interrogatory 32. And does this answer include the, I guess, estimated cost to install a level 2 charger into a residence?
It is the cost to install the 240 volt circuit. It's unfortunate that we used $1,200 per charger there.
Well, and then the assumption there is, it looks like specific to a $500
Oh,
cost.
okay. I'm sorry. This is not what I thought it was. I apologize. Let's back the truck up and start this over.
Sure. And my question just was, is the data provided here Evergy's projected cost to install a level 2 charger in a residence?
Yeah, I got you. This is the cost estimates that went into the cost effectiveness evaluation.
Okay. And that was for, in part, determining the cost effectiveness of the residential rebates that are part of Evergy's TE.
No. Nope.
Okay.
Because those are all borne by the EV driver. So when you think about the cost effectiveness from the perspective of all Evergy customers, you would not include this cost.
Okay. But so can you tell me, as we're sitting here, what is Evergy's estimate of what it would cost a customer to install a level 2 charger?
A charger or the circuit?
Well, I believe whatever Evergy is offering the residential rebate program, a rebate for, is what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, yeah. Boy, do I have that, because we surveyed like maybe a dozen electricians to try to get a handle on what the typical cost of installing that circuit is. And I think it's in the range of $1,000, maybe $1,200 would be the all-in cost, for a typical EV driving homeowner who's looking to do that.
That would just be the installation cost. What would be that? Would that include the actual outlet?
Yeah, including the outlet. Sorry.
Okay. So the rebates that are being offered for those installations would be $500 for a customer that enrolls in the TOU rate and $250 for one that does not.
Yes.
Okay. And is the rebate, and maybe I just didn't read something right when I was going through this, but could you clarify for me whether the rebate covers up to half the cost of the outlet and installation, or just up to half of the installation cost?
Yeah, so I'm going to go back to the settlement agreement, because I believe the settlement agreement removes the 50% value, and it's 500. It's a flat 500 for folks who are TOU participants, and a flat 250 for otherwise.
Okay, so that was a slight shift from what was presented in the application then.
Yeah, the application didn't have the two-tiered approach, nor did it have the kind of the flat. So it's a double shift, let's call it.
Okay. All right. So then, and what evidence does Evergy have at this point of how or whether a rebate amount of $250 or $500 will actually incent a customer who can afford an EV to install a 240 volt outlet?
I would say that the evidence kind of centers around the fact that this is a very common type of incentive that utilities, in our benchmarking, we looked around at what other utilities are doing, and some version of this is pretty ubiquitous throughout industry. I would say that it lowers the cost barrier. They've already bought this car, or maybe they've had the car for a while and they've been on level 1 charging, and they've been considering going to level 2 charging, and this incentive is what puts them over the edge.
Isn't the fact that level 2 charging adds roughly 6 times more miles of range per hour than level 1 charging a significant incentive in and of itself for a customer to install a 240 volt outlet without a rebate?
I don't know, not if I drive 40 miles a day.
You testified in your written testimony that many EV models now come with a level 2 charger.
Level 2 cord set.
It's a cord. Okay. Is that what it says in your, so, and is that, presumably that's something that is included in the price of the vehicle?
Yes. Yes, the cars that come with the cord set, that's, they buy that with the car.
And are you aware of whether any automobile manufacturers are offering rebates for level 2 outlet installation?
Yeah, I would say that I would say that the OEMs, in addition to cranking out new models and really grabbing a hold of the wheel of EVs, they are also creeping into the home. And hey, before you check out, why don't you add a charger to your cart, or why don't you add this to your cart? And when you see some of the things that they're doing, it really highlights the necessity of the utility, kind of being at the table, and of us having a voice too, because the utilities are not mostly concerned about grid impacts of their cars. So sure, add that 60 amp charger, that 80 amp charger on your way out the door. That's not great from our point of view. So we, there's a lot of talk about, well, you should just let the automakers, handle all the messaging associated with cars. And we think that what they're doing in the residential space is proof positive of why we shouldn't be, relegating that to the automakers.
If a major objective of Evergy's TE is to promote off-peak charging of EVs, then why not condition rebates on enrollment in a TOU rate versus offering half the amount for those?
I would say because I would begin by saying this is a waypoint and not the destination, right? So this is what we are. This is what we think is a good idea. 2022 to 2026 timeframe. It that is not to say that it's a good idea 2030 and beyond. We believe that in the current atmosphere there are a couple things. One is that there are a group of customers, a tranche of customers, if you will, who have no desire to go on TOU, but they have EVs, and it is our best interest. It is in everybody's best interest if we can get them to act as if they are on TOU in the absence of a financial incentive. Commissioner Duffy earlier spoke about how, she got an EV, she would just have the thing charged from 10 to 2. God bless you, Commissioner Duffy, because you're basically describing the type of behavior that we want, regardless of whether you're on TOU. Program your car, get level 2 charging, program your car to where your car only has to charge 60, 90 minutes a day, and then set up that 60 to 90 minutes to happen overnight and not at 5:30 p.m. So we believe that we're going to have customers who refuse, I'll use the word refuse, to go on TOU. We need to educate them on how they can still, help the environment and help their fellow customers by simply programming their car.
Well, with respect to those customers that do use the level 1 charging, due to the lengthy charge times, aren't those customers already forced to charge during off-peak periods to ensure sufficient charge to drive during the day?
They're probably hitting both. Come home at 5:30, 6, plug in level 1, let it eat for 6, 8, 10 hours to give you between 24 to 40 miles of range for the next day. So that's what we're trying to get away from, right? Is that on peak usage, that load becomes much more portable on level 2 versus level 1.
Well, but you mentioned one thing you mentioned in your testimony regarding level 2 charging is that by reducing the number of hours a customer must charge, the customer has significant flexibility in terms of when they must charge. Mm-hmm. And my question to you is, doesn't this flexibility result in more on-peak charging because customers don't have to charge overnight to get enough charge to drive their cars?
Well, that's where education and awareness come into the picture, right? That is the point of this program for our non-TOU participants. We are going to be pinging them in regard to their charging behavior. Hey, you have level 2 charging. Why the heck are you charging at 5:30 p.m.? Because you charge on average 81 minutes a day. You know, we can present them with this data that shows them, look, you charge fewer than 2 hours a day. Do, you know, help everyone out by and moreover, here is how you program your car, because well, everybody doesn't want to read the manual, and some people don't even want to watch a YouTube video. Well, most people want to watch a YouTube video, but anyway, here is how you charge, you program your car to, and then you set it and forget it, right? Like you program your car to light up at midnight, 1 a.m., what have you, and it gets that juice for the 81 minutes a day that that customer needs, and that is a very favorable result. And then, by the way, that's the same programming that somebody who goes on TOU will need to do in order to reap the benefits of TOU.
I want to shift over to commercial charger rebates.
Okay.
So as I understand it, as proposed in the settlement, the TE includes a total budget for CCR, commercial charger rebate, of an initial budget, I should say, of $10 million.
Yeah.
And then there's a mechanism for that budget to be increased up to the original $15.4 million that Evergy requested in the application, right? Okay. But of those funds, only $1.6 million are targeted to areas that are underserved.
Okay.
And so basically that means that the remaining balance, whether it's the initial budget of 10 million or an increased budget of up to 15.4 million, can be used for the installation of commercial EV chargers in areas that are not underserved. Mm-hmm. And I guess I'm a little confused why all of the money isn't targeted to underserved areas if that's a major goal of this aspect of the TE program. Do you know why only $1.6 million is targeted to underserved areas?
The mind forgets kind of how we landed at that number. I'd be interested to hear if staff remembers, but we came up with that number alongside a definition of underserved, and we think that the number works in concert with the definition.
And was that, I'm trying to remember, what was the original amount of the proposed $15.4 million budget that was targeted to underserved areas, or was there any of that budget targeted to underserved areas?
Yeah, there was no allocation in the original application, so that the concept of an allocation arose during the negotiation process.
Okay, so that was a product of the settlement. Mm-hmm. Okay. So assuming the settlement's approved, then this would mean that Evergy could offer between 8.4, this is off the initial budget of 10 million, and up to 13.8 million off of the maximum budget of 15.4 million in rebates for commercial charging stations to third parties that are installing level 2 or DC fast charging in areas that are not underserved.
That is true, and here's the other part of that is that again, this kind of it all goes together, right? So another important facet is that our rebates are not particularly searching for a word other than generous, but I'm going to say generous. They're not particularly generous. In other words, the rebate recipients have significant upfront capital and then ongoing costs. And we think that that is a self-limiting feature of our program, is that, we ain't out there giving away free charging stations, not even close. So the people who are going to want these and are going to want to participate are serious about it. And by serious about it, I mean, they have a use case, they've put pencil to paper, and they have justified that significant investment.
And roughly, what would that investment be for a level 2 charging station?
Well, I had the DC fast charge numbers a lot closer to mind. For a DC or for a level 2 station, you know, if it's a, let's do a, well, let's just say it's somewhere between in the neighborhood of 15,000 for one dual port, and they're going to get $5,000 rebate for that.
So it would be $7,500 per port.
It's $2,500. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You looked at the elephant from the other end. That was there. Yes, it's that's going to be their investment, right?
Okay.
The utility is going to kick in 5, and then they're going to be, you know, on the hook for in the range of 10.
Right, and there may be all sorts of reasons why they want to put the charging station there, that because of their business, to serve their customers, or et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
And what roughly would be the cost for the DC fast charging?
Yeah, so we normally think about these in terms of pairs, because that's typically how they're. And if you say that there's, I don't know, $150,000 worth of total cost, and let's just say that I almost need a pencil. There, $150,000 worth of cost, and that's for 2 DCFC. And then let's say that 25,000 of that is line extension. And let's just assume that the customer gets the whole line extension, that the utility customer covers the whole line extension. So that's 25, and then they got 40 because they got 2 DCFC rebates. So that's 65. 65 out of 150 is, I believe that leaves 85 for that customer to pitch in.
Okay, and how much is the rebate?
It's $20,000 per DC fast charge unit.
Okay. And how many ports are there on one of those units?
Yeah, it's one.
One.
So yeah, if you're going to put in kind of two plug-ins, if you will, 2 nozzles, to use some gas speak, you're going to install 2 DCFC stations, and you're going to get 20,000 per station.
Okay. And I'm looking at pages 17 and 18 of your rebuttal testimony. And it looks to me like Evergy predicates in part its assertion that there is a need to offer rebates to incent third-party installation of charging stations on their only 54% of Evergy's customers having access to home charging.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and you testified that Evergy gets to this 54% number by assuming that 90% of the EV drivers' homes are single family, 75% of these homes have an attached garage or carport, and that 20% of these garages or carports lack a level 1 outlet for charging.
Right.
I mean, don't these assumptions that Evergy's making there ignore the fact that the bulk of the EV driving customers are probably the more affluent of the customer base and most likely have a means to charge their EVs at home?
I would say a couple of things. I would say that looking backwards, right? Agree with what you say. Our intent was to look forward in establishing that number. I would say that number, that's a tough number. It's probably not our best assumption in all of our modeling. 54 it feels low as I sit here today. I think that 80 on a forward-looking basis is too high. We went out and we looked for some forecast of this number going forward, and the best we could do was a single McKinsey study that forecasted it to be 64% by 2030. So 54, it's like just about everything in life, Ms. Griffin. I would say that the truth, what it turns out to be going forward is probably in between our number and staff's number.
Well, and it also seems low to me, given that the current data suggests 80 to 84% of people are charging their EVs at home.
Well, again, I mean, that's a snapshot, and that's a backward looking time. And you know, we're not going to, we do not want to design based on history.
Well, I understand that, but why would we have any reason to believe there would be that much of a shift in charging behavior when it would be most convenient for people to charge at home?
Yeah, so as you know, the costs come down, that Nissan Leaf that Mr. Casely mentioned earlier today is 27.4 for 2022 before the federal tax credit. That's your $19,900 EV that's available today, or whenever the 2022s hit the lot. So as the prices come down, they are going to be both obtainable and desirable to a broader range of customers, and not just the historical demographic.
But wouldn't it also be true if you had a
Ms.
car
Griffin?
that, yes,
I'm sorry to butt in. We've been going a while after lunch and I'm looking for a break time sometime soon. Could I just ask, do you have an estimate of how much more you might have for Mr. Boris?
I've got 2 more pages of notes. I'm fine with taking a break now, if you want to take a break.
If you think it's gonna be more than 10 or 20 minutes, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break for everybody. If I don't hear any objections, and then we'll come back. We are off the record, returning at 3:16. All right. We are back on the record in this proceeding. AFPM is continuing to question Mr. Voris. I might just note at this point, I think we are a little behind schedule. So I'll ask counsel for all parties to just be mindful of your questioning and move forward with pace to try to pick us up. But with that, Ms. Griffin, I will turn it back to you.
And Ms. Griffin, before you get started, my notes reflect that you haven't sought admission of AFPM 62. I don't know if that's something that you want to do or not. Just a reminder. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to move for the admission of AFPM 62.
For my recollection, could you identify what document AFPM 62 was?
Certainly. It is the response to Leo Haynes' question 32.
Okay. With that, is there any objection to admission of that exhibit, AFPM 62? Hearing no objection, it will be admitted.
We're ready? Okay.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Mr. Voris was still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, before the break, we were talking about customers that might purchase the Nissan Leaf. Is that a BEV?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, I mean, how could you own a BEV if you didn't have access to at-home charging when you have no gasoline, no backup?
Presumably, you would not make that choice unless you had access to charging outside of your domicile.
Okay. And if I read your I think it's in the report that that 55% of the EV driving customers of Evergy have a BEV versus a PHEV.
Yeah, that number sounds right.
Okay. So if these commercial charger rebates successfully incent employers to install charging for their employees to use, won't this primarily promote on-peak charging during regular business hours when the majority of employees would be at work?
Workplace charging, we found it's kind of has a late morning-ish peak. It's largely complementary to the overall load profile of the utility, peaking late-ish morning and then tailing off through the afternoon, ahead of our afternoon peak, our late afternoon peak.
And with respect to other non-residential commercial charging stations that would be installed by third parties as part of the CCN expansion along highway corridors, et cetera, wouldn't these also promote on-peak charging since customers would be using them when they're away at home, which typically wouldn't be overnight?
Right. So I can't say, the extent to which, charging on the highway corridor, the hours of the day that is going to peak for those commuters and those passers through. What I can say is that going forward, there's going to be increased need for it as EV adoption accelerates and the associated demand for long range travel via EV picks up.
Mr. Casely testified that underserved areas are more likely to include lower income citizens in more rural territories. Wouldn't these be areas that EVs would be more cost prohibitive if they include lower income citizens?
I would say that with the advent of the sub $20,000 EV and the direction that EV prices are going, they are going to be accessible to a broader range of customers with each passing year.
Well, those costs would also include battery costs that can still be pretty expensive as well, wouldn't they?
Well, I mean, we don't know yet. What we do know is this, that you know, you got somebody like a Tesla, they're talking about 8-10 year battery warranties where you know, it's warranted at like 70-80% of initial range after that many years. So, you know, if you buy a car that has a 250-mile range and you lose, you know, 30% over the course of a decade, that's not an unusable car, right? That car still has service life in it.
And as to the rural territories that Mr. Casely mentioned, wouldn't these areas be more likely to be areas where there are farms, where there's corn and other crops that are grown for conversion to ethanol?
Rural areas tend to include a lot of farms. Yeah, grow all sorts of stuff.
Well, and I guess my follow-up question to that is, wouldn't ethanol producers, like members of the Kansas Corn Growers Association, those sorts of folks that have indicated that they will not likely ever be EV owners?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for those folks.
Let's go back to AFPM 60. And this exhibit contains some data on charging hours at the ports. In Kansas City Metro, there's 522 ports. Total charging time is reflected at 77,887 hours, which leads to an average charging time per port of 149 hours, and that's in a year, correct?
Yes.
For 2019. So if we divide that number by 24 hours, that would show us that on average, each charging point in Evergy's network was used 6.2 days in 2019, correct?
Yeah, I'll take your math for it.
Okay. And doesn't that reflect low demand? If there were only about 6 full days of 6 24-hour periods of usage in an entire calendar year?
Yeah. So when you know, when you think about public charging in light of the fact that you know, some 80-ish% of single-family homeowners who own EVs, 80% of those folks, we didn't really talk about that qualification earlier, right? That 80% number is typically assessed to owners of single-family homes. Those folks do 80% of their charging. So the public charging network heretofore has kind of been, it's opportunistic. It's there when you need it. And, you know, we think that is illustrated by when you look at just sessions data, right? Like you can look at this a number of different ways. You can look at hours, you can look at megawatt hours, you can look at sessions data. And when you look at sessions data, we have like 100 charging sites, you know, discrete locations in our Kansas service territory. And in 2019, each of those sites averaged like 1.3 visits or 1.3 sessions. So in other words, each site was used over once a day, you know, mathematically. And we think that demonstrates use. You know, it is there when our customers need it.
Okay. Does Evergy know if the average use of the charging points that are referenced in AFPM 60 was during on-peak or off-peak periods?
That is something that, yeah, we have access to that data.
Okay. And do you know, as you're sitting here today, what the breakdown was between charging during on-peak versus off-peak?
Yeah, not as I sit here today.
Do you have any idea at all? if it was primarily during on-peak periods?
I mean, I know that it's not primarily during on-peak periods.
Next, I'm gonna show you what we have marked AFPM 46. And let's see if I can rotate. And this is the answer to Leo Haynos interrogatory 48. And it contains data on usage of the DCFC stations, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so if I look at these numbers, well, this document shows down here at the bottom on page 2, the average number of charging sessions per station.
I'm sorry. Are you showing something different on your
Yeah,
screen?
you still have question 29 up or.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what I did. Let's see. I just had it. Okay.
And if the point of this exhibit is to get it admitted, we can do so, but we are running very short on time. And so if we could, be mindful of that because we're way behind schedule.
Okay, let me
So
try to.
hopefully you're close to the end of your presentation.
Yes, I'm almost done. Okay, so let me just ask it this way, and I won't walk through the math, but if I take the annual average per charging station here from this document and this information, I can calculate the average number of charges per calendar days, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just moved to admit AFPM 46.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, AFPM 46 will be admitted.
I just want to talk really briefly on the difference between L2 and DC FC charging stations. And I understand that different batteries charge at different rates, but approximately how much faster does a DC FC charger charge a battery from 10 to 80% than a level 2 charger?
We have that in a DR response.
Okay, is it this AFPM 63? I believe it is. If you take a quick look at it, and I can just move it into evidence.
Yeah, can you, would you mind flashing it up for me?
Oh, wait, oh, that's the.
Just make sure that what you're talking about.
Right, I can see it. Why is this tab sharing? Okay. 63. Just had it. Okay. Why I have to keep clicking back and forth. Okay, that's 63. Well, let's see. I believe.
Yes. That's the one I was thinking of.
Okay, so this document, the difference in charge time is?
Yeah, it talks about kind of the relative speeds of level 2 and DC fast charge using a Ford Mustang as kind of the use case.
Okay, I'd move to admit AFPM 63.
Is there any objection to admission of AFPM 63? Hearing none, it is admitted.
Okay, I have just a couple more I want to throw up on the screen here. This one marked AFPM 58. It's answer to curb interrogatory 9. And my question to you is, does this accurately depict the planned deployment schedule for the CCNs in the expansion plan?
Yeah, that was our kind of our 5-year look-see of the pace of that deployment.
Okay, so the first, the 3 CCNs Metro aren't deployed until year 3, which would be 2025. I believe this starts, the deployment starts.
2024.
Starts in, yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
I'd use my fingers. Don't worry about it.
And then the schedule for the deployment of stations in Kansas Central starts with year 1, and it's reflected on this document.
Correct. Yes.
Move for the admission of AFPM 58.
Any objection? AFPM 58 will be admitted.
And then one last one I want to throw up. That's marked AFPM 55. And it's the answer to staff question 47. And does this document contain the typical installation time for a level 2 or DCFC charging station?
Yeah, it's a rather rosy depiction of it, but yeah, that's where you could land at 5 months, right?
Okay. So the actual, once you get the agreement with the site host, it takes 3 months to install.
Yeah. Just getting that agreement that we found is that's what varies widely.
Okay. Move for the admission of AFPM 5.
Any objection? AFPM 55 is admitted.
Okay, and I'm almost done. Do you know what the range is on the $19,000 Nissan Leaf?
Google does. It's closer to 200 than 150. I would guess. Feel free to Google fact check me on that.
Okay, and you think that that's per charge?
Well, that's the capacity of the battery. It's working capacity of the battery.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Look at my list here. Curb, any questions for Mr. Voris?
We have no questions.
Thank you. Staff, any questions for Mr. Voris?
None from staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have come to commissioner questions. Let me ask if either commissioner has questions for Mr. Voris. I will again start with Commissioner Keen.
I had a couple of overview questions. I am concerned about extending the time parameters here, Mr. Chair, to be quite honest with you. We're 3 witnesses in and more almost a day down. Mr. Morris, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. These are okay. 30,000-foot questions, because I think I don't want to lose sight of the overall here. My question's quite simply this. If I turn back to the colloquy that you had with Ms. Griffin, is it fair to conclude, it seems to me it's fair to conclude that you believe that we're on the cusp of either an arithmetic or an exponential growth in EVs? Is that a fair conclusion?
Yeah, I think that all of the indicators are flashing that this pace of electrification of the transportation sector is about to accelerate. Yeah, it's accelerating. Let's say that.
Fair enough. Okay, let's focus on the Evergy service area.
Yeah.
For a really broad question here.
Okay.
So by way of overview then, could you summarize for us the principal drivers, in your opinion, of this growth, and kind of rank these drivers from those having the greatest impact to those having a lesser impact? Kind of a nutshell.
Okay, so drivers of growth in Evergy service territory. That's what you're asking me, right?
It is.
So I would say that we have a situation where cars are becoming more plentiful and ever let's call it ever more affordable and ever more capable. In other words, the performance characteristics of the cars are increasing. And we have, particularly in the Kansas Metro territory, we have a situation where A lot of the range anxiety has been taken care of in our robust public charging, infrastructure for now. Of course, we're looking at it going forward. We understand that there's going to be a need for additional. I'm doing a really horrible job of ranking these, Commissioner Keen. I'm doing a much better job of enumerating them.
Fair enough. Let's look at the flip side of this.
Okay.
Again, within the Evergy service area, what are the most consequential barriers to growth in the development of EVs?
I would say that in order for EVs to be adopted much more broadly, there needs to be further improvements on the supply side and further improvements on the charging infrastructure side. I think that those two things are key, and they're kind of left hand, right hand.
What do you mean by improvements on the supply side? What does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. What do I mean is, we've got a situation where I think that there's, gosh, I've got it written down half a dozen places in my literature, but I won't be able to find one on the fly. But I think we're looking at 130 different models by year end 2023, 2024, depending on who you ask. So that's a broader range of models that are more broadly attractive to customers. Price points coming down. That's a huge one as battery prices come down. I said somewhere, maybe not in anything filed here, that for all the talk that for all the attention Tesla gets about the $25,000 EV, others are actually others are actually within spitting distance of it, right? So I read a report the other day where that particular hedge fund provider was thinking that we were like 3 to 5 years away from the sticker price of something like a Camry or an Accord, and the EV version being the same as the combustion engine version. I mean, once we get to that type of a situation, it's Katie bar the door, I think.
You're probably right, but we're not there yet, are we?
Right.
So is another factor or a barrier the progression or absence of progression in battery technology? Isn't that a major factor?
I think that as good as the batteries are today, and the fact that they're getting better year over year over year, maybe you're hinting at this. There are some kind of generational things that are going to happen in the battery space over the next decade or so. Solid state batteries, things like that. Is that perchance what you're alluding to?
I think you are. Keep in mind here, if you would, Nick, I have no hidden agenda here. Quite honestly, I believe that the development of the EV charging market, it isn't a matter of, the chair said this earlier, and I concur with him completely. It isn't a matter of whether. It's more a matter of when and how that development and evolution happens. It's coming. There's no question. It's a matter of timing, probably a matter of pace. Is another factor potentially customer cost benefit analysis in terms of how they perceive those costs and benefits to be versus internal combustion alternatives. Is that a factor?
It's certainly a factor. I mean, it's well documented, the O&M benefits of EVs. There's just so many fewer moving parts, there's less to break, as my dad would say. There's less to break on one.
That's a plus.
That's absolutely a plus.
Except for the cost of fortune to fix the ones that break.
Well, I think they're doing a good job with the battery warranties, and of course that's the biggie, right?
Sure. And I realize, I mean, here you're in the business of making projections, and you're trying to have the underlying assumptions that you make as close to reality as you can possibly make them. And I think you're actually trying to run all the traps in doing that. Still, the projections are projections, and they're not guarantees. Some probably have more probability of becoming reality than others. But in any event, I guess what I'm a little bit concerned about is not that your objectives won't be realized, not that some of this growth stats that you're coming up with maybe will be dwarfed by reality. I wouldn't doubt anything, but I guess my concern is there's really quite a lot of guesstimation involved, is there not, in trying to really come up with projections that involve issues that are so consequential as these.
Yeah, I mean, it's not every day, it's not every generation, it's not every, dare I say, century when we electrify a segment like this. So it is, uncertainty is inherent to the process, to the situation. And I think that's why, well, I don't think that's why, I know that's why, when you look at our proposed program, I hope you don't view it as kind of a swing for the fences. Because that's not what it was intended to be. We were trying to look, 5, 6, 7 years out, not trying to size our programs to be good out to 2030, because the level of uncertainty, obviously, with each passing year, increases in some cases dramatically in those out years. So we were thoughtful, and we were that showed up in our program design and in our program sizing.
And I didn't mean by the question to even suggest that I didn't think it was anything else than that. Other than that, I think it's an earnest effort. I think it's.
Appreciate that.
I think that's borne out to all, and Mr. Chair, to you in particular. I appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy. Any questions for Mr. Boris?
Yes, thank you. And I realize we are now running short of time, and I don't see any ability for us to end at noon tomorrow, but anyway, very quickly. So, Mr. Boris, as we look at the infrastructure bill, what are the 3 things coming that you've seen in that bill relating to EV that excite you the most?
I mean, the support for EVs in general, and then charging infrastructure specifically. I mean, that's exciting. It's a signal to the OEMs that the government is interested in creating I call it a permissive environment for them to pursue their transition to a predominantly electrified product. I think that's important. I think that I guess from purely a selling EVs point of view, the tax credits makes sense to me. I'll go off script for 1 second, and I'll say that as an American, I like what they're doing to try to. I like the talk about kind of putting some more guardrails on the tax credits, income guardrails or car cost guardrails. I think that that's a much more thoughtful approach than maybe the carte blanche. Let's just give anybody, no matter how much money they make, $10,000 to go buy an EV. And I probably said too much, so I'll hush up now.
No, I understand. So let me ask you this: as the discussion earlier was, because we aren't maybe positioned well right now, we won't have access to this money, and it's those states who are knee deep in EVs instead of us, who are still dipping the toe in the water. Do you agree with that? That the way the bill sections related to EV, that there is discrimination against those states who have not, do not have large numbers of EVs in their state boundaries?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm going to kick that one to our cleanup man, Darren Ives, because that feels a little out of my league. I mean, I would say I would respond kind of to an adjacent matter of these, customers that are looking to electrify their fleets, national customers, multinational customers who you see commercials about, them wanting to electrify their fleets. They are certainly attracted to areas that are more EV friendly. So that's where the focus of their electrification efforts are, for their box trucks and delivery mechanisms and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're saying, let's just take somebody like Target, has a presence in this state.
Mhm.
A big warehouse, at least one, nearby Topeka, or at the crossroads. Do you believe then those companies won't, when they electrify their fleet, will be putting Kansas on the bottom because we currently don't have a program?
I believe that the kind of the EV related rates and programs are part of their calculus. It's not, I'm not going to sit here and represent them, but from our conversations with them, we know it's a part of their calculus, right? It goes into the math of where should they be investing their electrification dollars nationwide.
Okay. My next question has to do with transit fleets, as
Okay.
that is one area of the proposal. So have you been in conversation with the major communities in your territory about the Evergy proposal?
Yes, we have talked with a great many stakeholders about this proposal. And you see, there's some, I guess, some fruits of those conversations in the letters of support that we garnered for our proposal that are included as, I don't know, one of the appendices.
Already, isn't it true that Evergy has a special rate for any transit in the state of Kansas that operates an electric vehicle, whether it's a bus or a car, and charges at night?
Kansas Central has a special transit rate that I know Topeka and Wichita are just using the heck out of.
Okay. Let's go to, let me look here. When you were talking with Commissioner Keenan, I appreciate his questions and comments. And when he talked about supply, I thought he was going to the discussion related to batteries and our ability to continue to get the all the minerals and things that go into the development of a battery. Do we see that as an issue, especially with our relations with China not being the best, I guess, today, the stock market?
Yeah.
Because,
yeah.
So do you see that as an issue in the next year or so?
Yeah. I would say this. I was on a energy storage committee in my previous position at Evergy, and I got exposed in that capacity to the effort in Europe to basically solidify their supply chain for batteries, so that they become, less dependent on nations that maybe aren't necessarily friendly with them. And it struck me at the time, boy, that's a dadgum good idea for America. And just within this calendar year, you hear about, a movement afoot to do the same. And, I think that with the amount of money and investment and attention that we are talking about, the same world that can produce a vaccine in less than a year can solve a battery problem. I'm pretty confident.
Okay, all right. Let me go to a question I think I asked earlier today about the cost to maintain the CCN. Mm-hmm. So it's my understanding it's around $250,000 to $350,000, right, to maintain the current CCN? Is that?
Yeah, so I think what I would do is I would express that because it's a number I'm more comfortable with. For the network and for the O&M and all that, let's call it like $850 a station.
Okay.
Per year.
So All right, so if we look at the new proposal, the new CCN, what are we looking at if you add them both together, a round number?
Okay, I got to go from ports to stations here.
However you're doing it in your head.
Yeah. I appreciate the benefit of the doubt. So you're looking at, I'm going to need my other head here. So O&M cost, we're looking at standby. Let me just run those numbers twice just to make sure. Okay.
Okay.
That's $34,000 a year, $35,000 a year.
For each port, or?
No, I'm sorry. That's for the whole kit and caboodle. The $13.6 million worth of stations. Okay.
And you're saying it's 34,000 a year?
Right. That's the O&M cost of that increment of stations, right? Adding that to the
three in the Kansas City Metro and the 97. What?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So let me ask you, have you had a discussion with Kansas Department of Health and Environment concerning their the Volkswagen settlement and what is going on with that money that's not been used?
I have not personally, but the manager who works for me, who manages the CCN, has been involved in some of those discussions for some time now.
So have you shared a proposal with the individuals over there, the state employees?
Yeah, a couple things. We are going to be submitting some suggestions to them about how they plan to administer the program, which is they have an RFI out for that, where we're going to respond to that, and we're going to share some kind of lessons learned and some suggestions for them. Before they start issuing RFPs for sites. At this time, Evergy does not. We don't plan to participate in the RFPs for the sites. I mean, they're not going to be CCN sites, but we are definitely, trying to be helpful to the process and trying to help as best we can ensure that it's successful.
And how much money is left in the Volkswagen settlement?
I think that Kansas number is on the order of $2 million.
Okay, but you're not proposing, Evergy is not proposing to submit any RFP as it relates to establishment of stations or.
No, our understanding of these locations is that they're cherry locations, and we've been consistent in our messaging from the start that those will get gobbled up by third parties, and we're happy to see that happen.
Okay, all right. Let me look here. I believe, Mr. Chairman, and that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions for Mr. Voris. So, Ms. Caper, do you have any redirect?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You were about asked whether or not our benefit cost modeling included our specific program cost. Do you remember that? That modeling, it did include the cost of the charges though, correct? I mean, it wouldn't be our specific ones, but it did include that cost overall in the analysis.
Yeah, the analysis does consider what is the cost of all of the non-residential charging infrastructure that is required to support a given population of EVs.
And you were also asked about the commercial rebate program, and in the settlement agreement, how we had targeted 1.6 million of that $10 million for underserved areas. Does the fact that we target 1.6 million specifically to underserved areas mean that the remaining amount of that 10 million or 15.4, if it gets bumped up, that the remaining amount of that goes into areas where private parties would want to build?
Yeah, I mean, that it's not a hurdle if that's what you're asking. I mean, it could be that, you know, 5 million of it ends up being spent in underserved areas if that's where the demand is. Is that helpful?
Yeah, is your yes, that is
okay.
I want to know. Thanks. And I'd like to also clarify with you, ask some questions about the cost of batteries and EVs. And is the overall ownership cost for an EV less than ownership of an ICE vehicle?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of studies, particularly by folks who manage fleets, that laud the total cost of ownership advantages of EVs. I know the New York City has a pretty well circulated study that compares, you know, their combustion engine Ford Fusions to the electric versions and things of that nature. So yeah, total cost of ownership is already, EVs are already strong in that area. And then as, you know, batteries come down, everything else, the trajectory is only going one direction. And that is it's increasingly beneficial to have an EV from a total cost of ownership perspective.
And is that one of the reasons that EVs, as that type of information becomes more commonly known, that EVs will be more desirable for people who are in the middle and lower income brackets, even though they may be viewed now as more costly overall?
I think that is definitely part of the story of you know, EVs becoming more accessible and more desirable to a broader demographic of customers is the cost of the EVs coming down, both from a sticker perspective and from a total cost of ownership perspective. You know, I would expect that lower income folks are probably more sensitive to sticker, right, as opposed to total cost of ownership, you know, as a whole. But there's a very good story that is in process in regard to the sticker price comparability that's playing out and will play out over the next few years. I mean, we see it. The days of the sticker price of the EV becoming very close, if not you know, on par with the combustion engine vehicle, they're imminent.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. I think we are finished with Mr. Boris. Thank you for your time. You may step down.
Thank you.
Let me grab my schedule here. Want to go ahead and announce, I have an idea of how far I'd like to get through witnesses this evening. And if necessary, I am planning to go past 5 o'clock if we have to. So I just want to make sure everybody is aware of that right now. My understanding is the next couple witnesses, the parties have waived examination except for allowing for commission questions. So hopefully we can stick to that. With that, Ms. Kafer, you may call your next witness.
Ambika Coletti would be my next witness, but everyone did waive on her. Are there any commissioner questions?
Commissioners, I do not have any questions. Commissioner Duffy or Commissioner Keen, do you have questions for Ms. Coletti?
None for me, thank you.
Commissioner Duffy.
I hate to be the one to slow the train down. Just real quick.
Do you want me to call her, Chairman French?
Please.
Do we need
you're
to
gonna
swear
have
her in
Go
yet
ahead.
before she
I'm sorry,
answers
yeah,
Okay,
go
questions?
ahead.
I'll go ahead and call Ms. Mbika Coletti on behalf of Evergy.
Ms. Coletti, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, will you state your name for the record, please?
Mbika Coletti.
And Ms. Coletti, are you the same Mbika Coletti who pre-filed testimony in this docket?
I am.
Okay, I'll tender Ms. Coletti for questions from the commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Coletti. I'll start. I'm looking on page 4 of 12 in your rebuttal testimony, and I am on line 12. And you have a statement in there, and I will just read it. While we cannot attribute all EV acquisitions to one program, the resulting density, visibility, and accessibility of charging infrastructure is expected to lead to greater overall EV adoption. So how much greater as it relates? And I'm not talking about I'm going to get in my car and drive to Colorado. I think when you're on a road trip and you all of a sudden your combustion engine gas gauge is bing, 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 you're hoping, especially in eastern Colorado, you're getting close to a station. And thank goodness for Google. But let's just talk about around town. So what percentage do you believe really has to do with the program that Evergy is offering?
Sure. And I think that comes back to why we approached the cost effectiveness modeling with the approach we did, because that challenge to attribute and link the EV adoption with EV programs is very challenging, which Dr. Glass admits in his own testimony as well. So, there isn't a specific percentage I can call out. I can only speak to why it is so difficult to make that attribution and why we decided to go with the approach we did.
Okay, so let me ask you from you're employed by ICF, correct? Okay, and you have the opportunity as you did this study to look at, and maybe you're doing this in other states, but practically speaking, how are programs, did you see that programs like this are really affecting the transition to EV? Were you able to make that causal connection as you look at other states and their programs?
That wasn't necessarily my role in this. It was to model the cost effectiveness and the projected infrastructure needed to support the increased EV adoption. But yes, as a company, we have supported other utilities looking at EV programs in other states and seen increased adoption in those states.
As a result of their programs?
Again, it's very hard to create or draw that direct correlation, but and go back to your earlier question, estimate a percent impact, but there is certainly benefits to the utility getting assisting with that infrastructure network and helping the EV market have that infrastructure throughout their territory.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coletti. And that's the only question I had Chairman French.
All right, thank you. I am assuming no redirect is necessary, Ms. Kafer.
No.
All right, Ms. Coletti, thank you for your time. You may step down.
Thank you.
And let me just ask, I have Brad Lutz as the next Evergy witness. Let me ask the commissioners whether they have any questions for Mr. Lutz. I do not. Commissioner Keen, do you have any questions for Mr. Lutz?
Nor do I.
Commissioner Duffy, are you our squeaky wheel again?
I am so sorry. I so enjoyed reading everybody's testimony, and so.
All right, we will have Ms. Kafer call Mr. Lutz then.
Mr. Brad Lutz on behalf of Evergy.
Yes, I am here.
Hello.
And let me start my video.
Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lutz. I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, will you state your name, please, for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Lutz.
Did you file testimony in this docket on behalf of Evergy?
I did.
And we have already admitted your testimony in the record, so I'll just tender Mr. Lutz for cross-examination.
I answer to both, Glenda. It's good.
I called you 3 times.
Right. My understanding, it's Mr. Lutz. Is that correct?
I go by Lutz, but like I said, I will answer to anything. I am very flexible with pronunciations.
I want to get it right. So Mr. Lutz, thank you. And thank you for correcting me. So I'm looking at page 2 of 3 of your rebuttal in line 19, where you talk about time of use rates.
Yes.
So we've already had some discussion where I would characterize the time of use adoption by Evergy's customers as being lackluster. Would you agree?
Historically, I think I would agree, but I think I would point out that since the 2018 efforts took place, that we've seen much better performance from that than historically. You know, in a way, it's kind of no small thing to affect a change to your rates, especially in the circles that I'm most familiar with. You know, I live in a rural portion of our service territory, and you know, the thing people most often think about when their electric service comes to mind is reliability, not necessarily their rate. And as long as the bill amount falls within a certain range, they are unconcerned. And you know, to engage customers at a level to inspire them to change a rate design is not an easy matter. So I don't know, in a way, I feel that we've made headway into that. You know, statistically, if you just look at the numbers, it would be logical to presume that those are lackluster. But I think that given what we're talking about and the nature of our customers, it shows real progress.
Okay, that's fair. So when we look at, when you look at working with staff to develop what the TOU will be for this program, there appears to be some concern by existing EV owners that they're not adopting it because maybe it's not worth my while.
Mm-hmm.
And although I believe someone did testify that perhaps a busy schedule doesn't allow it, but let's just say, how are you going to change that whole thought if it's, how are you going to educate the public that it is worth their while?
Sure. You know, and I think Kim Winslow spoke to this to some degree. But certainly I think from my role as a rate designer, you know, some of the things that we need to do is to be aware of what is the feedback that Kim receives from customers. And that if we do learn, for example, I think she mentioned that many customers in that demographic might struggle to put their whole house under a rate like that, that time period for peak rates maybe strikes at the very heart of their most busy time of the day. And, and that's a pretty big ask for you to, forego a lot of that usage to achieve off-peak charging for your EV. Maybe as a rate designer, we need to look at ways to soften that effect. One of the ways that comes into mind is something we're exploring, which is to maybe use a two-part time of use design, something that's a little less sharp in its peak and off peak, that could speak to those customers, give them something that's kind of in the middle. The classic, you don't want the large combo or the small, everybody orders the medium combo. So maybe that speaks to customers. I know in some other jurisdictions, there are designs that can be tailored to just EV charging or even just off-peak usage. And certainly we're exploring those. I'm personally hesitant to embrace in-use rates, but I think that's part of what we need to consider as we do our rate designs in the future.
Okay, in terms of your communication with the public, let's say this program was approved, you need to be this needs to be decided fairly quickly, correct?
I would say so, yes. So that we can mirror some of the steps that we took in the deployment of the TOU rates in 2018 and provide some of that same education and communication to customers about these EV related rates, certainly.
Okay, and there are no caps right now on any of your time of use rates, and there are no waiting lists, correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kafer. I assume no redirect is necessary.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz. You may step down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And Ms. Kafer, you may call your next witness.
Next witness for Evergy, I'll call Mr. Darren Ives.
Darren, if you could say something so you pop up on our screens here.
I'm here. Can you see me?
Yep, very good. I will swear you in now, Mr. Ives. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Kafer?
Please state your name for the record, please.
My name is Darren Ives.
And Mr. Ives, same Darren Ives who pre-filed rebuttal testimony and testimony in support of the settlement agreement in this case?
Yes, I am.
His testimony has been entered into the record, so I'll tender Mr. Ives for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Have charge point listed first. I believe they have waived this witness though. So AFPM is next on my list. Ms. Griffin?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Ives.
Good afternoon.
Are you familiar with Docket 18 KCPE 095 RTS that was filed by Legacy KCP&L?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And would you agree that case was resolved by a unanimous settlement agreement?
We had a settlement agreement in that case, yes.
Okay, and I've put that up on my screen. The commission has taken administrative notice of this document. It's also marked as an exhibit, but I don't see any reason we need to move it in. And I just want to scroll down. And have you seen this before?
Yes, I negotiated it for the company.
Okay. I just want to scroll down to.
Ms. Griffin, just for my clarity, are we talking about the 095 docket or the 480 docket?
The 480. I'm
Okay.
sorry. You're right.
Yep.
I'm scrolling. I'm in attachment A to the order approving the agreement, and I'm scrolling down to paragraph 15, item 5, paragraph 15 related to the clean charge network. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And could you read the last 2 sentences, I guess sentences 2 and 3 of paragraph 15?
Yes, it says the settlement does not address inclusion or exclusion in rate base or cost of service of the plant cost or expenses related to the CCN. The settlement does not address recovery of the CCN except for the tariff rate. Therefore, any party can assert any position regarding CCN cost recovery in KCPL's next general rate proceeding after the 5-year merger moratorium.
Okay. And would you agree with me that this case is not Evergy's next general rate case?
I would agree with that. We're on a moratorium. I would also agree we're not addressing any of the costs with that CCN program that's discussed in that paragraph.
Well, I don't know that I would agree with you. As I understand it, you're asking for a predetermination as to the prudence of those costs in this case, correct?
Well, so what we're asking for is an expansion of assets under the CCN. That paragraph, when it was negotiated, was addressing the cost of service of the plant and the costs and expenses related to the CCN that we started talking about back in the 16 case. And I think we've talked about today, we're not asking for any of those plant related costs of those facilities. And were we to ask for future operating costs of those facilities that weren't put in rates in that case, we would do it at the next general rate case.
Yeah, but as I understand it, what you want the commission to order in this docket is that the only thing that can be challenged by parties in the general rate case is the actual prudence of the money that was spent, the dollars. In other words, it will already be approved and will not be subject to challenge that it was appropriate for those dollars to be spent for a CCN expansion. We would only be able to challenge whether there were excessive expenditures. Isn't that what you're asking for in this docket?
Yeah, so 2 distinguishments, I think. I mean, again, we hadn't contemplated this expansion when we negotiated this agreement that you referenced. So it's clearly only talking about the CCN that was put in place in 16 and was subject of the discussion in the 18 case, which we're not talking about in this case. And then you're right, we have asked for an expansion of, we'll call it CCN, you call it utility-owned charging stations if it's easier to distinguish. We've asked for an expansion of that. And what we've asked the commission to do solely is to address the policy decision of whether or not it is appropriate as a utility for us to invest in charging stations. Because of the 16160 order, where we ended up having shareholders fund assets that are serving customers in the CCN, we're requesting a policy decision on that so that we can make a determination of whether or not to invest in charging stations as a utility in the expansion. But to your point, we're not asking for any cost recovery in this docket of that CCN. Any of that cost recovery would be requested in a future rate case, and all parties would get to address the prudence of those costs. The only question that would be off the table based on our request would be that parties can't say utilities can't own these charging stations. Everything else would be in play.
Okay, and I think we have a disagreement as to what the effect of that language that you read was, which is, it's fine, we can deal with it in the briefing. But just to be clear, the relief that Evergy is asking is for the commission to make a final decision that it is proper for money to be spent and recovered from shareholders for this CCN expansion, that we won't be able to challenge that in a future docket.
You won't be able to challenge that solely because we own it. It can't be included in future rates. That piece is correct. But fortunately, we're in a contested docket right now where every party's been able to make their position known about this request for the commission, and they're going to get to make a decision on this policy based on everybody's positions, which was really the intent of this negotiated settlement. Was we weren't making a policy decision in that case, and that people would have their day in the future to address this question. And fortunately, we're all here having this day in front of the commission to do that.
Well, but isn't it contrary to the normal process to be seeking that sort of a determination in advance?
No, I mean, as my testimony says, I think it's perfectly squarely in the purview of this commission to make a decision on a policy question like that. I've personally been involved in a docket in front of the commission previously where they looked at pre-approval on a broad range of programs, whether it was energy efficiency, new distribution investment, new generation investment, new retrofit investment, and it was in their purview to do that. And I think it's in their purview to look at it here.
And what authority do you rely on for that assertion?
Their general authority under 66101 and its counterparts, which is the same authority they use to look at the comprehensive energy plan proposal that KCPL put in a number of years ago.
Okay. Are you an attorney?
I'm not an attorney, but I've been the head of regulatory for a decade now for Evergy, and I'm advised by attorneys hourly.
Would you agree that Evergy's right to own and operate commercial EV charging stations and who should bear the cost of the stations are two separate questions?
Can you say that again?
Certainly. Would you agree that Evergy's right on the one hand to own and operate commercial EV charging stations and who should bear the cost of the stations are two separate questions?
Yeah, I think we found that out with the first investment that we made in charging stations, which is what we're trying not to repeat in front of the commission right now.
And you reference KSA 66-1239 in your testimony. Are you aware of any Kansas statute that expressly states the commission may pre-approve an electric utilities investment in EV charging stations or any other investment, the goal of which is to increase electricity usage?
Can council refer Mr. Ives to where she is in his testimony?
I'll find it. I am on page 7 of 19. As you're discussing disagreements with Mr. Grady's analysis of the CCN proposal. And then on page 8 of your testimony, it says in the first full paragraph, second, the enactment of KSA 66-1239 in 2003 did not restrict the commission's ability to pre-approve a utility investment. And my question just is, are you aware, there's discussion about that statute. Are you aware of any other statute that expressly says the commission may pre-approve an electric utilities investment in EV charging stations or other investments that have a goal to increase electricity usage?
Yeah, I would just refer you to my testimony at the top of page 9, which talks about the the docket that I referred to, the comprehensive energy plan, which was conducted under general statutory authority provided under 66-101, 101B, 101G. And if you go back to page 8, if you weren't aware of that docket, I mean, that docket covered a number of items, whether it was distribution, investment, energy efficiency, demand side management, sales of SO2 allowances, off system sales. A very broad docket that was a settlement that was entered in front of the commission, and the commission addressed on a predetermined basis before we started executing all that work.
Yes, I understand that's your testimony. Are you aware of any statute that states that the definition of the term public utility expressly includes EV charging stations?
No, I'm not aware of one that doesn't include it either.
So I'm going to just jump in here really quick, and I'm not going to cut off the line of questioning, but I am going to suggest that while Mr. Ives and Mr. Grady have a lot of experience in this area, perhaps the issue of whether the commission has authority to pre-approve these programs, whether we can bind a future commission in a future rate case, those may be more appropriate for briefing as legal matters. So I'm not cutting off questioning, but just be mindful that I think there's only so far we can get with even expert witnesses in this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually done with that line of questioning. I just have a couple more questions for Mr. Ives. Mr. Ives, on page 13 of your testimony, lines 13 through 18, you suggest that if the commission declines to approve the TE program, future EV adoption could lead to service costs that exceed the cost of the TE. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
I'm reading it. Yeah, I think I would, that is fair. And I would say that's very similar to some of the testimony that Mr. Casely provided, that, you know, our goal with this program, and Mr. Vorse referred to it as well, is to gather the type of information where we can evaluate the impacts to and coming impacts to the grid and the operation of our system from, you know, further adoption of EVs. We think being a part of the solution here and having the data to evaluate will make it a more efficient transition for Kansans than letting it happen and waiting until we start to see impacted areas of the system that we start to invest in. So yeah, I agree with that. Okay,
and the service costs that you reference, what would those service costs be for?
Yeah, so it's some of the stuff we talked about, right? I mean, if we have the ability to see charging impacts and understand how things work from when charging can be managed versus when it's not managed, and we can run education programs to try and incent folks to move to off-peak times and increase utilization of existing infrastructure, then we can hopefully forestall overloaded circuits and impacts on the system that will create more distribution investment, which then creates more cost for all Kansans to pay for in order to support the additional load from electrification.
Has Evergy made any attempt to estimate what those increased service costs might be absent approval of the TE program?
Well, we have not done a detailed analysis on that for a lot of the same reasons that you heard talked about earlier, where we've talked about the levels of adoption that are looked at in the next 5 years, which you have pointed out still result in, you know, 4%, I think, EVs in an area. I think that was in the central area, maybe, that you referred to with Mr. Voris earlier as we move down the line. That still shows a very small potential impact on our distribution system, but to the point, we're planning for the future and this continued ratchet up of adoption. And if we can learn about it earlier versus later, then we can save the number of, new transformers and additional assets that we have to put on the system in order to meet that growing demand, hopefully by pairing education and pairing rate opportunities for customers as they're coming online with their EVs. It's a little bit early, I think, to predict longer term system impacts from how EVs roll into the system, but we're trying to gather the data now so that we can make those informed decisions before we get to critical points.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand what you're saying correctly, as you're sitting here today, there is no estimated number of those potential costs?
That's what we're trying to gather the information to figure out how to estimate.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Ives. Thank you, Mr. Ives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board, do you have anything for Mr. Ives?
We do not have any questions for Darren.
Thank you, Mr. Love. KCC staff.
No questions either.
All right.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I will begin with Commissioner Keen. Do you have any questions for Mr. Ives?
I do. Good afternoon, Darren.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
It's great to see you. If you feel as well as you look, you're in great shape, and I hope you do.
I do. I appreciate the thoughts.
Very good. I'll confess at the outset, the overwhelming bulk of the questions I have for Evergy, I have reserved for you. So you can determine at the end whether that was a long or a short straw. But let me say, for the most part, kind of by way of overview of my questions, most of my questions are going to pertain to concerns I have about enhancing competition within the EV charging market. I guess that's really driven by a belief that I have that in most circumstances, there are two really pretty tangible benefits that competition brings about. One is that it has a tendency to provide consumers with a greater range of choice. And usually that range of choice in some areas, not all, maybe not here, but in some areas that happens at a lower price or a lower rate. So it's that kind of a backdrop that's really the backdrop for my questions, if you would. So let's begin here. Darren, does Evergy believe that competition in the EV charging station marketplace should be welcomed and encouraged?
Yes, absolutely. I think, and Mr. Casely alluded to it, I mean, we've been pretty clear, and including in front of the commission since back probably before the 16-160 docket, that we don't want to be and don't believe we should be kind of the long-term charging station provider. Even in this docket, right, we proposed a true hybrid approach where we're offering rebates to commercial installers, kind of consistent with what we advocated for in House Bill 2145 with those folks. But we think we're pretty confident when you look at what's gone on in California and what you see in some other states, that you can have some unintended consequences of going 100% competitive in the marketplace. I mean, those folks certainly have their own rationale and their own reasons to invest in a location with charging stations, but we obviously have an interest in making sure that we have equitable service to all of our mobile customers that want to get service in our service territory. And we think that puts us uniquely situated to identify areas that are going to be underserved or potentially underserved, and make sure we can have investment in those areas to provide equitable service to all of our potential mobile customers. And one of the things that concerns us, Commissioner, is, that the mobile customers, what we don't want is, we don't want to be the impediment or the disincentive for somebody that's interested in converting or buying an electric vehicle from buying one, because they have range anxiety or they feel like they can't get adequate electric service as a mobile customer. Because if we miss that window with them and they are too uncomfortable to buy that vehicle that might have an overall lower total cost to them, then we probably miss them for 5 years or 7 years or 10 years, because they went out and bought a vehicle that wasn't electric, and they're going to run that internal combustion engine vehicle for a number of years. So we want to make sure that we are at least not an impediment, and they feel like that they can evaluate their auto buying purchases on an equal playing field, at least from a supply standpoint.
Very inclusive answer. I appreciate it. So in essence, then, it strikes me that Evergy does believe that consumers should be given a range of choice in EV charging station providers and EV charging services.
Yes, absolutely. And we want to make sure that it's adequate, that it's not just where the third-party providers want to come in and put it, but it's adequate across our service territory. And that's where we think we could fill in gaps if we see that it's not getting put out evenly across the territory.
Very good. I want to fall back, Darren, and ask of you one of the questions that I asked of Chuck this morning. And that question is this: are there no other alternative fallback positions short of all aspects of the proposed CCN that would encourage Evergy to participate as one of several competitors in the EV charging station market going forward?
Yeah, so a couple things, and I want to make sure I answer your question. I think one, we've proposed a real hybrid model, right? So we believe we have proposed something that's going to have us providing charging along with a number of third-party providers. Hopefully more third-party providers than us, right? But we'll be filling in gaps and underserved. The other thing that maybe hasn't been as clear, and I want to make sure it is we put a set of stations out and we put an expected cost to do those stations. We still have to do the evaluation that makes sense for us to make that investment, right? We have to make sure that it's a reasonable investment from a location, that it's a prudently incurred cost when we do it. So if people are right, I mean, if we're the outlier here and we're getting good coverage from third-party providers, well, then we don't need to add those stations, and we won't fill those gaps because there won't be gaps, right? That would be the best outcome, but we want to be able to make that option available for folks where third-party providers aren't putting that in. But maybe more broadly to your question, and I think Chairman French alluded to it. I mean, are there some things we could think about in order to scope in a CCN program, right? In terms of providing the CCN in the underserved areas that we kind of built the definition for on the commercial rebate side. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We're already thinking about the CCN from filling the gaps in an underserved nature, right? Or in the event that we would assert to put one forward, back to the aforementioned Grady test, right? Should we make sure that we've demonstrated that we've gone out and tried to get the commercial providers to put those chargers in where we think that service is needed before we went into that non-underserved area and put it in? yeah, I think that could make sense for thinking about how we manage the CCN as well, right? Again, back with the broader context of we're not looking to be the primary charging station provider here. We're looking to make sure that we're not an impediment of service to mobile customers in our territory.
Your answers are very holistic, Darren, and I'm grateful for that. Some of the questions I'm going to ask you, I'm not trying to backfill on that, but to the extent we can kind of flesh out some of the details of what you said, I'd be grateful for that. Through this docket, is Evergy seeking to obtain a first mover or early adopter advantage in the EV charging market?
No, I think what we're trying to do is recognize that all of the indicators, the flashing signals to take Mr. Voris's terms, indicate that EV adoption is coming in the territory, right? And making sure that we are adequately preparing our service territory and adequately preparing Kansas to be able to support that coming adoption. A significant part of what we're talking about is rebates to bring in and incentivize exactly what I think you're talking about, which is that third party station provider, so that they will come in and get into our territory and establish themselves here. And once they do, and they find out that cars are coming into our territory, hopefully they'll continue to expand on our territory and meet those needs for our customers. So I don't think it's a first mover. I think it's a first step towards what I think is a longer journey moving forward on transportation electrification.
Okay. I guess the reason for the question is my concern about when we said first mover advantage, what are the advantages to which we allude? Well, it could be anything from barriers to entry to future competition. It could be enhanced market share because of being a first mover. It could be enhanced profitability and long-term competitive advantage. It's those kinds of things that I'm trying to flesh out. I appreciate your answer. Let me ask you this. How does the Evergy CCN proposal and its rebate program to be paid for by all Evergy ratepayers provide benefits to all ratepayers?
Yeah, so it's kind of all built and thought about in the fundamentals of the work that ICF did for us, right? But when you step all the way back, it's as you add load in the service territory from EVs coming in and using more electricity, as well as the rest of the commissioners do, much of our system cost, our fixed system cost, are still recovered through the variable kilowatt hour charge that customers pay. So as EVs come online and they're picking up more of that variable usage, they're picking up more of that fixed cost recovery of our system. So when we come back in for the next rate case, the amount of fixed costs that we have already invested in the system will spread over all those kilowatts, the EV usage, and it'll spread over the other existing, I'll call them stationary electric customer usage, and it'll make that stationary usage go down in terms of the fixed cost recovery required from them. That's the easiest way how they benefit.
Thank you for your answer. I want to turn next to it's Don Thorne's testimony on July 30th of this year in opposition to the unanimous settlement agreement. More specifically, page 5, lines 16 through 21.
Yeah, I'm there.
And for those who don't see it on the screen, I'd be happy to read it. It's just 2 sentences, if you can indulge me. And what his testimony states here in part is, it is appropriate for Evergy's ratepayers, it is inappropriate, pardon me, for Evergy's ratepayers to be forced to subsidize any portion of the TEP to the benefit of Evergy shareholders and the minuscule percentage of wealthier Kansans EV drivers when Evergy has failed to furnish evidence that EV drivers have unmet charging needs. The competitive market should decide how to support the development of the EV market. Your response, please.
Yeah, so a couple things. I would suggest that we've put forward a program that our modeling shows, and I think staff's modeling shows as well, has net benefits to all customers. That would tell me that nobody's subsidizing anything. If there's net benefits to all customers, it's a beneficial program for customers to pay for. We've had a lot of discussion today about wealthier EV drivers. I would say today that first movers for technology, back to Mr. Casely's point, have historically probably always been, I'll call it, more well-to-do financially. Whether there's the first people that put air conditioners in their home, or the first people that got electricity in the first place, or the first people that put plasma TVs in their homes. But that doesn't mean it's a bad thing to have the infrastructure in place to support those folks in taking service from us, as well as to support the next generation of folks, because we're not building just for history. We're also trying to have the system in place that supports the needs of customers tomorrow and the next day, and in terms of this program, over the forward 5 years.
Okay. If the commission was to approve the Evergy CCN proposal and its rebate program, how would an order to that effect enhance competition with and among all EV charging providers?
Yeah, so I think a couple things. The residential rebate, let's start there. Putting the 240 outlet into the residential home. As you create more incentive for people at the residential individual level to make it easier for them to adopt their car, then you're going to have more cars in the service territory, which creates more opportunity for the commercial chargers that need to support them in the service territory. The second step of the program is we're giving rebates to the commercial charging station customers. So it incents them to come in maybe earlier than they otherwise would to get into our service territory and get their chargers up and start to accept some of those new cars that are coming into the market and figure out where they want to expand in our service territory. And then thirdly, we're filling the gap with the CCN. So if there are places that are underserved in our territory that aren't getting that maybe need service in order to adopt an electric vehicle, but they're not getting it from the third parties, we're filling that gap, which again gives the potential to get more cars into the territory, which drives more third-party charger needs in the territory. So I think it's all interrelated, and hopefully we've done it in a way that gives plenty of opportunity for the third-party chargers, but also provides some equality and equity for our customers in Kansas.
Okay. With respect to this issue, I'm going to ask you next what I think is probably the consummate leading question I could possibly ask. So I've given you some warning.
Those are my favorites.
My question is this, Darren. Isn't it possible that Evergy's prospective competitors in the EV charging market could be at a distinct competitive disadvantage by virtue of not having a regulatorily approved platform for providing EV charging services to a somewhat captive customer base from which they can fund their infrastructure and rebate programs?
Wow, that is a leading question. So, so, so I don't see the third-party chargers as competitors. You know, the beauty of it, and Chuck alluded to this when he was on the stand earlier, right, is if we do this well and if we get the charging infrastructure in place that supports, you know, growth and expansion of transportation electrification, then Evergy wins because we're selling more electricity. And hopefully we've done it well through the way we've structured this and the information that we've been gathering on how it's impacting the system, where we're doing it by increasing the utilization and the efficiency of our existing infrastructure versus having to put a whole lot of new infrastructure in place. And if we do that, which is what we've designed these programs to do, I don't think we're competing with anybody. I think we're making sure that the market's here and it's robust enough to support everybody. And the more commercial charging we get in the mix to support that, the less CCN we have to do to fill gaps.
Okay. Darren, my last line of questioning has to do with an attempt here, if we can, to sort of contrast this docket with the 2016 docket. That's the 16160 docket, with which I know you're very familiar, as I think you indicated you negotiated it. And of course, that involved KCP&L and its CCN expansion proposal. My question to you is this. With regard to the 2016 docket, in terms of policy outcomes, how is the current CCN proposal in this docket different or distinguishable from that docket?
Yeah, so a couple things. First off, not very proud as a vice president of regulatory on our ability to have success on recovery of the CCN that was put in place and was a topic of 16160. That said, really proud of the outcome of what we accomplished with the CCN and the 40% annual EV adoption growth and leading the industry and EV adoption in our service territory for a number of quarters. You know, that said, I think the policy difference here is you know, we have a very modestly scaled program at this stage that covers a lot of things. It covers the ability for people to have some incentive to charge vehicles at home. It covers rebates for third-party chargers, charging station providers to come into the territory and put their competitive product into the market. And it gives us an ability to utilize the CCN to fill gaps. At the time we came in at 16160, we came out with a significant backbone program because we thought that's exactly what it took to move the state forward. We didn't think any of those third-party people were coming in. We're pretty confident now that with the investment from the OEMs, all the discussion going on at the federal level, some of this discussion going on the state level, that the third-party providers want to come in and they want to be here. And we think our rebate program is modestly sized, but will help them come in and kind of fuel this marketplace. So I just think we're in a different spot where 5 years later, we know there's a lot more investment at the automotive, at the OEM level. We know there's a lot more federal interest. And are we still designing for something that's coming in the next 5 years? It's a 5-year plan, 5+ years, sure. But that's kind of what we do every day as a utility anyway, right? We we kind of project where we need to be and try and have the infrastructure in place to meet customers in. So I think there's a lot more data. We've got more data ourselves, right, with the charging station. But I think all those factors make it a lot easier for the commission to look this time and make a policy decision that says, yeah, we can help Kansans be ready for this, that maybe was a lot less comfortable decision to make back in 2015, 2016.
Well, Darren, that concludes my line of questioning. I thank you very much for your indulgence, and I quite frankly found your answers to be characteristically forthright and professional. I thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Commissioner Duffy, do you have any questions for Mr. Ives?
Good afternoon, Mr. Ives. It's good to see you.
And I'm
good
afternoon.
I was real distressed when I learned that you had some issues, as I'd seen you that morning, and so I was hoping the best for you.
I appreciate that. It's you have to say, after you go through something like that, it's good to be seen.
Yes, I agree. So if I could, I'm the 16-160 docket. Were you surprised by the decision by the commission? And the reason I ask that is KCP&L had already started their build out back in 15. So you must have felt some secureness that the commission was going to approve the plan, the CCN.
Yeah, you know, it's a great question, and you know, I was surprised. Like I said, not a great moment for the head of regulatory to come back and say you've got several $1 million that you know, commission says they're not interested in letting you recover. But they did say that you were really innovative, and they were glad you were moving forward in that way. So it was a little bit of a mismatch on the messaging we got from even the commissioners in both states, and certainly our customers leading up to that 16-160 docket. We had a lot of letters of support and a lot of people that were interested in us moving forward. So we were surprised for sure. You know, I would say, you know, one of the things I was thinking about in relation to this docket is, you know, there were certain parties, at least when we were in the 16-160, that said, and you guys aren't very smart. You really should have come in and gotten some sort of pre-approval or had some discussion with us before you started this build out. And yet here we set this docket where we've come in and said, gosh, we really would like to talk with the commission about some sort of pre-approval before we go out and invest in a CCN expansion. And there are certain parties that are saying, well, there's really no mechanism for you to get pre-approval for this type of investment in front of the commission. So it feels like we're in a little bit of a do loop. I tend to think we're in a spot where the commission can give some policy guidance here, but that's why we're here, because we really would like to hear from you.
Were your shareholders surprised that they were going to have to carry the load financially?
Yes. Surprised, and I would say disappointed.
And so have they shared with you the message that the train stops here, no more? Societal good aside.
Yeah, so we have not had, I have not, and I don't think we have had specific discussions about, you know, moving forward with shareholders funding a second expansion of the CCN. But I think we heard enough discussion from the first CCN outcome that's why Mr. Casely's testimony and my testimony are pretty clear that if the policy is we shouldn't be putting charging stations in place as a utility consistent with 16-160, we won't make this investment. We can't go back and tell shareholders that again.
Okay. So you just stated that you don't believe the third party folks out there are your competitors? Is that because you're a monopoly and you really don't have to look at the bottom line like somebody who's in a private business who lives day to day by their bottom line?
Yeah, so a couple things. I mean, we certainly have to look at the bottom line. I think that's why we caught as much grief as we did from shareholders on the first CCN outcome, because there was a bottom line implication to that. But I would say it's just the opposite on this. I'd say it's because I think we want the same thing. We want there to be adequate infrastructure for further EV adoption in Evergy service territory, whether it's us or whether it's a third-party provider. I think the only difference, and I probably articulate this in my testimony, the only difference in my opinion is they are building in, they would prefer to build in the Cherry locations where they can pencil out as quick of return on their investment as they can. We need to make sure that there is equitable service for mobile customers across our entire territory if we're going to provide adequate service to customers. And that's why we propose using the CCN not to go out and compete for the Cherry positions, but to fill the gaps and work in the underserved areas and work in the places where we think there's a need from mobile customers that's not getting met by third-party providers.
So in your first round of CCN, would you say that some of your locations were Cherry locations? Like, whoa, yay.
Well, I would say we went where people expressed the most interest to work with us because they wanted to have charging services at their location. So there probably would be locations that might get picked up by a third-party provider today. But at that time, they weren't getting served with third-party providers. I mean, I would say, and we talked about this earlier, there was nothing precluding third-party providers from bringing their charging stations into the areas where we did the CCN before. The only limitation to them was they couldn't charge on a kilowatt hour basis until we passed House Bill 2145, but they could have charged on a different metric, and they did in other areas, right?
Right. Like time.
Time was a very common one.
Right. So let me ask you, in the infrastructure bill, are there programs in the drafts, and I understand it's still working through the process, where underserved areas, similar to broadband, where there's been a lot of legislation to go into underserved areas, is there any discussion of being in underserved areas with grants or programs to establish there?
You know, I wish I had a deeper understanding of all the versions that are out there in the Biden administration bills and the various things. You know, I believe if it works like a lot of bills that come out, you know, the bill will come out with some funds and it'll have some parameters in it, and then ultimately there'll be a Paul Harvey that still has to come, right? There'll be a rest of the story that's got to be built as the funds get moved to an agency to kind of develop the program and figure out how those funds get dispersed and what they're intended to work for. So my sense is there's still a lot more of that to come, whether it's going to go to underserved, to your point, or whether a chunk of it's going to get deployed to areas that are, to Mr. Casely's point, to areas that are set up and ready to go to utilize those funds because they've got other state and other incentives in there. And it could be a combination of both of those things at the end of the day. And it'll probably depend on how the agencies roll out their detailed plans.
Well, frankly, I'm surprised you don't know more about the different versions, because this is heart and soul what you're advocating for, a new program. And we know something's going to get passed. And I would think you as that initiator would be looking for strategic comments, even back to the congressional delegation about, whoa, let's, if you did this or this. I mean, frankly, I'm surprised that I think you're the third person I've questioned on this, that you don't have more specifics about what are in the different drafts, because I think it really does, in my mind, impact what I think we should be doing relative to Evergy's proposal. And I will just say, I think a lot of this discussion today is premature until we find out what is in the bill and how it will impact the state of Kansas as it relates to EV and a number of programs. Also, I would share that there's some programs related to like well plugging. There's a very short window as soon as this is signed for anybody interested, any state, that they get their application in. And I mean like a few months. And it isn't like a leisurely review of what's in the bill. I think there will be some things that are like snap, crackle, pop, let's get going. So I'm a little disappointed in the company's response on the infrastructure bill. So as we talk about the societal good, and I do think that is something that weighs heavy on all our minds, as you're right, folks get left behind when there's a change. And it's usually those that have the financial wherewithal that move forward. But I also know in some of the dockets we've shared with you, for example, solar, when we had an audience last December, I was shocked at the number of folks who, because they believe in the societal good, had made tremendous investment in their property to help themselves over a long period of time financially and mitigate their electric bill. But also, I think there was a lot of sharing of the societal good of not having to build another plant, shaving off the peak, using the resources somewhere else, for example, like now charging electric vehicles. And I was struck by that. And I do think there are some middle-class folks who, because they believe in the societal good, will move forward and make a purchase, a long-term commitment. And I do believe it's more those folks who are on the lower end of the spectrum that we should really be looking for in terms of giving a rebate. And also, when you buy a car, should somebody who's in the top 2% really get a break on their taxes? Or should it go to those perhaps who are most deserving? But that's just my editorial comment I would just throw out there. Page 13 of your reply, of your testimony, in lines 15 through 19, again, this inefficient approach, I question this modest program being able to lead to an efficient approach. either at the residential level or and in the next 5 years, or at the commercial level. Can you again speak to how the small amount of data you're going to gather will position the company to be very efficient on their resources? Because that is just kind of passing by me.
Yeah, so I think you have to think about it in a longer term play, you know, kind of like utility planning in general, right? You know, we're not proposing that this program gets us to the destination on how we meet the future of transportation electrification. We're proposing that this program helps us get through the next 5 years. It's a 5-year built program. It helps us get through the next 5 years and support the median level of projected adoption. I mean, that's what it's built to do, right? And in doing that, in the way that we've structured it, we're trying to gather information. We're trying to gather information on residential home charging habits by the work we're doing with the 240 installation. We're trying to gather more information off of commercial charging habits, because if we give rebates to the commercial charger, we've asked for them to provide the information off of the charger. And by adding CCN to fill the gaps, we're getting the information off of that. And we're hoping that all of that information, when we're talking about to AFPM's council's point, 30,000 vehicles or 40,000 vehicles at the end of 5 years, all that information can be gathered to help us understand what we need to do for the system before it gets to a scale where we're having those type of infrastructure impacts. At 30,000 vehicles, we're talking about, I think it's in the testimony somewhere, if it went really bad from a concentration standpoint, it might make us reinvest in 0.8% or 0.08% of our residential transformers. So if it goes really bad, we might have a little investment to do. If we manage it, we can improve that. But either way, we're going to gather information that makes sure it doesn't go really bad when we've got 250 or 350,000 vehicles in our service territory.
Okay, you said a word, transformer. Let me ask about this side of innovation. We're used to seeing the typical pull with the transformer. Have there been strides made with transformer technology that will allow it, without adding a bunch more poles or making them bigger, that they're more efficient in their conducting of electricity, like in a neighborhood?
Yeah, so that's a great question. You might be beyond my technical engineering background, but I think, you know, you continue to get better on the system on automated technology that can tell us when you're starting to get overloads and you're starting to have issues with transformers and things like that. You know, the core transformer, I'm sure it's better than it was 50 years ago when it had a certain oil in it, but I think they're still, you know, projected to be kind of a long life asset that you probably you can only put so much load demand on before you've got to put another one out there.
So the reason I asked that is, in your IRP program, you guys are, you're proposing some distribution replacement programs in certain areas. And I would think you would be looking at the, you know, company X is selling transformer A and company B's got transformer B, that those things are being considered now as whether we approve this program or not, that you're looking at those issues of distribution and, you know, whether it's in a neighborhood or in town in a more downtown area or whatever.
Yes, absolutely. You know, part of what you're right, a big part of our other programs that we've talked about, right, are about the need to replace some of the aging infrastructure. And as we do that, certainly we're looking at kind of best technology available for service to customers, and also looking at adding the best available automation so that the system works more independently and not so manually. So yeah, both those things certainly considerations each time we upgrade or add an investment.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Chair French, those are all the questions, and I'm glad to see you're looking good, Mr. Ives.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy.
All right, I have 3 questions for you, Mr. Ives. I hope we can move through this quickly. First question, I think these all relate to, you know, what are the guardrails that we could put around an expansion of the Clean Charge Network to make it worthwhile for the company, but also to give the commission comfort. So the first question is, I'm certainly sensing discomfort from all the commissioners that, you know, without any guardrails, perhaps we are not protecting a nascent competitive industry of third-party chargers. And I know a couple guardrails we talked about were, you know, first, demonstrating that it's an underserved area, or demonstrating that Evergy has informed the competitive market that it wants to build a charging station in a certain area and giving them the opportunity. I think we've talked about that in the sense of an either or, that you have to make one of those, but could that also be an and, that you need to show it's underserved and you've made the opportunity known to third-party providers, or is that too restrictive in your view? I'd like to hear whether you think those need to be an or whether it could be an and.
Yeah, so I think from my perspective, I mean, I'd prefer to see it as an or. Could it be an and? I mean, sure. I mean, that's an option, right? But I think, you know, the definition that the parties put together on underserved meets a lot of needs, but doesn't meet every need for if we found a concentration of multi-unit housing that didn't have chargers nearby, but was starting to have a concentration of vehicles. And maybe it just doesn't play well for the return profile for a commercial charging company. I mean, you'd like to at least have the opportunity to open that up to the commercial charging companies, not have it accepted, but feel like you could go out and serve those customers kind of where they're at, whether or not they were in the current definition of an underserved county. That's why I would prefer the or. You know, the other question that I had as we were talking through those guardrails was, you know, I'd want to understand what the expectation was for making an opportunity available to the commercial charging station companies. I mean, is that a 2-month window where they have an opportunity to indicate, or is it expected to be like 12 months? Because 12 would be bad, right, from a service standpoint. But I want to be thoughtful about setting the right time that's going to give them an opportunity to evaluate and decide whether they're interested.
Those are fair responses and helpful information, because I think a lot of the commissioners, just from the discussion, sounds like we share a lot of the same concerns, wanting to make sure that Evergy really is just filling the gaps, as you all have said. Next, second of three questions. I'm going to keep myself to that. When you say that you would like a decision on decisional prudence of what you have proposed, does that include does that decisional prudence decision incorporate the proposed budget? So in other words, if spending were to go beyond that budget, is it outside the decisional prudence, or was it Evergy's intention that they are receiving decisional prudence on expanding the CCN in whatever way they saw fit?
Yeah, that's a great question. When I think about decisional prudence, what I was really asking for was a commission policy decision that people, including the commission, wouldn't disallow for recovery charging station infrastructure solely because the utility made the investment. That's what I'm worried about, right? That's what happened to us in 16160, right? We made it and the commission said, that's not really a utility thing. You didn't demonstrate a need, and really you should leave that to the competitive marketplace. Well, I want the decision that says utility does have a role. They don't have the role, but they have a role in this underserved, however we bandage that up, so that when we bring back that spent money, people won't say utility can't do that because they're a utility and it's charging infrastructure. Would you want to set a bound on the investment? Yeah, as a commission, you probably don't want to give us decisional prudence that says it's okay for you guys to go out and spend $250 million on charging infrastructure. We gave you the set of numbers that we thought it would cost to do the type of investment we thought made sense in a 5-year window. If you wanted to ban the decisional prudence to say, this is just for this 5-year program and up to 13.6 million, something like that, I think makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Question number 3. And that, I promise it's the last one. And this only occurred because Commissioner Duffy asked some questions on it. On federal programs, would it be reasonable to have a condition in any decision that if federal funds were to materialize and could be used for the same functions that you're asking ratepayers to fund, that ratepayers could be compensated, or that costs would be offset with those funds? Or are we talking way too far out to even, are we talking 10 years down the road when those federal funds actually materialize?
Yeah, gosh, I wish I had the crystal ball to know how quickly we could get something done out of these bills. My hope would be it would be quicker than 5 or 10 years down the road, right? That these bills would get approved and something would get designed by the agencies and we get to start determining whether funds were going to come to Kansas and they were the types of funds that were going to be available for us and what we were trying to do. I'd like to say that it makes perfect sense to put some sort of parameter around the federal funds. My hesitation is I don't know what the requirements are going to be to meet the federal funds. And at some point you have to make a decision of whether it's going to be too constraining for Kansans and for our customers to meet all the criteria to do the funds, or if we should just make the investments to support equitable service. So from that standpoint, I think it's too early to marry the two, but we certainly should be, to Commissioner Duffy's point, should be continuing to get smarter as the details become more framed in, and make sure that if there are funds available, we use those before we put CCN investments out there or anything else. We're not going to walk away from an opportunity to help Kansans move forward with their transportation electrification with federal funds. That's for sure.
Okay, thank you. With that, I have no further questions. Ms. Kafer, do you have any redirect for Mr. Ives?
Mr. Ives, at one point you talked about Evergy's mobile customers. Are those customers different somehow than your other customers?
Yeah, I think that distinguishment's in my testimony a little bit, but I think that there's a little bit of difference in how I think about sufficient service for a mobile customer than a static customer. I mean, from a static customer standpoint, we all kind of know how to design transmission and a distribution infrastructure and do a line extension and have a supply available to serve them. With a mobile customer, we have to think about meeting them where they need us. That's why I talk about filling the gaps with the CCN, right? Because we don't always know exactly where they need us when they're a mobile customer. We know where you need us if you're at 1724, Urish Road, and we can meet you there with a line extension and all the things to do that. But we're going to have to gather information and learn more about people's charging habits and where people are buying vehicles and how we can meet them at a service that they can utilize without having range anxiety. And I mentioned it earlier, I worry about being an impediment to somebody's decision on, am I going to buy my next vehicle next month as an electric vehicle or an ICE vehicle, because they're uncertain about range anxiety. That shouldn't be a decision point for them if we're doing a good job of making service available for them in our territory. They should make their decision on other factors, whether it be the sticker cost or the total cost to operate or other factors that they want to make in a decision making. Because if we miss them now, we miss them for 5 years, for 7 years, for 9 years, because a car is a long-term investment for most folks.
And the Biden bill or the infrastructure bill, you were asked about the potential for money to come to Kansas for that, but is there a risk to our customers in adopting a wait and see strategy to wait and see what happens with the federal money? What's the risk of that to our customers?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's more, my opinion, there's more that we don't know about the outcome of bills coming out of the administration than what we do know today. There's lots of proposals out there. There's a lot of, back office work that's going to happen before the House and the Senate decide whether or not they can bring something forward. And then to the point I had earlier, most of the time then it goes to an agency, and the agency's got to decide how they're going to deploy those funds and how the details of that are going to work. And that's why it sounds like we don't maybe know a lot about the reconciliation bill right now, but it's because there's a lot yet to be defined. When we watch these bills, we spend this part of the session working with EEI, working with other legal firms, understanding directionally where they're going. We will have more input and we will have more opportunity to shape when it gets out of this legislative sausage making and it gets into, now we're building the rules on how these are going to work and now how the funds are going to come out. And that's when EEI and the utilities and others will have an ability to participate, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Well, Mr. Ives, I think you can step down, and I can tell everybody now that my goal was to get through Mr. Ives. I was trying to scare you all by being cryptic about how far I wanted to get, but we have now reached the point where I think we can conclude for the day. But before we recess, I am going to propose that we begin tomorrow at 8:30. Is there any objection to that start time? The commission will have our regular business meeting at 10 o'clock, and so we will have to recess for that. I just want to make sure that we give ourselves plenty of time to start early and get through things quickly. So with that, we will begin tomorrow at 8:30 Central. If there are no further comments, oh, Mr. Dunbar, I see you've.
Mr. Chair, yes, sorry, I couldn't get off mute quickly enough. Is the idea of starting at 8:30 to finish by noon or to finish by 5 tomorrow?
I think we have aspirationally set, Brian, is it 1 o'clock that we've hoped to finish by? Or is it
I
noon?
think originally we thought noon was a very likely stopping point, but today went pretty slow slogging. So I think 1 is still aspirational, yes.
Is 8:30 undoable to you, Mr. Dunbar?
I'd say it's an inconvenience, but it's doable. I'm in Colorado, so it's an hour. I'm an hour earlier, but I can make it work if that's the preference of all the commissioners.
My preference at this point is to start a little early, if folks can make it work. Not knowing how long tomorrow is going to go and that uncertainty hanging out there and the pace that we move today. So I do apologize for the inconvenience, but we will plan to reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. With that, we will now recess the hearing and plan to reconvene tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.